Chapter 1111. Your Majesty, what do you mean by my academy? That's your academy. You're the dean of the academy. I'm just a gardener, using the academy to realize my dreams. The one who really uses it is your Majesty, and the one who benefits is Tang Empire. When these seedlings of Yin Huang College grow up, they will definitely hold up the vast blue sky for Tang Empire. In the Supreme Court's prison, Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said to Lier, he had no choice. Being born in such a feudal society, if he wanted to develop the academy well, he had to hug the thigh of the royal family. Li Zixuan didn't want to rebel against Lier. This boss was too strong, and he couldn't do anything. Whoever didn't want to do it, he wouldn't do it anyway. Even in the modern world, if you want to do well, don't you need to hug the thigh of others? Lier's gaze was deep. He was satisfied with Li Zixuan's attitude. Although what happened a few days ago made him angry, Li Zixuan still knew when to advance and retreat most of the time. Brat, if you had always been so sensible, how could you have fallen to the point of being imprisoned? If it weren't for the fact that the Empress and Chang'e were pleading for you, I would have beheaded you long ago. Lier said resentfully. Li Zixuan said with a smile, Your Majesty is magnanimous and wise. Naturally, it's not something that ordinary people can compare to. I believe that under your Majesty's leadership, Tang Empire will definitely be able to catch up with the era of Qin Huang and Han Wu. Since old Li was willing to come to the prison, it meant that he had no intention of killing Li Zixuan. He was only here to find a way out. For the sake of his family, Li Zixuan was willing to give old Li a way out. Besides, he wasn't bragging. The golden age of Zhongguan in history was indeed catching up with the era of Qin Huang and Han Wu. Now that he, a transmigrator, joined, Tang Empire would only be stronger. When did you learn how to flatter? If Wei Xuanqing was here, he would definitely accuse you of flattering the emperor. Lier pointed at Li Zixuan and said unhappily. However, the slight smile at the corner of his mouth showed that he did not reject this kind of flattery. Brat, your intelligence is outstanding. In all of the Great Tang, there's probably no one who can compare to you. But why was he so muddle-headed this time? I've repeatedly ordered you not to touch the Cui family, but you've caused me such a big mess in one night. You can't even bear it for a year or two. After rambling for a long time, Li Zixuan finally got to the point. Li Zixuan could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Anyone who had quarreled with friends before would know that under normal circumstances, if the other party didn't even pay attention to you after a quarrel or kept talking about other things, it meant that the other party was really angry. However, if the other party was willing to talk to you about the source of the quarrel, it meant that the other party wanted to resolve the conflict and eliminate the differences between them. Your Majesty, you have the world at heart, so of course you have to consider the big picture. However, I don't have to think so much every time. The Cui family is heartless and has killed so many people. Since I've seen it, I can't stand it anymore. Otherwise, I'll definitely dream of the cries of the ghosts in hell. I know that I've let my emotions affect my decisions, but if I were given another chance, I would still do the same. Even if I'm punished by your Majesty, I won't regret it. Lier fell silent. For some reason, he suddenly recalled what Empress Zhongsun had said to him last night. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and inciting the anger of the people to destroy the Cui family, was indeed a little impulsive. However, I don't believe that with the Marquis of Yong's intelligence, he wouldn't have not thought of the severe consequences. However, he still did in the end. This shows that he dares to love and hates evil. He is an ambitious and scheming person. Thus, I believe that your Majesty's worries are unnecessary. The Great Tang needs a righteous hero like the Marquis of Yong, and your Majesty also needs a loyal and capable official like the Marquis of Yong. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong's own initiative to bind himself to the Court of Judicial Review was for your Majesty's sake. He knew that with his current reputation among the people, if your Majesty were to punish him, your Majesty's reputation among the people would definitely be affected. With such a straightforward official, I don't wish for your Majesty to make the wrong decision because of some groundless suspicions. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. After a long silence, Li Er finally recovered from his contemplation. He inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he also felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated gaze and said, "The Chui family is truly abominable, but you, a brat, inciting the people to riot is also unforgivable. If not for the imperial court doing its best to clean up your mess, Chong would have been thrown into chaos in the next few days. Seeing that you were able to reflect on your actions in the last few days, we will punish you with 2 months of seclusion. While you're at it, you have to submit a letter of self-reflection within 3 days." Hearing the light punishment of 2 months of seclusion, Li Zixuan couldn't help but rejoice, thinking that old Li was finally willing to let this matter pass. However, when he heard the letter of self-reflection, Li Zixuan's eyes widened and his forehead was covered in black lines. "What's wrong? You're not willing to write? That's fine too." Li Er glared at Li Zixuan and was about to say something, but Li Zixuan quickly interrupted and said, No, Your Majesty, I'm willing to write. I'm very willing to write." In his heart, he was silently criticizing old Li Zixuan for forcing his son, Li Tai, to write a letter of self-reflection. Li Er snorted and finally dropped the subject. After a pause, he sighed deeply and said, "Obtaining the world has the Tao. Obtaining the people is the same as obtaining the world. Obtaining the people's Tao and obtaining their hearts is the same as obtaining the people. The collapse of the Chui family overnight can be considered as a wake-up call for me." Li Zixuan secretly nodded. Li Er was indeed Li Er. After realizing the power of the people, the first thing he thought of was not to suppress them, but to obtain their hearts and use them for himself. What a bold spirit! Your Majesty, as the saying goes, a ruler is a boat, a commoner is water. Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize a boat. The Chui family thought that the people were weak and powerless, so they wantonly oppressed the people and harmed the servants. They had no respect for the people and finally died in the vast ocean of the people. Your Majesty is diligent and loves the people. You are wise and mighty and will definitely be supported by the people. The big boat of Tang Dynasty will also be carried by the people and will never sink." Li Zixuan clasped his hands and said with emotion. He could only say sorry for unintentionally stealing someone's famous words. Li Er's eyes lit up and said, "Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat." "Huh, well said, well said." Hearing this, my trip today was not in vain. Li Er, who had a clear mind, laughed and walked out of the prison. The power of the people united was indeed great, but as long as the people became the water that carried the boat, what was there to fear? Chapter 11:12. Many people subconsciously thought that it was Li Er's famous saying, "Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize a boat." Actually, it was not. This sentence first came from the chapter of Sun Zi, Duke Ai. It was Sun Zi narrating a conversation between Confucius and Duke Ai of Lu. At that time, Confucius said, "Qiu Wenji, a ruler is a boat, a commoner is a river. Water can carry a boat, but water can also capsize a boat. If a ruler thinks of danger, how can danger not come?" In the 17th year of Jingguan, Wei Zheng wrote in 10 Thoughts of Admonishing Taizong, "Resentment is not great, but it can be feared by people. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat." Wei Zheng also said this. Li Er often used this saying to warn people. After a long time, it became Li Er's famous saying exclamation point. "Ha! Dai Xiaoqing, thank you for taking care of me these past few days." After Li Er left, Li Zixuan patted his butt and also left. If he did not leave, was he going to stay here to celebrate the new year? Under Zhao Xi's lead, he left the prison cell. However, he met Dai Zhou outside the prison. He cupped his hands and smiled. When Dai Zhou saw Li Zixuan come out from inside, he did not look surprised at all. Obviously, he had already guessed that this would be the result. "Marquis, you're too polite. I won't tell Marquis to come again when you're free." It was rare that Dai Zhou actually knew how to joke. Li Zixuan laughed, loudly 3 times before taking his leave. Zhao Si reluctantly watched Li Zixuan leave. In his heart, he felt that it was a pity that there would no longer be the kind of gamble where one investment 100 times the return. However, Daizhou's next sentence made his eyeballs fall to the ground. Li Zixuan also almost fell to the ground. "Hey, Marquis, you still haven't paid the previous 1,000 coins. Yongla Lane, Li Mansion. In the past, this place was filled with laughter, warmth, and harmony. However, recently, this place suddenly became silent. The mischievous Lanner no longer went to play with her friends. She only leaned on the big stone lion outside the mansion and looked at the end of the lane, hoping that someone would come back soon. Although Madame Li was very worried, she could not show it in front of Yi Guochong and old Madame Yi. She could only force a smile. Han Yushi usually appeared to be very strong on the surface, but only Xiao He and Xiao Shi knew that every night there would always be faint sobbing sounds coming from the bedroom. Although Li Jingma looked calm on the surface, he kept thinking about his son in his heart. He was very irritated. The servants of the Li residence felt the heavy atmosphere and worked even harder. Although they were wondering why Li Zixuan hadn't been home for the past few days, no one dared to ask. They could only pray in their hearts that their young master would be safe and sound. Because Li Lier and Li is Lier, Li Er Shi. They were bound together for good or ill. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. This was the 4th day since Lanner leaned on the stone lion and waited for Li Zixuan to come back. The stone lion was very cold in winter. However, the little girl was wearing layers of cotton clothes. She was like a stupid penguin. She did not feel cold leaning on the stone lion. Instead, she could relieve the tiredness of her feet. Lanner, who had been disappointed for 3 days, did not have much hope today. She stared at the lane for a while. When she still did not see Li Zixuan, she pouted and looked up gloomily to read the magpies in the book. Magpies were resident birds in China. They would not move to the south to survive the winter. During the winter, they would often feed on a large number of animal carcasses. Sometimes, they would even tail the predators and pick up the leftovers. Today, on the ginkgo tree in front of the Li residence, there were 4 to 5 magpies chirping noisily. At Lan Er's age, she was at the age where she liked to play. She watched the magpies frolicking for a while and couldn't help but be engrossed in it. She didn't even notice that someone had walked past her. Hee, it's so cold. Lanner, why aren't you in the house enjoying the heater? What are you doing out here? A familiar voice, a familiar loving tone. Lanner was stunned. She looked in front and saw Li Zixuan standing in front of her with a smile. Surprise. Excitement. Grievance. Wow, brother, you're back. Sob sob. Brother, you're finally back. Lanner missed you so much. Lan rushed forward and hugged Li Zixuan tightly. She pressed her face against the latter's stomach, laughing and crying at the same time. Yo, isn't this the Duke of Yong'an? I haven't seen him for a few days. Yeah, it seems that ever since the Chui family fell, the Duke of Yong and has not appeared in Yongla Lane. Maybe the Duke of Yong and went to do something else. A few people in Yongla Lane happened to pass by. When they saw Li Zixuan, they could not help but be surprised. They discussed in private. Seeing this, Li Zixuan quickly patted Lanner's little head and said, Hee, brother misses Lanner too. Let's go. Let's talk a home. Ugh. Brother, how many days has it been since you last bathed? You stink. Lanner suddenly covered her nose and screamed as she retreated far away. Li Zixuan's face darkened. He almost vomited blood. When he entered the residence, his father, mother, maternal grandfather, maternal grandmother, and his own daughter-in-law naturally came forward to express their condolences one by one. Even Yi Fashion, a taciturn person, came forward to say, Cousin is fine now. This child had been helping out at the Warmtang Foundation for a while. Later, when Li Chengxian sent some people from the Eastern Palace over, Yi Fashion saw that there was no shortage of manpower and returned. Hee, today is a joyous occasion. Wang Zhong, tell the kitchen to prepare a big banquet. Everyone in the residence will have good meat and good wine at noon. The simplest way to express happiness was to share it with others. Li Jingma ordered simply. Yes, Old master. Wang Zhong relayed the news with a smile. Instantly, the servants were all jubilant, not only because there was good wine and good meat, but more importantly, because their backbone had returned. That joyous and warmly residents had also returned. The news that Li Zixuan had personally come to the Supreme Court's prison and pardoned Li Zixuan quickly spread through the upper circles of Chang'an. This time, when Li Zixuan had voluntarily gone to prison, everyone in the imperial court had remained silent. This was because the problem of the people's hearts was too big. If it was not handled properly, it would bring trouble to oneself. Those who wanted to impeach Li Zixuan saw that the 1,000-year-old families had fallen under Li Zixuan's feet, and a layer of sweat had formed on their backs. Who would dare to impeach Li Zixuan? Trollway was not afraid of Li Zixuan's revenge. However, most of Li Zixuan's actions were commendable. He even secretly supported Li Zixuan in his heart to get rid of the Chui family. Why would he impeach Li Zixuan? As for the officials close to Li Zixuan, they all knew that the more coldly this matter was handled, the better it would be for Li Zixuan. Therefore, they did not prematurely plead for leniency. However, after only 3 days, Li Zixuan had personally come to the prison cell and released Li Zixuan. This greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. At the same time, Li Zixuan's imperial favor had once again refreshed everyone's understanding of him. Chapter 11-13. At the Cheng estate, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, Qin Xiong, Li Jing, and Niu Jinda were all gathered around a stove to eat hot pot. Unlike Li Zixuan's home, where the stove was stuffed under a perforated table to cook hot pot, Cheng Yaojin felt that this seemed stingy, so he had someone place a large iron pot on the stove. The group of people gathered around the iron pot to eat, each person having a small table with cut vegetables and sauces on it. It could be said that it was both lively and warm to eat. Haha, I told you that this kid would be fine. Once His Majesty's anger subsides, he'll naturally be released. Halfway through the meal, Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily as they talked about Li Zixuan. I wonder who was it a few days ago, who was like an ant that had stirred up trouble, rushing to find His Majesty to reason with him. If second brother Qin hadn't held him back, who knows how many times His Majesty would have quarreled with him these past few days. Yuqi Jingde dipped his chopsticks into a large mouthful of mutton, dipped it in sauce, and happily ate a mouthful. He then took a sip of wine as he mocked. Speaking of which, right now, he was already infatuated with the way mutton was eaten. Recently, the servants in Yuqi Fu would often see their Laoi enter the kitchen. Immediately after, they would see Yuqi Jingde carry out a plate of bright red mutton rolls. Only the heavens knew that the mighty Duke of Yi, the right martial marquis, great general, and a martial arts grandmaster expert would actually do the business of cutting vegetables. If people from other countries heard this, they would mistakenly think that the Great Tang lacked chefs. The Great Tang truly did lack chefs, martial arts grandmaster chefs, chefs with superb knife techniques. Oomph. Old Black, shut up. We still haven't settled accounts with you for this matter. Since you knew in advance that little Xian was going to make a move on the Chui clan, why didn't you tell us old fellows? Do you think that our ranks aren't as high as yours and that we can't help you? Or do you think that our old arms and legs aren't as good as your martial arts? When Cheng Yaojin heard that, he slammed the table and exploded. They only realized after the fact that Yuqi Jingde had long predicted that Li Zixuan would move against the Chui family, and even helped Li Zixuan secretly add fuel to the fire. Otherwise, how could they explain the 300 crossbowmen and a large number of martial marquises lying in ambush at the Right Marquis mansion that night? Cheng Yaojin's words couldn't be said to not be poisonous. Yuqi Jingde's old face darkened even more. If he said something wrong, he would offend everyone in this room. Pa! Yuqi Jingde slapped the table and said angrily, Madman Cheng, don't you dare slander this old man. Even if you knew in advance, what can you do to help little Xian? The Chui family has a deep foundation, and it's impossible to defeat them with ordinary methods. Madman Cheng, if you knew about this in advance, it would only spoil the situation. Besides, this old man didn't expect Xiao Xian to take action so quickly. However, the reason why Xiao Xian was able to succeed this time was because he launched an attack on the Cui family at lightning speed. Otherwise, when His Majesty or the Cui family reacted, he wouldn't have another chance. Twisting words and forcing logic. Cheng Yaojin refused to accept this and wanted to continue arguing, but he was interrupted by Qin Xiong. Jingda's words are reasonable. Since the Cui family has been destroyed and Xiao Xian has been released from prison, there's no point in talking about these things. Eat hot pot. Eat hot pot. Ha! Second brother Qin is right. Eat hot pot. Ha! This thing tastes really good. Niu Jindao laughed loudly. Afternoon. Li Zishuan, who was reflecting on his mistakes behind closed doors at home, was waiting for Li Chengxian and Chang'e to arrive. The brother and sister pair came in a carriage, specially coming to visit Li Zishuan. Xiao Xian, why do I feel that the heating in your house is warmer than in the Eastern Palace? Li Chengxian asked in surprise as soon as he entered the house. The recent changes in Chang and city did not affect the progress of the heating in the palace at all. Now, the Eastern Palace, Lijiang Palace, Ganlu Palace, Chang'e Palace, and other places were all installed with heating. This thing could not be removed if one was used to it. Therefore, Li Chengxian had people install heating in Taiji Palace, which was the place where all the officials held morning court every day. This way, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court could enjoy the treatment of heating in their spare time. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, how can the size of this house compare to your Eastern Palace? Chengxian, if you want to be warm, you have to install at least 3 times the amount of heating in the Eastern Palace, right? The imperial palace buildings were much larger than ordinary houses in terms of length, width, and height. Under the same environment, if the palace wanted to be warm, it naturally had to install more heating. Li Chengxian patted his head and said in realization, yes, that's true. Why go back today? I'll have a craftsman quickly modify it. Li Zishuan smiled and looked at Chang'e. He asked, Chang'e, when it's winter, the air outside is cold. You have qi disease, so it's best if you don't go out as much as possible. Also, you have to install more heating in your bedroom as much as possible. This can reduce the chances of you getting sick. Ever since Chang'e entered the house, her eyes could not move away from Li Zishuan. However, she was also afraid that Li Zishuan would notice her abnormal state. Therefore, she only occasionally looked at Li Zishuan so that no one could sense her thoughts. At this moment, when she heard Li Zishuan suddenly call her name, she was first shocked and then said, Thank you, Brother Xiao Xian, for your concern. However, Chang'e's palace has always been warm. Li Zishuan nodded. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Chang'e, have you been practicing the Taiji fist that Yushi taught you? Chang'e nodded crisply and said, Yes. Chang'e has been practicing, and I feel much better than last year. Brother Xiao Xian, do you want to see? Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. Li Zishuan hurriedly shook his head and said, No. Chang'e, you've been practicing. Although this boxing technique may not be useful for your qi disease, it's still very beneficial for strengthening your body. What a joke. How many people could bear to see the princess of the Tang Empire practicing Taiji fist for you? Moreover, Li Chengxian was sitting next to her. Oh, Chang'e was slightly disappointed. She really felt that her Taiji fist was good and wanted to show it. However, with her special status, it was indeed inappropriate to show it in this kind of situation. Glancing at Li Zishuan's handsome face, Chang'e suddenly said, Brother Xiao Xian, next time don't quarrel with my father, okay? When you quarrel, Chang'e doesn't know who to help. Chang'e, don't talk nonsense. Li Chengxian hurriedly patted his sister's arm and said. Li Zishuan was startled and then said with a wry smile, Chang'e, people are born in this world. Sometimes they can't help themselves, and sometimes they can't help themselves. However, I'm still very grateful that you and Chengxian spoke up for me in front of His Majesty 2 days ago. Otherwise, how could I have gotten out of prison so quickly? Chapter 11:14. How could one not be attacked when one was in the pugilistic world? Where there were people, there would be pugilistic world. Where there was pugilistic world, there would naturally be conflicts. Li Zixuan didn't want to have a conflict with old Li, but many things couldn't be changed according to his subjective will. Inside the Li residence, hearing Li Zixuan's bitter laughter, Changle frowned. After thinking for a while, she said something that made one not know whether to laugh or cry. All right then, but Brother Xiao Xian, the next time you have a conflict with my father, remember to tell us in advance. That way, Brother Crown Prince and I can think of an excuse in advance and intercede for you in front of my father. Li Chengxian was speechless. Was his sister siding with her own family or someone else's family? Ahem. Changle, it's getting late. Let's go back. Otherwise, father and mother will be worried. He was determined not to stay here any longer. Otherwise, his sister might say something scary later. Although he wanted to stay and chat with Li Zixuan, he felt that the way Changle looked at Li Zixuan wasn't right. Brother Crown Prince, it's not even 5 p.m. yet. How is it too late? You haven't seen Brother Xiao Xian for so long. Don't you want to catch up with him? Changle looked at the sky and said unwillingly. Li Chengxian almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, you're the one who wants to catch up? Okay, why do you have to drag me into it? Although he thought so, he couldn't say it out loud. After all, in front of outsiders, he had to leave some face for his sister, right? Changle is right. I do have a lot of things to talk to Xiao Xian about. Then let's stay for another half an hour. Li Chengxian had no choice but to compromise. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel happy. This scene was very similar to the scenes of people in internet cafes in his previous life. Manager, give machine number 5 another 2 hours. TSK. This scene was too beautiful. Changle looked at Li Zixuan gratefully. Then she said to Li Zixuan, right? Brother Xiao Xian, the song Dedication of Love that was sung in Chang and City last time was composed by you, right? Li Zixuan nodded and said, yes. It's me. Why? Changle's eyes were twinkling. Wow. Was it really composed by you? This song is so nice. The rhythm and lyrics were very different from the previous songs, but it was still very nice to listen to. I didn't expect Big Brother Little Xian to be proficient in music as well. Coincidentally, at this moment, Han Yushi brought over 3 cups of steaming hot tea and greeted with a smile. Come. The weather is dry. Your Highnesses, have a cup of tea and moisten your throats. Husband, drink some water, Shinza Sicily Chengxian, and Changle hurriedly got up to thank her. Changle walked over and held Han Yushi's hand affectionately. How many times have I told you? Sister Yushi, you can just call me Changle. Why are you still so polite? The corner of Li Chengxian's mouth twitched when he saw this. He didn't know why his younger sister, who had always been quiet and gentle, behaved so familiarly here, as though she was in her own home. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of Li Zixuan's home. Everyone here was very happy, and the atmosphere was always very warm. Blame me. Changle, drink your tea. Han Yushi didn't dwell on this small issue. She laughed and said, what were you talking about earlier? When I came in, I saw you chatting so happily. Oh, we were talking about the song Dedication of Love that was widely sung in Chang and City a while ago. Brother Xiao Xian is so awesome. He's good at studying, good at martial arts, and even knows how to compose songs. Sister Yushi, you're so lucky. Changle held the teacup and said with sparkling eyes. Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan with jealousy. She also admitted that Dedication of Love was indeed nice, but the person Li Zixuan taught was not her, but the top courtesan of 100 Flowers Tower, Fong Fian. Although she didn't say it out loud, she couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. Stop praising me, Changle. If you continue, Brother Xiao Xian will go to heaven. The corners of Han Yushi's mouth held a smile as she spoke. Changle smiled and said, it's not as serious as you say, Sister Yushi. By the way, Brother Xiao Xian, it's going to be the new year soon. Do you have any new songs recently? It'll be lively then. A New Year's song? Li Zixuan was stunned. Andy songs, good luck. I wish you good luck. Echoed in his mind. He hurriedly shook his head. Wasn't it a little too out of place to create this song in ancient times? No. I don't have any free time these days. How would I have time to think about this? Oh, Changle replied with a slightly disappointed "oh." Li Chengxian then asked Xiao Xian, "Speaking of the new year, Curious Pavilion Workshop has made a lot of money this year. And I didn't expect that there would be so many big deals as the new year is approaching. This is a good sign. Curious Pavilion will definitely be more glorious in the coming year." Li Chengxian had shares in Curious Pavilion, as well as Changle. So when he saw that Curious Pavilion had made a lot of money in the past year, Li Chengxian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. So many big deals recently? What kind of deals? Why didn't I know? Li Zishuan listened to the end, but he was puzzled. "Husband, it's like this." Han Yushi hurriedly took over and said, 2 days ago, Faubert came to our house to look for you, but you weren't there at the time. I asked Faubert what happened, and Faubert said that he didn't know why the news of the heaters suddenly spread. Many people went to the workshop and asked Faubert to customize a set of heaters for their house. The price was negotiable. Many of them represented the officials of the imperial court. Faubert didn't want to offend them, so he came to ask for your opinion. "Then, wife, did you agree?" Li Zishuan asked. Han Yushi nodded and said, "If you don't agree, it's a small matter if you don't make money, but it's a big matter if you offend people. Since our house is open to doing business, there's no need to offend people because of such a small matter." "Yes, wife, you're right. But in this way, can the workshop's coal furnace and honeycomb coal production keep up?" He didn't intend to introduce the heaters to the market so quickly at first, because it needed to be customized for every household. It was very troublesome and time-consuming. However, since so many people came to buy it with a small amount of money, he didn't need to reject them. "I've also asked Faubert about this, and he said that it can keep up." Han Yushi replied, "Ha! Xiao Xian, you should be content. The workshop can now make nearly 1,000 strings of cash by customizing a set of heaters for every household. Where else can you find such a good business? But you have to thank my father. If he didn't get people to install heaters in Taiji Palace, the civil and military officials wouldn't know about the benefits of heaters." Li Chengxian laughed loudly. Li Zishuan was secretly speechless. A customized set of heaters could make nearly 1,000 strings of cash. There were so many rich people in Chang'an City. Chapter 11:15. "Oh, husband, the Warm Tang Foundation is almost done with work. There are close to 60,000 poor people around Chang'an City. Almost all of them have received coal stoves, honeycomb briquettes, food, and clothing from the foundation. Now, there are only some finishing touches left. As for Dr. Sun, he has already held free medical services in 7 counties. I estimate that he will only be able to visit all 20 counties after the new year." At the mention of the workshop, Han Yushi thought of the Nuan Tang Foundation and asked softly, 60,000 households? They've finished delivering so quickly?" Li Zishuan was surprised. "It's all thanks to the assistance of the people sent by the Crown Prince. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so fast." Han Yushi pursed her lips and smiled. Li Chengxian said half-jokingly, "Ha! This winter, Xiao Xian, you've not only brought warmth to the poor, but also to the rich. Ha!" Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile. He thought for a moment and said, "Then let's reward the students tonight. Let's have a hot pot together. It'll be lively. 600 people eating hot pot together? That's a good idea. I'll be there too." After hearing Li Zishuan's suggestion, Li Chengxian's eyes lit up. Changle's eyes also sparkled. She was eager to give it a try. "Chengxian, don't even think about it. The students are eating hot pot at the academy tonight. How are you going to come back if you go?" Li Zishuan said mercilessly. The brother and sister pair immediately wilted. Han Yushi smiled. Then she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "Husband, His Majesty said that he wants you to reflect on yourself at home for 2 months. You can't go tonight, right?" Silence. But then Li Chengxian laughed loudly. "Ha! That's good too. None of us can go." This guy was clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "His Majesty said that I'm grounded at home for 2 months, but I was still at the Supreme Court this morning. So strictly speaking, these 2 months should start from tomorrow. I can still go out tonight." "Poochie," Changle giggled. Her delicate little face was like a blooming white orchid, fresh and refined. She was really charming when she looked back and smiled. She had the potential to be the most beautiful woman in the world at such a young age. She covered her mouth and said happily, "Big brother Xiao Xian, you're really cunning. If Imperial Father finds out, he'll definitely be furious." Imperial Father is so angry. Why are you still so happy? Of course, this was only what Li Changqian thought in his heart, and he wouldn't voice it out at a time like this. At this moment, he first glanced at Chang'e and then looked at Li Zixuan. "Little Xian, you're clearly twisting words and forcing logic. If my Imperial Father knew about this, he would definitely come looking for trouble with you. I think you'd better not go. It's just hot pot." Han Yushi nodded, indicating that she agreed with Li Chengxian's words. Since ancient times, the words of the emperor had always been of great weight. There is basically no official like Li Zixuan who didn't take the emperor's words seriously and always wanted to take advantage of loopholes. Han Yushi felt that if this went on, it wouldn't be good if Li Zixuan came to settle accounts at an opportune time. Li Zixuan glanced at Li Chengxian in annoyance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, "Hey, His Majesty only ordered me to be grounded at home to reflect, but he didn't specify which home. I'll stay in Yinshan to reflect these 2 months. This way, it won't be considered disobeying His Majesty's imperial edict." He was so insistent on going to Yinshan to make hot pot for the students. First, it was to reward them. Recently, these students have been running around for Operation Warm Winter. Second, a few days ago, the people had caused a ruckus in the Chui family. If it weren't for the students maintaining order on the spot, many dirty things would have happened. At that time, not only would he be impeached by the officials, but he would also feel guilty in his heart. He had to thank this group of students. As soon as these words came out, Chang'e was stunned. There was such a quick-witted person in this world. Li Chengxian was stunned. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? The more Li Zixuan thought about it, the more pleased he became. He said, "Haha, it's settled then. Wife, quickly have the servants in the residence prepare the ingredients. Tonight, the academy will have a hot pot feast for more than 600 people. Have Wang Zhong take out all the frozen mutton in the freezer. I'll cut the mutton." Han Yushi was stunned. Then she nodded and said, "Okay. Husband, please wait a moment. I'll go arrange it right away." Although the mutton in the freezer at home was reserved for the new year in a few days, Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan was in high spirits and didn't want to dampen his spirits. At worst, she could just buy some more in a few days. "Chengqian, Chang'e, have you eaten hot pot in the palace before?" Yes, we've eaten." The siblings nodded fiercely. Not only had they eaten it before, they had eaten quite a bit. Then who cut the mutton in the palace? Li Zixuan was suddenly curious and asked. Li Chengxian looked a little embarrassed. He looked around and said, "I heard Imperial Father say that Steward Zhao and the old consecrators in the palace took turns cutting it." The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. He didn't think that his initial worry would become a reality. Oldie was really deranged. For the sake of good food, he didn't even care about his face. "Okay, then I'll have to cut the mutton next. I don't have time to accompany you. You two can do as you please. Anyway, you two seem to be more familiar with this residence than I am." Li Zixuan waved his hand speechlessly. Then he turned and left to cut the mutton. Li Chengxian and Chang'e looked at each other, then followed Li Zixuan out the door. In the kitchen of the Li residence, the two of them witnessed the peerless swordsmanship of a grandmaster expert. Only then did they understand why the mutton they ate in the past had to be cut by Zhao Song or the imperial consecrators personally. It was because ordinary people couldn't possibly have such amazing and dazzling swordsmanship. After admiring Li Zixuan's peerless swordsmanship for a while, Li Chengxian saw that it was getting late. He quickly pulled Chang'e back to the palace. Everyone in the Li residence was busy. Madame Li and Li Jingma didn't have any objections to Li Zixuan treating the students to hot pot. In their opinion, their son had just been released from prison and should be celebrated. However, they were a little dissatisfied that Li Zixuan was going to Yinshan to do closed-door cultivation. It was almost the new year, and Li Zixuan was obviously going to Yinshan for the new year. However, the old couple still couldn't bear to leave their home in Chang'an City. However, These were all trivial matters. With Madame Li's love for her son, she was naturally obedient. As for Li Jingma, what choice did he have? At 5 in the afternoon, Li Zixuan and his family, along with dozens of servants, set off for Yinshan. Li Zixuan planned to give up 2 villas in Yinshan for his parents, as well as the Yi family's Yi Guochong and old Madame Yi to temporarily live in. This way, the family wouldn't feel crowded even if they spent the new year in Yinshan. As for Li Zixuan, he went to the Warm Tang Foundation and personally waited for the students who had gone to the nearby counties to send warmth back. Chapter 11:16. Master, Yamacho, you're here? When Li Zixuan arrived at the Warm Tang Foundation, there were a few people lining up outside to donate money. In the courtyard, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao led the 3rd Brigade to help with the donation collection. Seeing Li Zixuan, who had disappeared for many days, suddenly appear, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao put down their work and came over to greet him with a surprised expression. How are you? Have you been busy recently? Li Zixuan asked with a smile. Meng Wenhao looked at Li Zixuan from head to toe and asked instead of answering. Yamacho, I haven't seen you recently. Are you all right? Iron Egg also looked over with a worried expression. Although he didn't know the inside story, he had vaguely sensed that something was wrong in the past 2 days. What could have happened to me? I've just been busy with writing books recently. Don't worry about it. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said lightly. Yamacho, you've really been writing books recently? What do you mean by really? Are you saying that it's fake? No, I thought Sun Zifan was lying to us. After all, that guy doesn't speak the truth. Meng Wenhao scratched his head suspiciously, then replied, We haven't been that busy recently because there aren't as many people coming to donate money as before. Maybe it's because it's almost the new year. The people are busy stocking up on New Year goods now. After the initial madness of the donation storm caused by the Warm Tang Foundation, people had gradually returned to rationality. Now, people had started to treat the foundation as a place of spiritual sustenance, such as a temple or a Taoist temple. If they wanted to do good, they would come here to donate money. Not only could they accumulate merit, but they could also seek peace of mind. Are there fewer people donating money? Li Zixuan muttered thoughtfully in a low voice. After a while, he asked again, Are there statistics of the foundation's donation consumption these days? It's done. Meng Wenhao nodded. He ran into the room and took out an account book. After turning to one of the pages, he said, The Academy's Operation Warm Winter has consumed a total of 43,512 strings of cash so far. As for Dr. Sun, because he needs to consume a lot of herbs every day, he has consumed a total of 5,074 strings of cash. So the total is 93,586 strings of cash. These accounts have already been calculated by all the members of the 3rd Brigade. More than 90,000 strings of cash. Thank goodness. Even if Sun Simiao were to provide free medical services in all the counties around Chong and City, the total cost would only be around 200,000 strings of cash. The foundation can still afford it. Li Zixuan thought for a while and sighed. Will the rest return? Li Zixuan asked again. Iron Egg glanced at the door. Should be soon? Coincidentally, at this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. There were also some youths talking and laughing. We're really lucky today to have met such a big rabbit. TSK. Let's sneak to the west of the academy and roast the rabbit tonight. That's a good idea. The roast chicken from last time really makes me miss it. TSK. These 2 rabbit legs are mine. I was the one who injured the rabbit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to catch up with Chu and Mo. Wolsh *T. Even if you weren't there, I could still catch up with him. Needless to say, these were the bastards who had sneaked out of the academy to steal chickens during the military training. Li Zixuan's old face darkened. He secretly thought that this bunch of brats really didn't learn their lesson. They wanted to sneak out of the academy at night to barbecue again. Most importantly, these bastards didn't even call him along when they went out to barbecue. He couldn't tolerate this. In order to show his presence, Li Zixuan put his hands behind his back and coughed a few times with a serious face. Gosh, Xiao, Yamacho is here too. Chung Chumo felt that the cough was somewhat familiar and looked towards the source of the sound. When he saw Li Zexuan standing in the middle of the courtyard, he was stunned. Yamacho, are you okay? Are you done with your work? Sun Zifan was just about to say, "Are you okay?" when he suddenly realized and quickly changed his words. I just heard some people say that they wanted to sneak out to roast rabbits at night. Is that true? Li Zexuan said lightly. No, absolutely not. Chung Chumo quickly hid the rabbit behind him and shook his head. Give it to me. Li Zexuan glanced at him and said unhappily. No, Yamacho, we spent a lot of effort to catch it. Chung Chumo insisted. Li Zexuan said with a faint smile, You really don't want to give it to me? Then you won't have a share of the hot pot tonight. Hot pot? Yamacho, you want to treat us to hot pot? Li Tai's eyes lit up. He was the first batch of people to try hot pot. When he heard that he could eat the hot pot personally made by Li Zexuan, he immediately became excited. Although there was hot pot in the palace, he always felt that Li Zexuan's hot pot was better. Li Zexuan nodded. He hadn't eaten wild game in a long time. He thought that it would be good to eat roasted rabbits tonight. Li Tai quickly pushed Chung Chumo and said, Chonyo, quick, give the rabbit to Yamacho. That hot pot is much better than rabbit meat. Quick, quick, quick. At the end of his sentence, he couldn't wait anymore. He directly snatched the rabbit that Chung Chumo hid behind his back and handed it to Li Zexuan. Chinke, what's hot pot? Sun Zifan was puzzled. His father was a civil official and didn't usually hang out with Qin Xiong and the other generals, so he didn't know what hot pot was. You'll know in a while. While they were talking, the academy students who went out had already returned. When they saw Li Zexuan, the academy students were very surprised and came over to greet him. Li Zexuan let Li Tai do a head count. When he knew that everyone had arrived, he gathered the students together and announced a piece of news that made everyone happy. Of course, Chung Chumo was an exception. This month, students, you've all worked hard for the Warmtang Foundation. In order to reward everyone for their hard work, the Academy is holding a special banquet tonight and treating everyone to a new dish that you've never eaten before. Now, everyone, pack up and follow me out of the city, to the Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a thunderous cheer. Who didn't know that Li Zexuan was very particular about food? Since Li Zexuan valued this new dish so much, they would definitely have a good meal tonight. Most importantly, their recent efforts were recognized by Li Zexuan. This was more important than anything else. In the noisy cheers, Chung Chumo spat out a mouthful of blood. F***CK. This is too much. Too much. A rabbit was actually tricked by the mountain leader. What a loss. Li Zexuan didn't hear Chung Chumo's complaints. When the cheers died down, he led the students out of the city. Yinshan Zhang should be almost ready by now. Chapter 11:17. Priestley, will there be any strong winds tonight? Li Zexuan asked as he bumped into Li Chunfeng when he arrived at the academy. He was just a fake Taoist priest and a fake astronomer. How could he know anything about the weather and the weather? Li Chunfeng thought that Li Zexuan was not good at this and did not suspect anything. He looked up at the sky and said, Marquis, there is no strong wind tonight. Li Zexuan heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly ordered his men to set the banquet at the academy's field. He was worried that the wind would blow tonight, so he set the banquet at the cafeteria. However, since Li Chunfeng said that there was no wind tonight, he had nothing to worry about. Li Zexuan trusted Li Chuanfeng's weather forecast 100%. If you are free tonight, how about having hot pot with me? Although Li Chunfeng was not an official teacher of the academy, Li Gang had assigned him a dormitory because he often observed the sky at night in the Cloud Mountain. This way, he would not have nowhere to stay at night. Since the Marquis has invited me, how can I not go? This is the first time I've heard of hot pot. Today is a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. Li Chunfeng placed his hands behind his back and chuckled. Li Zexuan was curious to see how Li Chunfeng would look like when he ate the hot pot. He wondered how Li Chunfeng would look like. I won't disappoint you. After knowing that the hot pot banquet was going to be held at the field, the students of the academy moved the tables, chairs, coal stoves, and even torches. The group of servants that Li Zixuan had brought along distributed the mutton, fish slices, bean sprouts, and other hot pot ingredients to each table. Strictly speaking, there were 8 people around one stove tonight. Just the students alone had more than 80 stoves. Including the academy's teachers, there were more than 100 stoves. It was a spectacular scene. Fortunately, there was no wind tonight. Otherwise, they would have to hold the hot pot banquet in the cafeteria. With so many coal stoves in the cafeteria, wouldn't they be poisoned? With all the ingredients on the table, there was no opening speech. Li Zixuan only shouted, "Let's eat." Then the students and teachers around the stove began to dig in. In the beginning, only Li Zixuan, Li Tai, Cheng Chimo, Qin Huayu, Yuqi Baolin, and the others were eating. This was because the others didn't know how to eat the raw ingredients around them. Fortunately, humans were very good at imitating. When the people nearby saw how Li Zixuan, Li Tai, and the others ate, they all followed suit. They began to dip the ingredients in the pot and dip them in the sauce to eat. It was like a stone falling into a lake. In the beginning, only the area near the point of impact was affected by the ripples, but as the ripples spread, the water surface further away would also be affected. Not long after, word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Basically, all the teachers and students on the field knew how to eat the so-called hot pot. Oh, delicious. It's so delicious. Is this still mutton? How come I've never eaten such delicious mutton before? Sun Ziffin dipped his chopsticks into the mutton, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into his mouth. The freshness of the mutton, combined with the saltiness of the sauce, almost made him swallow his own tongue. Delicious, it's really delicious. Li Tai didn't even raise his head. He was stuffing food into his mouth as he spoke vaguely. It wasn't that he was a reincarnation of a hungry ghost, but that the people around the stove were a bunch of animals. If he was like Sun Ziffin, that idiot, he wouldn't be able to eat anything in a while and could only drink the soup. No one in the academy would accommodate him just because he was the Prince of Wei. F***CK. Ching Chimo, are you a F***king pig? Baolin, why did you steal my food? Little Kui, you eat so fast too? Sun Ziffin, who was lamenting for a while, looked down and was shocked. He could only hear him wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. This way of eating has a different flavor. I've eaten dozens of years of food before, but it doesn't seem to add up to the amount of food I've eaten in a year at the academy. Yanwang College is really a paradise on earth. Hee. Li Gang, Yin Silu, Li Zixuan, and the heads of the 5 academic departments were originally sitting at the same table. However, Li Gang's grandson, Li Anren, was called to another table by the drunkard. Li Gang's little grandson, Li Anren, was able to take the seat as he wished. At this time, Li Gang tasted the mutton rolls that were dipped in the sauce with his chopsticks. He squinted his eyes and praised. Li Wenji, I might not agree with other things you said, but I agree with this sentence very much. In the entire academy, there was only one person who dared to call Li Gang that. It was probably only the bearded man. This old hooligan didn't submit to anyone but Li Zixuan. As for Li Gang, this great scholar, he used to disdain him. However, after getting along with him for a long time, he would often bicker with him. At this moment, the bearded man ate a large portion of the mutton and drank a mouthful of iced wine. The hot and cold wine stimulated all the taste buds in his mouth. The mellow wine aroma made the fresh taste of the mutton roll even more intense. The bearded man had traveled all over the world in his life, but he had never enjoyed so much. At this time, when he heard Li Gang's praise, he couldn't help but loudly echo. Li Gang shook his head. He didn't get angry because of the bearded man's rudeness. He must have gotten used to it. Mr. Bearded Man, why is your wine still smoking? Did you put it in the pot to cook? Li Anren's eyesight was quite good. He could actually see the white smoke coming out of the bearded man's cup under the light of the torch. Hey, Anren, when you grow up, you must go to Yanwang College. Don't be like your grandfather and spend your whole life studying. Do you understand? The bearded man smiled at Li Anren and said, You're not allowed to talk about my grandfather. Li Anren pouted and said crisply, Hey, the bearded man shook his head. He pointed to the wine cup in his hand and said, "Do you know why I told you to go to Yin Huang College? Do you see? When ordinary people see that my cup is smoking, they think that the things in the cup must be hot. However, the students from Yin Huang College don't think that way, because they know that an ice-cold cup will also emit white smoke in a hotter environment." Hey, you said that your grandfather's studies were superficial. Are there such things in it? Definitely not. The heavens took pity on him. The dignified pirate leader who traversed the 4 seas actually understood science. Li Zixuan, who was drinking a mouthful of wine, almost spat it out. If the pirate leader understood science, then those small island nations on the sea would have no way to survive. Wasn't this too cruel? Chapter 11:18. Come, come, come. Eat meat, eat meat. There's still a lot of mutton left. During the meal, Li Zixuan kept persuading Li Gang, Yin Silu, and the rest to eat more mutton. As for himself, he only took a few bean sprouts. Ma Zhou was touched. He thought that Li Zixuan would leave the meat for them and only eat vegetables. Yamacho, you should eat some mutton too. There's still so much left. We can't finish it with so few people. Ma Zhou wanted to rinse the mutton with his chopsticks and put it into Li Zixuan's bowl, but Li Zixuan quickly stopped him. Hey. Stop. Brother Ma, I'm allergic to mutton. I can't eat mutton. So, to prevent me from getting sick, you must finish all the mutton on the table. If you don't finish it, you're not giving me face. In a moment of desperation, this guy started to talk nonsense. Yamacho, what's allergy? Ma Zhou said with a puzzled expression. Li Zixuan was stunned. He quickly explained, "It's just that you're not used to it. You'll feel uncomfortable all over if you eat it." Oh, there's such a thing? Ma Zhou was even more puzzled. How could anyone eat mutton until they felt uncomfortable? Seeing old Ma's dumbfounded expression, Li Zixuan hurriedly called out, "Mr. Li, Mr. Yin, Mr. Mo, hurry up and eat. And then run, hurry up and eat. You have to know that you can't eat this kind of tender mutton anywhere else." Although the few big shots of the academy felt that Li Zixuan was a little strange, they couldn't pinpoint what was strange about it. They could only eat as they were told. "Young master, I brought the things you wanted." Halfway through the hot pot, San Bao came over and whispered in Li Zixuan's ear. I got it." Li Zixuan nodded and replied softly. The ears of the bearded guest, who was eating large chunks of meat and drinking large bowls of wine, trembled slightly, but he did not take any further action. After a while, Li Zixuan left the table without anyone noticing. But after a while, the teachers and students on the field smelled that something was wrong. Why did he say that he smelled something wrong? Because it smelled so good. What was that smell? It smells so good. Oh, it smells like barbecue. Look, Yamacho is barbecuing meat. A group of people raised their heads and sniffed, trying to find the source of the fragrance. Someone shouted, and everyone's eyes instantly turned to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was leisurely barbecuing a rabbit on a square grill. He kept turning it while sprinkling salt, pepper, cumin, and other condiments on it. The rabbit's body was already golden brown, and drops of oil dripped from it from time to time, making sizzling sounds when they landed on the flames. Just looking at this rabbit was enough to whet one's appetite, not to mention the waves of fragrance that were constantly wafting in this direction. The teachers and students on the field all looked eagerly at Li Zixuan. F***CK. That's my rabbit. Burp. Ching Chumo sighed and couldn't help but burp. Who asked him to eat too quickly just now? He was completely full now. The greatest helplessness in life was when one's stomach was full when one encountered delicious food. Barbecued rabbit. Yamacho is barbecuing a rabbit. It smells so good. I didn't expect a barbecued rabbit to be so fragrant. Burp. It smells so good, but I'm so full. Barbecued meat was actually not a patent of modern people. Compared to modern people, the ancient people's love for barbecued meat could be said to be even greater. The Book of Songs said, "The head of the rabbit, the roasted meat of the cannon. The gentleman has wine, and he offers it with discretion." The meaning was, barbecued rabbit is wine. The more you eat, the better. By the Han Dynasty, barbecuing had already become a culture. According to historical records, Emperor Gaozu of the Han Dynasty, Liu Bang, often barbecued deer liver raw to go with wine. Emperor Zhao of the Han Dynasty also once held a barbecue festival. As the saying went, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. As early as the end of the Warring States period, cloud-patterned square grills specialized in barbecuing appeared. The grill that Li Zishuan was using now had a rough outline similar to the cloud-patterned square grill. San Bao found it in the workshop at the foot of the mountain. Although the barbecued rabbit was fragrant, the students' stomachs were already full. They could only snort the rabbit. TSK, TSK. It should be about time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Zishuan put the rabbit meat to his nose and took a sniff. He clicked his tongue and sighed. Everyone's face was full of black lines. They secretly thought that their yamacho was too despicable. They clearly had better food, but they left it for last. Eat. Why are you all looking at me? Hurry up and eat. Whoever has leftovers on the table tonight will have to wash all the dishes today. Li Zishuan pointed at Cheng Chumo's table and said loudly. All the students were shocked. What a joke. How many bowls and chopsticks were there? Wouldn't it be tiring to wash all of them? So, F***CK, Cheng Chumo, these dishes are clearly on your plate. Why did you put them in my bowl? Bullsh**T. They were yours in the first place. There was a commotion from the crowd. Li Zishuan didn't pay any attention to these students. He carried the roasted rabbit and walked back to his previous table. Come. I just finished barbecued rabbit. Mr. Li, Mr. Yin, Mr. Amo, Mr. Su, Mr. Xiao, Brother Ma. Do you all want some? Li Zishuan put the rabbit on an iron plate and took out a dagger from somewhere. He smiled and said to the people around the stove, Yamacho, you're really, burp, I'm not eating anymore. I really can't eat anymore. Ma Zhou wanted to say that Li Zishuan was despicable, but halfway through, he couldn't help but burp. He shook his head and waved his hand. Everyone else was speechless. Lianren's little face was bitter. Brother Xiao Xian, this rabbit meat is really fragrant, but Anren's stomach is too full. Brother Xiao Xian, can you leave some for Anren to eat tomorrow? Li Zishuan laughed loudly and said, Good, I'll leave a rabbit leg for Anren. Hey, Yamacho, since you gentlemen have no more space in your stomachs, why don't I help you share the burden? Suddenly, the bearded guest came behind Li Zishuan with a wine bowl and said, he had been paying attention to Li Zishuan's movements. When Li Zishuan first started barbecuing the rabbit, he saw it and immediately slowed down his eating speed. In addition, his martial arts realm was the best in the world. Not to mention one rabbit. Even if there were two, he could finish it. This time, it was Li Zishuan's turn to be helpless. He only wanted to be mischievous, but the bearded guest didn't let him be. How depressing. Since Mr. Zhang San can still eat, then please. Li Zishuan invited with a smile. Then I'll drink a few cups with Yamacho. The bearded man laughed heartily, while Li Zishuan held his forehead with his hand, feeling a headache coming on. Chapter 11:19. The grand hot pot banquet for 100 people lasted until midnight before the students and teachers of the academy left. Everyone was very tired these days, but after eating this hot pot banquet, especially after receiving Li Zishuan's affirmation, the students suddenly felt less tired. They did not regret choosing to stay during the previous holiday because this winter holiday was very meaningful for many of them. Set a heart for heaven and earth, and set a life for the people. This was not only Li Zishuan's dream, but also their dream, and they had always been acting like this. They had walked a long way on this road, but there was still a long way to go. Fortunately, for everyone, they were not alone on the road ahead. They all had a group of like-minded companions to forge ahead together. When Li Zishuan returned to the courtyard, Han Yushi had already fallen asleep. As for the other two courtyards, when he came back and passed by, he found that the lights inside were already out. Presumably, his father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother had already fallen asleep. After all, it was close to the end of the year, and he suddenly decided to spend the new year in Yinshan. His father and mother would definitely have a lot of things to arrange the next day. Li Zishuan did not wake up the two maids, Xiao He and Xiao Shi. He casually washed up and quietly went back to his room to sleep. 2 months. I can have another 2 months of holiday. Li Zixuan lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. He could feel his wife's gentle breathing beside him and could not help but sigh in his heart. Being grounded for 2 months was torture for others, but for him, it was a holiday. Since Yanhuang College was established, he basically did not have a day of leisure. If he was not busy at the academy, he would be giving advice at the workshop. Now that he had 2 months of holiday, he should spend some time with his family. After all, he worked so hard on a family business, so that everyone in the family could live a carefree life and not be bullied by others. Imperial Palace, Lijing Palace. Lier had just finished reviewing the memorials and came to Empress Zhang's son to lie down. He suddenly muttered, I heard that Li Zixuan is treating the students of Yanhuang College to hot pot and yinshan tonight. This stinking brat actually ignored my order of confinement. How preposterous! Empress Zhang's son was stunned. Chang'e and Li Chengxian didn't tell her or Li Er about this after they returned to the palace. After being stunned for a moment, she said, Your Majesty, you only restricted the Marquis of Yong'an, but you didn't specify where. He had a home in Yongla Lane, and he also had a home in Cloud Mountain. So strictly speaking, he is not disobeying His Majesty's decree. Although she understood that Li Zixuan was not really angry, Empress Zhang's son still defended him because she knew that Li Zixuan's role in the Tang dynasty was irreplaceable. Li Er was amused. Oof. No wonder this brat dared to go to Cloud Mountain so openly. It turned out that he had such a plan. Maid Guanyin, look at how bold he is to play petty tricks in front of me. Empress Zhang's son covered her mouth and laughed. It's mainly because Your Majesty is broad-minded. Otherwise, the Marquis of Yong wouldn't be like this. This is the sign of a prosperous era. Haha, let's not talk about it. Let me see if Maid Guanyin is broad-minded or not. Lier suddenly laughed evilly. His hands and feet started to move, which naturally caused a wave of coquettish anger. Your Majesty. The next day, Li Zixuan originally planned to sleep in, but things like biological clocks couldn't be changed so easily. Just after 7 in the morning, he got up. When he went downstairs, he saw his father, mother, and the 3 members of the Yi family all come over. Although their family lived in different courtyards, they still ate together. The distance between the courtyards wasn't far. Little Xian, your Yanhuang College is really imposing. Previously, grandmother heard that you built an academy in Nanyang. She thought it was just a few straw huts, but how is this a straw hut? It's simply a paradise on earth. After dinner, I have to go to the academy to take a good look. Oh, right. Does your academy allow outsiders to enter? Seeing Li Zixuan come down, old Madame Yi happily chattered. Yi Guozhong, who was beside her, was also moved. However, due to the restraint of an elder, he didn't say anything. He only stroked his beard and kept glancing at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Grandmother, the academy naturally doesn't allow outsiders to enter. However, since you want to go, you can go as many times as you want. Old Madame Yi was excited at first, but then she waved her hand and said, That won't do. Although grandmother can't help you much, I can't break the rules you set. Grandmother can just take a look from outside. Compared to those people in his previous life who liked to use connections to get in through the back door, this grandmother of his was really kind and reasonable. Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mother, the academy is on holiday now. You can go and take a look if you want. It's not considered breaking the rules. Yi Yuzhu hurriedly persuaded. Li Zixuan also nodded and said, Grandmother, my mother is right. The academy is on holiday now. You can go as you wish. Old Madame Yi then replied, Haha, that's good. Since it's not considered breaking the rules, I'll go and take a look today. After breakfast, the Yi family of 3 went to Yanhuang College accompanied by Mrs. Li. Li Zixuan wrote a note and handed it to Han Yushi. He said, Yushi, if you go to the foundation today, remember to hang this message outside the foundation's gate. Han Yushi looked at the content of the note strangely and was suddenly shocked. She said, Husband, did His Majesty agree to this? Li Zixuan said proudly, Of course. Look at what you're saying, wife. If His Majesty didn't agree, How would your husband have the guts to make a private decision? Han Yushi patted her chest and sighed in relief. She said, "Phew, that's good. I'm going to the foundation today, so I'll help my husband announce this announcement." Be careful, wife. Latest announcement. From this year onwards, the businessman who donates the most to the Warm Tang Foundation will be awarded the title of Righteous Businessman by the Imperial Court. Today, the Warm Tang Foundation opened its doors as usual. Although there were fewer people who came to donate money than usual, there were still some people. The people in line quickly realized that the foundation today was different from usual. There was an eye-catching sign at the entrance, and the words on the sign were as follows. Everyone was shocked. Righteous Businessman. The Warm Tang Foundation actually had the power to be recognized by the Imperial Court as a righteous businessman. This was serious news. Chapter 1120. Old Master. Old Master. Big news. Big news. Chongren Lane, Chow family's courtyard. A servant in a green shirt and a gray hat rushed in and said as he ran. Old Master Chow was flipping through the latest issue of Datong Daily. Datong Daily had developed to this point. Other than reporting on recent news, there were also many business opportunities in it. For example, there was a shortage of coal in Bing Province and Qinzhou. For businessmen, if they could capture business opportunities immediately, it meant that there was a chance to make money. What's the fuss about? Chow Wendong frowned when he heard the servants shouting outside. Old Master. Big news. Today, a notice was posted in front of the Warm Tang Foundation. It says that from this year onwards, the person who donates the most money will be rewarded with the title of Righteous Merchant. The servant pushed the door open and bowed. If the superiors were good, the subordinates would be even better. Chow Wendong had wanted the title of Righteous Merchant for a long time. The servants of the Chow family naturally paid attention to this news. Wasn't there a servant who came to report the news as soon as it was released? Smack! Chow Wendong slammed the newspaper on the table and stood up. What? The Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce wants to give the person who donates the most money the title of Righteous Merchant? The servant replied. Yes, old master. Chow Wendong's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He said, Is the source reliable? The servant said confidently, Don't worry, old master. I personally saw the notice posted in front of the Warm Tang Foundation. It can't be fake. Huff. Chow Wendong took a deep breath. His eyes flashed, and he immediately ordered, Get the 7 shopkeepers to come to me immediately. Yes, old master. Sigh. There's no hope for our Lin family this year. Some families were happy, while others were sad. When Lin Wenyuan of the Lin family heard the news, his face was full of worry. This was because the Lin family's money was all tied up in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Currently, there was not much money circulating in their accounts. The so-called first good deed of the year was something that the Lin family would not be able to get. Master, Howard is familiar with Han Xiao. Why don't we let him ask Han Xiao to beg the Marquis of Yong and to release a batch of bicycles for our family? They will definitely sell well. When the time comes, I'll have extra money. Madame Lin thought of an idea and said, No. Lin Wenyuan didn't even think about it and directly refused. It's how Er's good fortune to be friends with Mr. Han. We can't ruin their friendship because of such a small benefit. Even if they had a batch of bicycles now, it would be too late. The Chow family is even more prepared. We can't compare to them no matter what. Now it seems that we can only fight for it next year. Master's right. Zhang Jingyang of Huiyuan House donated 10,000 strings of cash to Nuan Tang Foundation. Murong Yinhai of Yongping Square donated 20,000 strings of cash to Nuan Tang Foundation. Qi Hushing of Changshu Square donated 10,000 strings of cash to Nuan Tang Foundation. The Warm Tang Foundation, which had been quiet for almost 10 days, suddenly became lively again. All kinds of large donations came in, attracting circle after circle of passers-by. The popularity of the event was even greater than before. Yo, why are there so many people donating money today? And they're all donating 10,000 strings of cash. What's going on? TSK, didn't you see the notice on the door? From this year onwards, the Tang Foundation will give the title of Righteous Merchant to the businessman who donates the most money every year. It's already the end of the year. Aren't those who won the title of Righteous Merchant in a hurry? Oh, I was wondering why that was. So that's why. Hey, this way, the Tang Foundation can receive more donations and help more poor people in the future. Of course, I saw the students of Yanwang College in Xinfeng County yesterday delivering coal stoves and clothes to Zhao Ermatzi's family. The Tang Foundation is really doing this for our good. Your Majesty is wise. The people gathered outside the Tang Foundation's gate and discussed. At the same time, they were praising the notice because they all knew that the more donations the Tang Foundation received, the more poor people would be able to improve their lives. This was a great merit, and, at the same time, something that could benefit them. Chongren Lane's Chao Wendong donates 50,000 strings of cash to the Tang Foundation. Suddenly, a clap of thunder blasted through the entire Lane. Everyone was stunned. 50,000 strings of cash. Old Master Chao is so generous. Oh my God. Old Master Chao is too kind. This year's Righteous Merchant is definitely going to be him. Of course, in addition to the previous donation, Master Chao has donated a total of 60,000 strings of cash. Lier did not know that the people were praising him. However, when he heard about the notice posted by the Tang Foundation after the morning assembly, his old face immediately darkened. Bastard! That brat dares to make a decision on his own? Who gave him the guts? Lier slammed the table and stood up angrily. Your Majesty, please calm down. Empress Zhang's son brought a bowl of lotus seed soup over and happened to see Lier throwing a tantrum. She quickly came over to console him. Oomph. Guanyin, look, isn't that brat getting bolder and bolder? Lier threw the booklet in his hand on the table and snorted. Empress Zhang's son put down the lotus seed soup and picked up the booklet. She opened it and read it seriously. A moment later, she frowned and said hesitantly, Your Majesty, I feel that with the Duke of Yong'an's personality, he would not act on his own in the face of such an important matter. Your Majesty, please think carefully. Did you promise the Duke of Yong'an to do this? Lier raised his eyebrows. Guanyin, you don't believe me? I wouldn't dare. Empress Zhang's son hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty is busy every day, so it's inevitable that you will remember some things incorrectly. Although the Duke of Yong is somewhat frivolous on the surface, he would not be so rash when it comes to matters of right and wrong. Therefore, I would like to be so bold as to ask your Majesty to recall. Lier shook his head. I might remember other things incorrectly, but I will not remember this matter. At the time, Li Zishuan asked me to give rewards to merchants who donated a large amount of money. So, I gave him a righteous merchant spot. But that was clearly starting from next year. That brat probably took advantage of a loophole again. Oomph. He's getting bolder and bolder. The specific situation that day was enough. Enough. I will grant you a righteous merchant spot every year. Your Majesty, and does this year count? Scram. Lier's original intention was to start from next year, but he did not expect that Li Zishuan would take advantage of a loophole again. Your Majesty, this, although the Duke of Yong might have taken advantage of a loophole, considering that he did it for the sake of the people, you should not blame him, right? Empress Zhang's son held back her laughter and persuaded. Chapter 1121. When the civil officials heard the news of donating money to be rewarded with the title of Righteous Merchant, their reactions were very big. In their eyes, this was no different from Emperor Ling of Han selling his official position. Although the so-called Righteous Merchant was not an official, simply judging the amount of donations to decide whether to give the title of Righteous Merchant would damage the credibility of the imperial court and indirectly raise the status of merchants. Therefore, many of the civil officials began to draft memorials at home, planning to ask Lier to take back the imperial decree tomorrow morning. Yes, there were those who agreed and those who disagreed, but no one suspected that the Tang Foundation was faking the imperial decree. Because in everyone's hearts, the Tang Foundation would not be so daring, and Li Zishuan, who was behind the foundation, would not have the guts either. The mess that Li Zixuan made, in the end, still had to be cleaned up by Li Er. Otherwise, if Li Zixuan was accused of faking the imperial decree, the Great Tang Empire would lose such a peerless genius forever. Husband, in just half a day this morning, the Foundation received more than 100,000 strings of coins and donations. The power of this announcement is too great, Han Yushi said excitedly to Li Zixuan during lunch. Now, only the two of them were left at home. The others were still at Yanwang College. They must have had too much fun in the morning and went to the college cafeteria for lunch. Yeah, of course, Li Zixuan said matter-of-factly as he ate. It's said that scholars value their reputation, while merchants value their profits. In fact, scholars and merchants both value their reputation and profits, because with fame, profits will naturally come. Han Yushi thought about it thoughtfully, then nodded. Husband, what you said makes sense. But my husband doesn't seem to value his reputation, nor does he value profits. Li Zixuan laughed and said, What's the point of valuing those things? As long as our family can live happily for the rest of our lives, that's enough. Wife, don't you think so? Yes, yes. Han Yushi nodded her head heavily. After getting married, she finally understood that for a family, unity and harmony were the most important things. All right, husband, did His Majesty really allow this announcement in the morning? How come I've never heard you mention it before? Li Zixuan sweated slightly and said, His Majesty did say that, but he hasn't officially issued an imperial edict yet. In any case, you don't have to worry. The only reason he released the news now was because he wanted the Yuantang Foundation to increase its performance by the end of the year. After all, Oli had already agreed to award the title of philanthropist to the person who donated the most money every year. So, what difference did it make whether it started this year or next? The next day, as soon as the morning court session began, there was indeed an official who requested Li Er to retract his order. He even said, if not, the country will be in danger. Li Er was already prepared. He had Kong Ingda tell the civil and military officials the story of Zi Lu rescuing drowning and Zi Gong redeeming people. Ever since we ascended the throne, we have worked hard every day for fear of repeating the mistakes of the previous dynasty. Although the Great Tang is at peace right now, there's still many people who can't get enough to eat and wear. We are concerned about the suffering of the people, so we set up the Warm Tang Foundation to gather the strength of all the wealthy in the Great Tang to help the poor. However, if we want the people to continue doing good deeds, how can the court not give out some decent benefits? Thus, we set up this rule to award the title of philanthropist to the philanthropist every year. Furthermore, this so-called philanthropist title is just a title. He has no real power and will not receive any special treatment. Why are you all so against it? Since the incident had already happened, there was no way he could push the blame to Li Zixuan. Before Li Er went to court, he had already thought of an excuse to deal with the stubborn scholars. In fact, his excuse was basically the same one that Li Zixuan had used to persuade him. However, Li would remember this grudge. As for whether he would find a chance to make things difficult for Li Zixuan in the future, that person could only pray for the best. Your Majesty is wise. This old subject agrees with Your Majesty's philanthropist reward system. A person that even Li Er himself did not expect to stand out and support Li Er's philanthropist system. Who else could it be other than Wei Zheng? The Cui family had fallen, and Cui Junchuo was temporarily detained by the Supreme Court. After the new year, Wei Zheng would bring Cui Junchuo to Hunan province to clean up the government and thoroughly investigate the evil deeds that the Cui family had done over the years. This old subject has heard that those who seek for wood must strengthen their roots. Those who desire to flow far must dredge their source. Those who desire for the safety of the country must accumulate virtue. The source is not deep, but the stream is far. The root is not solid, but the tree is long. The virtue is not thick, but the country's safety. Although this subject is foolish, I know that it is not right. The emperor is the weight of the divine weapon, the vastness of the region, the height of the sky, and the boundless safety of the land. Do not think of danger in times of peace. Abstain from extravagance and thrift. The virtue is not thick, the affection is not strong, the desire is not strong. The root is cut in order to flourish, the source is blocked, the flow is long. Your Majesty's action is for the people. Although there are flaws, it is beneficial to the country. This old subject believes that your Majesty's action is very good. You can even increase the quota of philanthropist merchants every year by 2 more. This way, the Warm Tang Foundation will be able to collect donations from all over the world and help the people of the world. In the future, even if there is a natural disaster in the Tang Empire, the imperial court will not have to exhaust the national treasury to help the people. The Warm Tang Foundation will be able to overcome it alone and ensure the safety of the people of the Tang Empire. What Lier did not expect was that the flamethrower Wei, who liked to scold people in the past, had now turned into a virtuous person. He wrote an essay in front of the court, giving him and the other officials a lesson on how to govern the country by valuing the people's lives. It was so long that Lier could not help but applaud. Good, good, good. Beloved official Wei's words have won my heart. I believe that the emperor is like a boat. The commoners are like water. Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. I will always reflect on myself with this sentence. At the same time, I hope that all of you can take this as a warning and be good officials who serve the people wholeheartedly. Ensure the peace of the Tang Empire for generations. Lier slammed the table and stood up. At this moment, the more he looked at Wei Zheng, the more he liked him. He even regretted sending Wei Zheng to the Hunan province next year. That's right. When Wei Zheng was sent to the Hunan province, it was partly for the sake of the public. In terms of fairness and honesty, there were not many people in the imperial court who could be compared to Wei Zheng. The other part was because of Lier's selfishness. He wanted to have a few days of peace. But now, Old Li was a little regretful. If Wei Zheng, this mirror, left, would he be so complacent that he would make a foolish decision? Left Minister Wei's words are like pearls of wisdom. This old subject is enlightened after hearing them. This old subject also agrees with your Majesty's reward system for philanthropist merchants. Lier's water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it, shocked the officials. The civil official number 2, Fong Xianling, immediately stood up and clasped his hands. Seeing this, the civil official number 1, Zhang Sun Wuji, also stood up and said, "This old subject agrees." Since the two of them supported Lier, the rest of the officials could not do anything even if they objected. In the imperial court, there were voices of seconding. Chapter 1122. If Li Zishuan had attended the morning assembly today, he would have screamed, F***CK, because Wei Zheng's 1,000-word proverb was basically the original text of the famous 10 Thoughts on Admonishing Emperor Taizong. However, the 10 Thoughts on Admonishing Emperor Taizong was written in the 17th year of Zhengguan. It could only be said that as a transmigrator, some things could be changed, but some things could not be changed no matter what. This was fate and also the cycle of the heavens. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan, who was concentrating on his book at home, received an imperial edict from Lier. From next year onwards, the Warm Tang Foundation's quota for charity merchants will be increased to 3. At the end of the imperial edict, there was even a warning for Li Zishuan to not play any more tricks. This made Li Zishuan speechless. He thought to himself, Old Li's tolerance is only SOSO. This guy doesn't know that with his actions, any random dynasty or emperor would have died countless times. Young Master, Steward Fu, is here. He's in the front hall. Han Yushi had been at the Warm Tang Foundation for the past 2 days, so only Li Zishuan and the 2 maids were left at home. At this time, Xiaoyi knocked on the door of the study and said to Li Zishuan, "Oh, I'm coming." Li Zishuan replied, then put down his pen and walked out the door. "Young Master, I'm sorry for disturbing you while you're writing." Faubert saw Li Zishuan coming over and quickly stood up with an apologetic expression. Li Zishuan laughed and waved his hand. "Huh, Faubert, what are you saying? Writing a book is not something that can be finished in a day or 2. How is this disturbing? Please take a seat." Xiaoyi, boil a pot of tea and bring it over. Yes, young master. Xiao He answered and left. Now that there was a coal stove and honeycomb briquettes at home, boiling water was just too convenient. Young master, this old man is here to ask if we should start producing the bicycles from before. After all, the demand for coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes is starting to decrease. We should be able to free up a lot of manpower to produce bicycles. After a while, Xiao He brought 2 cups of tea. Faubert stopped the small talk and got down to business. Li Zixuan was startled. After thinking for a moment, he said, since the workshop has enough manpower, we can naturally produce bicycles. But in this season, the people are usually so cold that they don't even want to go out. Will anyone be willing to buy a bicycle? Faubert smiled and said, young master, you don't have to worry about that. Just a few days ago, many of the old masters who came to the workshop to ask for custom-made heaters asked if the workshop sold bicycles. That's why we don't have to worry about selling this bicycle. Li Zixuan nodded and said, if that's the case, then go ahead and build it. Now that the workshop doesn't lack iron, rubber, or sulfur, it's better to make a batch by the end of the year and let the members of the Chamber of Commerce make a profit. At this time, he remembered that he still had a group of hungry members of the Chamber of Commerce under him. A while ago, the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes were beneficial to the country and the people. But to the members of the Chamber of Commerce, it was not beneficial. Only bicycles were profitable. But in order to carry out the warm winter operation, well, he let the workshop focus on producing coal stoves. This was considered as sacrificing the interests of the members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Now was the time to compensate them. Okay, then I will make the arrangements later. The molds and materials are all ready-made. We should be able to produce a batch before the new year. Faubert nodded. Faubert, how is Xiao Bing doing over there? That kid should have sent you a message, right? Li Zixuan smiled and asked. Hearing Li Zixuan mention his nephew, Uncle Fu's face was full of smiles. He replied, thank you for your concern, young master. That kid is fine. I heard that he used the money young master gave him to buy a house over there and bought a few acres of land. He said that he plans to let me retire in the future. Li Zixuan could not help but laugh. From what I see, he wants to settle down there himself. Faubert was a little embarrassed. I don't think so. He just wants to have a place to stay while helping young master. Li Zixuan shook his head and did not probe further. He asked again, then does he have news of my father-in-law? Ever since Han Lijing went to Hedong Road, he had not sent any messages to Li Zixuan or Han Yushi. Han Yushi was naturally very worried. Li Zixuan was also a little worried. He even sent people to Hedong Road to check for news. But the world was big. If a person fell into a sea of people, how could it be so easy to find him? Faubert stroked his beard and carefully recalled for a moment. He said, I remember Xiao Bing mentioned in a letter that Han Lijing went to Yinzhou. He did not mention anything else. Li Zixuan's heart sank. After a moment, he nodded and said, I know. That's all for now. Faubert cupped his hands and said goodbye. Li Zixuan sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he said, Husband, father is back. There was a flurry of footsteps and Han Yushi's surprised cheers at the door. Li Zixuan opened his eyes and saw Han Yushi panting in front of him. Her little face was red from the cold. The breath from her mouth formed clouds of white mist in the air. After a moment of shock, Li Zixuan said, Wifey, are you saying that father-in-law is back? Under normal circumstances, Han Yushi would call Li Zixuan father and Han Tianhu father. Li Zixuan was very sensitive to the key point in Han Yushi's words. Yes, father is back. Han Yushi nodded happily. Li Zixuan heard and hurriedly stood up. He said, Where is he? Let's go and see father-in-law. At the same time, he finally felt relieved. As long as Han Lijing was fine, it was fine. Otherwise, his wife would cry to death. No need, Xiao Xian. I'm here. At this moment, Han Lijing appeared at the door and said, it turned out that Han Yushi had come to Yinshan with him. However, perhaps because Han Yushi was too excited and wanted to tell Li Zixuan the news earlier, she ran faster and arrived first. Li Zixuan looked over and saw Han Lijing standing upright in front of the door. His face was unshaven and looked a little weathered. Although his clothes were a little shabby, they still looked tidy. His back was as straight as usual, but there was more depth in his eyes, making him look a little melancholy. Father-in-law, Lisa Schwan went forward and greeted him with a smile. How have you and Yushi been? Han Lijing asked with a smile. Both are good. Both are good. Father-in-law must be tired from the journey. Come in and sit down. Lisa Schwan felt that there were many stories behind his father-in-law's smile. He guessed that he had experienced many things on this trip to Hedong Road. Chapter 11:23. Father-in-law, I heard that you went to Yunzhou a while ago. Lisa Schwan asked after Han Tianhu sat down in the Yunshan residence. Han Lijing replied, Yes, I went to Yunzhou to visit my old brothers. Lisa Schwan sensed that something was wrong with Han Lijing's tone, so he asked, Father-in-law, did something happen? Han Lijing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Nothing. Let's not talk about it. When I came back, I heard that the Chui family had fallen. Is that true? Lisa Schwan saw that his father-in-law did not want to talk about Yunzhou, so he did not ask further. He nodded and said, Yes, that's true. Han Lijing sighed with emotion. Then his expression changed. Xiao Xian, tell me honestly, did you secretly add fuel to the fire behind the Chui family's incident? There were less than 10 people in the Tang Empire who knew the real mastermind behind the Chui family's incident. Han Lijing could guess it because he knew that Lisa Schwan had a history with the Chui family. Lisa Schwan met his father-in-law's aggressive gaze and could only say helplessly, I do have some connections. Han Lijing asked anxiously, Does His Majesty know about this? Lisa Schwan smiled bitterly and said, If His Majesty doesn't know, why would I be grounded for 2 months? Han Lijing's face turned pale instantly. He said angrily, Grounded for 2 months? Xiao Xian, you're still not satisfied with being grounded for 2 months? What you've done is taboo. Luckily, His Majesty is benevolent and magnanimous. Otherwise, even if you had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough to chop them off. Xiao Xian, I hope that you can think twice before you do anything in the future. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Now, you don't only represent yourself. Behind you, there's Yushi, your father, mother, and sister, and even the students of the academy. There's more than one solution to many problems. Being rash and impulsive will only lead to endless troubles. Imperial power was greater than the heavens. Little Xian, I've been there before. I know you don't like to be restrained, but since you've left Mount Longhu and entered the secular world, you have to maintain a respectful heart towards imperial power. Otherwise, once His Majesty becomes suspicious of you, everything in the Li family, including the Yanhuang College, will be reduced to nothing. In the past, my father lost his respect for the imperial power and was momentarily blinded by greed. He rebelled with Yang Xingan, and in the end his family was destroyed. Father-in-law hopes that you can take this as a warning and try not to let your emotions affect your decisions. Han Tianhu's personal experience had instilled in Li Zixuan the concept of imperial power is supreme. After Li Zixuan finished listening to his father-in-law's description, a layer of cold sweat formed on his back. At this moment, he finally understood that he was indeed a little too reckless and selfish back then. He had only considered the temporary satisfaction and comfort he would get by wiping out the Chui family, but he had not considered that his family and even his students would be implicated by his actions. Although it was refreshing to see injustice on the road and draw a sword to help, it would be fine if he had no attachments, but he still had a group of old and weak women and children behind him. His father-in-law was right. He had indeed lost his respect and acted too rashly. Father-in-law is right. I will take this as a warning and think thrice before doing anything in the future. Li Zixuan solemnly cupped his hands and said, he was not someone who could not listen to other people's opinions. Han Lijing's eyes were filled with both gratification and complexity. He sighed and said, I hope this incident will not arouse His Majesty's suspicion. Otherwise, little Xian, you will have a hard time in the imperial court in the future. Father-in-law, you don't have to worry. His Majesty has already punished me by grounding me for 2 months. Even if he is suspicious, at most, he will just strip me of my official title. At that time, I will be able to peacefully be a rich man and a teacher. Anyway, it had already happened. Li Zixuan was very open-minded. First, he did not rebel, and second, he did not usurp the throne. At most, Li Zixuan would just strip him of his official title and let him go home to farm. Throughout the entire Jingguan dynasty, except for those who rebelled, no minister had been beheaded because he angered the emperor. In this era, the monarch was quite tolerant of his ministers. It was far from the Qing dynasty, where one's entire family would be killed because of one wrong word. As long as he did not touch that red line, his life would not be in danger. Alas, this is the only way. I just came back. There are still many things to do at home, so I'll go back first. Little Xian, take care. Han Tianhu let out a long sigh. He stood up and patted Li Zixuan's shoulder. Then he was about to leave. Li Zixuan felt an inexplicable sense of heaviness. He always felt that after his father-in-law went to Yinzhou, he seemed to have changed a little. He had become more profound. Husband, father may be thinking too much. Don't take it to heart. Han Yushi saw Li Zixuan frowning and sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. She could not help but feel a little distressed. Li Zixuan sighed, took his wife into his arms, and said, "Wife, I am sorry. A while ago, I was too impulsive. I only wanted to have a clear mind for a moment, but I neglected you all. I almost implicated the entire Li family into a sea of fire. In the future, I will not. Husband, don't say that." Before Li Zixuan could finish, Han Yushi placed her slender finger in front of Li Zixuan's mouth and said anxiously, "Since this concubine is married to my husband, I am naturally willing to share honor and disgrace with my husband. No matter what my husband does, this concubine will support him. No matter what the consequences are, this concubine is willing to bear them with my husband." Looking at the pure eyes and sincere face of the beautiful lady in front of him, Li Zixuan's heart was suddenly greatly touched. He couldn't help but hug Han Yushi tightly in his arms again. He silently patted her back and thought in his heart, "Don't worry about me. Wife, I will protect you in this life. I will also protect father, mother, and honor." Han Lijing's words made Li Zixuan suddenly wake up. He could not be reckless, especially when he was the head of the family. The fate of the whole family was related to him, so he had to be more careful. However, not being rash did not mean that he would remain silent the next time he saw injustice. Han Lijing was right. There are some things that could not be solved by being rash. Although it was domineering and satisfying to take revenge without caring about anything else, the repercussions that came with it were equally huge. Li Zixuan felt that he should be more stable in the future. After all, this was a feudal society. No matter what happened in the future, he had to live day by day. After another 2 days, on the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, the warm winter operation ended. Li Zixuan announced that all the students were on holiday. Those who lived close to him could go home, and those who lived far away could stay in the academy for the new year. During this period, the academy would provide all the students with free food. Such attractive conditions made some of the teachers in the academy who lived close to Yunshan couldn't help but stay. After all, the food in the academy was completely comparable to the restaurants outside. Li Zixuan knew that he could not help but laugh. In addition to free food for the students who stayed for the new year, he also prepared something else. Chapter 1124. As the end of the year approached, the atmosphere in the capital became more and more intense. On the streets of Chang and city, people could be seen purchasing New Year goods everywhere. The price of pork in the eastern and western cities quietly rose. Although it was cheap meat in the eyes of the rich, it was a supreme delicacy to the poor. Furthermore, Zhuaxian restaurant had introduced a few new dishes that were related to pork. There were more and more ways to cook pork among the people, but they were not as delicious as Zhuaxian restaurants. Even so, the pork dishes among the people were many times more delicious than before. Therefore, no matter if it was rich or poor, they would stock up on pork at home as the end of the year approached. As a result, the demand for pork in Chang and city naturally soared. It was difficult for the price of pork not to rise. However, With the previous example of cloth prices skyrocketing in Chong and city and cloth merchants being arrested, the peddlers did not dare to go overboard. The price of pork was still within a controllable range. In addition to pork, the sales of other goods were also booming, such as cloth, silk, jade Buddha, porcelain, and so on. All kinds of small items for children to play with also filled the streets and alleys. Jianghu merchants also hoped to take advantage of this annual festival to make a fortune. Although Yinshan City was far away from the bustling city, one could still feel the flavor of the new year. Li Gang had two sons. The eldest son was called Li Shaoji. He left behind Li Anren, who died a few years ago. The youngest son, Li Lian, had been an official in another city and had returned to Chong 2 days ago. The old man had lived in Yinshan City for a long time and was used to the elegant atmosphere here. He insisted on celebrating the new year here. Li Lian was not by his father's side all year round. Naturally, he had to stay by Li Gang's side to fulfill his filial piety. Therefore, he brought his wife and servants to Yinshan City. The couple had stayed in the Cloud Mountain courtyard for 2 days. They were actually reluctant to go back because the house and furniture in the courtyard were too comfortable to live in. As the end of the year approached, Li Lian's wife also began to arrange for the servants to buy New Year's goods. She and Li Lian were very respectful to Li Zishuan, the owner of Yinshan. Therefore, when buying New Year's goods, they would often come over to ask Li Zishuan or Han Yushi if they wanted to help bring anything. Sometimes, Han Yushi would go to the Chong and Warmtang Foundation and often use a carriage to give Li Lian's wife a ride. After a few exchanges, the two families quickly became familiar with each other, and there was a sense of closeness between them. Recently, Yin Lai had been coming to Cloud Mountain more frequently. In a few days, the officials of the imperial court would welcome a rare 7 days of annual leave. Yin Lai also planned to bring his family to Cloud Mountain for the new year. As a person grew older, he preferred peace and quiet. Therefore, at Yinshan, the Yin family's residence was also decorated with lanterns and colored banners to welcome the new year. As for Sun Simiao, the old Taoist had always been a loner. He had no concept of celebrating the new year, but he had a good disciple. After failing to invite Sun Simiao to his home for the new year, he asked Hu Hanyin to go to Yinshan Mountain to buy New Year's goods for his master. Of course, old Hu agreed. Even Lu Yue, who had always been stingy, became generous at this time. She let Hu Hanyin carry the pork and fish bought at home to Yinshan Mountain as if they were free. Hu Jing and Hu Zhen, on the other hand, helped Sun Simiao tidy up the courtyard inside and out after the free medical consultation every day. The two of them claimed that they would definitely go to Yinshan during the new year to celebrate with Sun Simiao. As for the free medical consultation in the surrounding counties, they would definitely have to stop in a few days and could only continue after the new year. Yin Silu returned to Chong and after the holidays. He still had a big family in Chong, and Wang Ji was unwilling to go to his brother's house, so he stayed in the academy. He bragged to the bearded man all day long and drank some wine. He was quite carefree. Ma Zhou rented a house in Chong and City, so he had somewhere to go. However, he spent more time in the editorial department of Detong Daily recently. Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei went down the mountain and returned to their mansion in Plum Village, which was the house of Lu Shirin and his son. As for the rest of the Mo family, the civilian staff returned to their homes in Plum Village, while the military staff continued to guard the academy. This was because there were many scientific secrets in Yanwang College. If they were stolen by someone with ill intentions, the loss would be huge. In fact, people like Ma Zhou, Wang Ji, Yin Silu, and Mo Huai were very likely to be evaluated as professors in the Academy's teacher title evaluation at the beginning of next year. When that time came, they would naturally obtain a modern residence in Yinshan Mountain that everyone envied. Li Zishuan did not lack money or residences. He lacked talents. If there were 10,000 talents like Ma Zhou and Wang Ji, he would dare to take them all. Wasn't it just a house for each of them? In Li Zishuan's eyes, it was just a small amount of money. However, if he did this in the modern world, he would really be a super rich boss. Even the richest man in the country would not dare to play like this. Fei Ji, Go and invite Mr. Li Gang over. Tell him that I've warmed a pot of good wine and invited him to taste it. Li Zishuan saw that the house was decorated with lanterns and color banners, but he still felt that something was missing. Suddenly, he thought of something and gave the order. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji immediately received the order and left. After half an hour, Li Gang's laughter came from outside. You must be lying to me. You said that you've warmed a pot of good wine? Huh, I'm afraid you have something to ask me, right? His voice arrived before his person. Although Li Gang was already over 80 years old, his voice was still full of energy. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man had already arrived at the door. Li Zishuan quickly stood up and greeted him. What are you talking about, old man? Look at this stove. Isn't there a pot of good wine that I've warmed for you? Oh, it really is. Judging from the smell, it doesn't smell like a gentle village, and it doesn't smell like drunken immortal either. Why does it smell like herbs? Li Gang sniffed lightly, and his face was filled with confusion. Li Zishuan laughed and stretched out his hand. This is a medicinal wine recipe that I got from Sun Daozhong last month. Drinking it can strengthen the bones, strengthen the muscles, and nourish the blood. Moreover, the method of making this medicinal wine is quite unique, causing the taste of this medicinal wine to be even more unique. Mr. Li, would you like to try it? He wasn't making this up. The prescription for the medicinal wine was real. Originally, it was meant for his father, but Li Jingma felt that his body was still strong and didn't need to drink it. After drinking it a few times, he didn't drink it. Now, it was a good idea to give it to Li Gang. At his age, the old man's ability to produce blood was insufficient, and his muscles and bones were seriously aging. He needed nourishment like this. Ha! Yamacho, you've praised this medicinal wine as if it's the only thing in the world. How can I not give it a try? Li Gang sat down and smiled while stroking his beard. Suddenly, he changed the topic. Yamacho, why don't you tell me why you're looking for me first? Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable drinking this wine. Li Zishuan's old face, or rather, his small face, immediately stiffened. Chapter 1125. Ahem. Mr. Li's eyes are as sharp as a torch, so I told you the truth. In the Yinshan residence, Li Zishuan coughed awkwardly before telling the truth. I wanted to ask for a few words from Mr. Li, but because I've been grounded at home by His Majesty, it's inconvenient for me to go out, so I had to ask Mr. Li to come over. Li Gang was speechless. Our residences are only a few steps away from each other. Even if you go out, do you think His Majesty will find trouble with you? Besides, there are no outsiders on Yinshan. Who would be so free as to inform His Majesty of such a small matter? Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. Who asked him to be well-meaning by his father-in-law 2 days ago? Naturally, he would be a little more careful when doing things. Ahem. Since His Majesty wants me to stay at home and reflect, then I must be sincere. Huh. Li Gang shook his head. He obviously didn't believe him, but he was too lazy to investigate further. At this time, he said, in terms of calligraphy, I'm far inferior to Deng Shan, Chu Suiliang, and Bo Shi, Yu Shernan. Why would Yamacho come to me for help? Ha! What I seek is Mr. Li's artistic conception and also Mr. Li's spirit. Mr. Li has noble character and unquestionable integrity. I must hang Mr. Li's calligraphy at home and study it at all times. Li Zishuan flattered. In fact, this fellow wanted to take Li Gang's calligraphy and leave it as a family heirloom for future generations. Although Li Gang's calligraphy wasn't as famous as Yu Shernan and Chu Suiliang's, Li Gang's fame wasn't any less than those two. Besides, he was now grounded. How could he go out and ask Yu Shernan and Chu Suiliang to write for him? Sending someone to invite them to his residence wasn't realistic either. After all, their friendship wasn't that good yet. Huh. Yamacho, don't flatter me. What do you want me to write? Just tell me. When the time comes, don't complain that my calligraphy is ugly. Li Gang waved his hand and smiled helplessly. Li Zishuan nodded at Xiaohe. The latter turned around and left. Soon, she returned with 2 rows of red papers in her hands. Li Zishuan said to Li Gang, it's going to be the New Year soon. I want to hang 2 auspicious characters in front of the door to make it seem more festive. It's just that these characters are a little difficult to display, so I asked Mr. Li Gang to come and inscribe them. Li Gang frowned. What are you going to inscribe on Yamacho? I call this a couplet because it's going to be the New Year soon. It's also called Spring Festival Couplets. Couplet? Yamacho, tell me about it. It could not be said that there were no couplets in this era, but there was no such thing as a couplet. In fact, long before the Qin and Han dynasties, people in our country had the custom of hanging peach talismans during the New Year. The so-called peach talisman was to write the names of the legendary exorcist gods Shin Cha and Yu Lei on 2 peach planks and hang them on the left and right doors to exorcise ghosts and suppress evil. This custom lasted for more than 1,000 years. It was only in the 5th generation that people began to inscribe couplets on the peach planks. According to the records of the Song dynasty and the Shu family, Meng Chong, the ruler of Shu in the 5th generation, every year, scholars were appointed to write poems and inscribe peach talismans on the left and right of the bedroom door. At the end of the year, 964 AD, the scholar Xing Yinshuan wrote poems. Chong used his non-professional skills to write poems and wrote New Year's celebration, festivals Chongchun. This was the earliest form of couplets, and it was also the earliest spring festival couplets in our country. After the Song dynasty, it was quite common for people to hang spring festival couplets during the New Year. Wang Engshi's poem, "Thousands of families always exchange new peach talismans for old ones," was a true portrayal of the grand occasion at that time. Because the appearance of spring festival couplets was closely related to peach talismans, the ancients called them peach talismans. Therefore, when Li Gang heard the couplets in spring festival couplets, he was stunned. Li Zishuan was already prepared, and he said without hesitation, "The first part of the couplet is called Smooth Sailing, Happy Every Year. The second part is called Everything Goes Well, Every Step is High. The horizontal inscription is Lucky Star Shines High." This couplet wasn't considered literary, but it stood out because it was festive. It was considered one of the more widespread spring festival couplets in modern times. Li Gang heard this and squinted his eyes. After a moment of silence, he nodded and praised. Although it doesn't have any novelty, it wins in that the couplet is neat and tidy. Furthermore, these 2 sentences can be considered appropriate for the occasion. But why do I feel that this couplet is similar to the peach talisman? Peach talisman? Li Zishuan was stunned. Fortunately, he wasn't an ignorant person. After thinking for a while, he finally recalled the peach talisman in an ancient poem. Therefore, he nodded and said, that's right. This is also called a peach talisman, but I feel that couplets are more suitable for it than peach talismans." Li Gang shook his head and didn't deny it. The old man placed the red paper on the table. Li Zishuan hurriedly asked Xiao he to grind the ink with the best pine smoke ink. The Tang dynasty was a period of rapid development of ink production technology. From the Wei and Jin dynasties, the ink balls made of lacquer and pine coal were gradually popularized and finalized in the Tang dynasty. Various solid ink ingots were made with pine smoke and glue, and the quality was getting better and better. Famous inks such as Zhu Min, Li Yongbing, Shi Chao, Shi Tinggui, and other famous inks made by famous artists such as Zhu Min, Li Yongbing, Shi Chao, and Shi Tinggui were all tributes to the imperial family. Li Gang held the brush and concentrated. After a series of strokes, 16 large characters suddenly appeared on the paper. Li Zishuan looked at it and realized that Li Gang's handwriting wasn't as bad as the old man said. It was different from Chu Suelian's calligraphy, which was long and flat, and was also different from Yu Shernan's calligraphy, which was dignified and full of spirit. Li Gang's handwriting was as smooth as jade, graceful and elegant. Perhaps his handwriting was just like his character, a gentleman like jade. Good handwriting. Xiao He, quickly send it to the workshop and let Faubert frame it with high-quality glass. This year, during the New Year, we will put this couplet in front of our house and pass it down for generations to come. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and laughed. Speaking of which, even if his future descendants were to be prodigals, with just this couplet, they should be able to live without worries, right? Yes, young master. Xiao He responded. Then, she carefully dried the ink on the red paper and brought it to the workshop. Li Gang couldn't help but laugh. He said helplessly, Yamacho, don't joke around. In terms of calligraphy, I am far inferior to Dangshan and Bashi. I really don't understand why you want me to come and inscribe it. Li Zishuan waved his hand and retorted, Mister, you are wrong. In terms of calligraphy, there is no such thing as good or bad. At most, each of them has their own merits. Ha! In terms of speaking skills, Dangshan and Bashi are no match for you, Yamacho. Li Gang smiled and pointed at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was helpless. He wasn't trying to flatter him, just now. Forget it. Let's not talk about that anymore. Mister, please sit down and drink. Now, I can finally relax and drink. Ha! Li Gang joked again. Chapter 1126. Feiji, go get these materials for me. After sending off Li Gang, Li Zishuan wrote and drew in the study for a while. Then, he took out a list of materials and ordered Pang Feiji. Pang Feiji did not even look at it. He took it and cupped his fist. Yes, Marquis. Then, he turned and left. Li Zishuan hurriedly called out to him, instructing him with a stern face. Keep this list safe for this Marquis. If it's lost or seen by others, you won't be able to pay for it even if you use your life. Do you understand? Pang Feiji straightened his back and said seriously, Understood, Marquis. I'll definitely keep it safe. Walking out of the courtyard, he took out the list of materials that Li Zishuan gave him. He was dumbfounded. This. What does Marquis want these things for? Is he keeping them for the new year? Previously, when Li Zishuan asked Li Gang to write couplets, Pang Feiji guessed that Li Zishuan was preparing for the new year even though he was not there. However, what did the things on the list have to do with the new year? Forget it. I don't care anymore. I just need to find these things for Marquis and make sure that no one else sees this list. Pang Feiji could not figure it out no matter how hard he scratched his head. In the end, he could only put the list back carefully and walk down the mountain. After instructing Pang Feiji, Li Zishuan returned to the study and continued writing. In fact, he had already written a portion of the second semester's teaching materials a few months ago. After so many days of seclusion, he was almost done with the second volume of teaching materials. Now, his main job was to proofread. The house was quiet. There were only him and two maids. Han Yushi went to Chang in the morning. The rest accompanied Yi Guozhong and old lady Yi to tour the academy. That's right. This group of people had been walking around the academy for a few days, and they were still not tired of it. Li Zishuan sometimes did not understand. Wasn't it just a bunch of reinforced concrete buildings? Was it that attractive? This guy was just standing there and talking. He didn't even think about it. Yi Guocheng and old Madam Yi were born and raised in the Tang dynasty. How could they not feel refreshed when they saw the tall cement building? It was like a modern person seeing an ancient house for the first time. It would be strange if they didn't find it novel. Bang, bang, bang. Marquis, I've already found everything you need. After an unknown amount of time, Pang Feiji knocked on the door. Li Zishuan put down the document in his hand, raised his head, and said, Come in. With a creak, Pang Feiji came in with a gunny sack. Seeing this, Li Zishuan frowned and said, You put everything in a sack. Pang Feiji quickly put down the sack and opened it, saying, No. Marquis, look, these are all wrapped in small packets of paper. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction. All right, well done. Go guard the front yard. I'm going to the backyard to do something. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter the backyard. Pang Feiji nodded and replied, Yes. Marquis. Then he couldn't help but ask, Marquis, what are you going to do with these things? After saying that, Pang Feiji immediately regretted it. In a big family, it was taboo to know too much. Li Zishuan wasn't angry. He raised his eyes and glanced at Pang Feiji. You'll know when the time comes. All right, did you destroy the list just now? Seeing that Li Zishuan didn't blame him, Pang Feiji heaved a sigh of relief. He then replied, The list is here. I haven't destroyed it yet. Li Zishuan picked up the gunny sack with one hand and walked out the door. He said calmly, Remember to burn the list later. Pang Feiji was stunned. He then said, yes. However, Li Zixuan was no longer beside him. The latter had already gone to the backyard to do something. Husband, I'm back. It was close to noon when Han Yushi returned from Chang'an City. Once she entered the house, she habitually shouted inside. However, there was no response from inside. At this time, Xiaohe appeared out of nowhere and said, young mistress, young master is doing something in the backyard alone. Oh, then I'll go take a look. Han Yushi put down the package in her hands, then clapped her hands and walked towards the backyard. Pang Feiji, who was guarding the front yard, obviously heard it. However, he wasn't stupid enough to stop her. Although Li Zixuan had instructed him not to let outsiders into the backyard, Han Yushi was obviously not an outsider. Wife, you're back. In the backyard, Li Zixuan was using glue to make thick paper cylinders. The diameter of the cylinders was about a little thicker than a thumb, and the cylinders were about 20 centimeters tall. There were materials scattered all over the ground beside him. Li Zixuan, who was fiddling in the yard, heard the sound of footsteps and spoke without turning his head. Judging by the sound, this was the tacit understanding between an old couple. Speaking of glue, many people subconsciously thought that there was no glue in ancient times. In fact, there was glue, but it wasn't a modern chemical glue. The glue Li Zixuan was using now was fish gelatin. As the name implied, it was made from fish bladders. The fish bladders were steamed, boiled, pounded, and filtered before they were finally made into fish gelatin. When it was used, it was heated in water. After it was melted, it would be applied to the surface of the object. After it cooled and dried, it would be successfully adhered. In terms of viscosity, it was much stronger than most modern adhesives. Other than fish gelatin, there's also pig gelatin. It was made from pig skin. After boiling, it became something like glue. When it was used, it was also heated in water. It was used in the same way as fish gelatin. It could be said that the wisdom of the ancient people in terms of tools and materials wasn't as weak as most people thought. Husband, what are you doing? Han Yushi saw the paper tubes lying on the ground and other materials scattered everywhere. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said, well, I'm making something similar to firecrackers, but it's not only louder than firecrackers, but also better looking than firecrackers. Wife, you just came back. Go and rest. I'll be done in a while. That's right. Li Zixuan wanted to make fireworks. At this time, the firecrackers wrapped in gunpowder with paper had not appeared yet. There were only firecrackers or exploding rods. To put it bluntly, this thing was a bamboo rod. Because the bamboo rod was sealed in sections, when it was heated, the gas inside would expand. If it was heated for a long time, the bamboo rod would explode, so it was called a firecracker. Usually, during the new year, naughty children liked to play with this thing the most. They could often see naughty children on the street throwing bamboo rods into the fire in groups of 3 to 5. They mainly wanted to hear the sound. Official firecrackers with gunpowder were only recorded in the Northern Song dynasty. At that time, they were also called firecrackers. The fireworks that Li Zixuan was making now, with the help of gunpowder, were definitely not available in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1127. Just after lunch, Lan'er impatiently urged him to hurry up. Brother, set off the firecrackers. Lan'er wants to see firecrackers. The little girl was a little tired of accompanying her grandparents around the academy. After all, she had been playing at the academy before, and the novelty had long worn off. Therefore, she came back alone in the afternoon. During lunch, she heard from Han Yushi that Li Zixuan had made a big baby that was similar to firecrackers in the morning. The little girl was instantly excited. If it weren't for Li Zixuan watching her, she probably wouldn't even want to eat and would have gone to play with fireworks. Playing was a child's nature. Whether it was in modern times or ancient times, it was mostly like this. Especially things like fireworks and firecrackers. Children loved to play with them even more. In his previous life, Li Zixuan still played with firecrackers during the New Year, even when he was in high school. Okay, I'll set them off for you. But Lan'er, you have to stand a little further away. Li Zixuan patted Lan'er's little head and said dotingly, The main reason he wanted the little girl to stand a little further away was that he wasn't confident in the fireworks he made. After all, he had only played with them his previous life, but he had never made them. In the morning, he had only used the memory of dismantling a section of fireworks in his previous life to slowly fumble around and create an experimental product. He had no idea whether it could be fired or whether it would explode on the spot. Yes, Lon will definitely stand far away. In order to see Lisa Schwann set off firecrackers, Lon was willing to agree to anything. Okay, you go to the front yard first. I'll go to the backyard to get something, Lisa Schwann said as he stood up. Of course, such a dangerous experiment had to be as far away from home as possible. Otherwise, if he were to test the fireworks in the backyard and blow up the house, he would be heartbroken. Yes, Lana responded, then pulled Han Yushi's hand and said, Sister Yushi, can you go too? Lana is scared alone. Plop. Lisa Schwann, who had just walked to the backyard door, almost fell to the ground. You're scared? If you're scared, you won't cry and shout that you want to play with firecrackers. Okay, then I'll go with Lana. Han Yushi nodded and agreed. Actually, she really wanted to go. However, when she thought about how she was already married, it would be inappropriate for her to watch these children's games. Now that Lana had invited her, she decided to go with the flow. Wife Lana, stand back a little more. Brother, you're already so far away. Why are you still standing back? Yes, it was still not enough. A little further. In front of the Yinshan villa, Lisa Schwann was holding a plate of experimental fireworks. This experimental product was made by connecting 9 fireworks together with a lead wire. The 3x3 arrangement made its chassis very stable. Lisa Schwann took a shovel and dug a shallow pit. He buried 1/5 of the firework in the soil to ensure that it wouldn't tilt during the process of being set off. After that, he repeatedly urged Lon and Han Yushi to retreat. To be honest, Lisa Schwann didn't care about the small amount of gunpowder in the fireworks. However, it was a completely different story for his wife and sister. If it exploded on them, they would be scalded at the very least, or even disfigured at the very least. Brother, this should be enough, right? Lana shouted at Lisa Schwann impatiently with her hands on her hips. She felt that Lisa Schwann was making a fuss over nothing. Even if this firecracker was more powerful than the one she used to play with, it shouldn't make them stand so far away. The little girl even doubted that she would be able to hear the firecracker clearly later. Okay, Lon, remember to cover your ears. After visually estimating the distance, Lisa Schwann shouted at his sister. Lana curled her lips and didn't move. Lisa Schwann smiled and thought to himself, Little girl, you still don't believe me. You'll regret it later. At that moment, he didn't waste any more time talking nonsense. He stretched the match beside him towards the lead wire of the fireworks. The fuse was made from a small amount of gunpowder wrapped in straw paper, which was extremely easy to ignite. The moment the burning match in Lisa Schwann's hand touched the fuse, a spark immediately appeared and a burst of sizzling sounds could be heard. Under such circumstances, it wasn't the time to act cool. Lisa Schwann saw that the lead wire had been ignited and quickly ran away. Although he was strong in martial arts and wasn't afraid of such a small explosion, he didn't want to embarrass himself for an unnecessary act of acting cool. If that happened, he wouldn't be acting cool. He would be an idiot. Bang! In the quiet sky above the cloud mountain, there was a sudden deafening sound. In this era, there weren't many tall buildings to block the sound, so the loud sound could be heard from afar. After the loud sound, it didn't stop. The next loud sound followed. At this time, Lana was already screaming in fear. The little girl reacted at that moment and quickly covered her ears with her small hands. Then, she glared angrily at Lisa Schwann, as if to say, Why didn't you tell me that the firecracker was so loud earlier? Lisa Schwann didn't notice his little sister's angry and resentful gaze. He was looking up at the results of his experiment that he had painstakingly worked on for the entire morning. TSK, the height is okay. It's just that the sound is too loud. I have to reduce the amount of gunpowder. Also, the flame isn't bright enough. Maybe it's because it's daytime now. I could try again at night. Lisa Schwan looked up and whispered softly, "Brother, this firecracker is amazing. Do you have more?" 9 fireworks were released very quickly. It was the first time Lana had seen fireworks that could shoot up into the sky and explode. Although she was scared half to death at the beginning because she was caught off guard, she got used to it, and the fear in her heart was immediately replaced by excitement. "Hey, Lana, weren't you scared just now?" Lisa Schwan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lana was embarrassed. Just as she was about to say something, the few of them heard the sound of something breaking through the air not far away. Then, they saw a bearded man and a white-haired old man rushing towards them. It was Mo Zhong and the bearded man. "Yamacho, we just heard 9 loud sounds coming from here. What happened?" Mo Zhong stopped in front of Lisa Schwan and asked anxiously. Lisa Schwan was stunned for a moment. Then, he said embarrassedly, "Nothing happened. I was just setting off firecrackers just now." Firecrackers? This time, it was Mo Zhong's turn to be stunned. He was the head of the Mo family. What kind of new things had he not seen before? Why hadn't he seen any firecrackers that were so loud? At this time, the bearded man saw the firework tube that had just been released in the distance. He walked over to take a closer look and said in surprise, "This is the firecracker Yamacho was talking about? Why is it made of paper? Wow, what's that? What was that sound just now?" It was Chung Chumo holding a football and running over with a group of students. He screamed as he ran. Chapter 1128. Chonyo, Qin Ke, Xiao Ku, Xiao Chong, and Bao Lin, you guys didn't go back to Chong and are playing football in school? To put it nicely, the group of students came whistling like the wind. To put it bluntly, they were like a group of bandits, rushing over like a whirlwind. Lisa Schwan looked at the football in Chung Chumo's arms and the group of students who were all sweating profusely as he asked. The academy was now on holiday, and the students who lived nearby were free to go home. Chung Chumo and his group did not go home to prepare for the new year, but instead they were loafing around at the academy. It was really unreasonable. Chung Chumo wiped his sweat and said, "How can going home be more interesting than staying at the academy? If we stay at the academy, we can still play football with more people. But if we go home, we can only go to the brothel." Ouch. Yamacho, why did you hit me? The first half of Chung Chumo's sentence was the truth. After staying at the academy for half a year, this group of second-generation hedonists in Chong and had basically gotten used to this social life at the academy. Here, everyone did not have to worry about their identity. They could work together and play together. Compared to the days of walking chickens, playing with dogs, and visiting brothels in the past, they undoubtedly preferred their current life. Every day was fulfilling and happy. Lisa Schwan glared at this idiot and said unhappily, "Hit you? See if Uncle Chung will chop you up after I tell him what you just said." Chung Chumo immediately withered. He hurriedly said, what did I say just now? Why don't I remember?" Li Tai and his group all distanced themselves from this idiot, indicating that they did not know him. "Yamacho, what was that noise just now?" Lika looked up and asked seriously. "There, it's that thing under Mr. Zhongsan's feet." Lisa Schwan pointed at the bearded man not far away and said. The students immediately swarmed over, and Lana also followed curiously. "That's it? Isn't it made of paper? Why did it make a noise? Huh? Why are there burn marks on it?" Li Tai picked up the finished firework and looked at it from top to bottom. He couldn't help but mutter in disappointment. Exactly. How could a few broken paper tubes make such a loud noise? Yamacho must be lying to us. Chung Chumo also muttered. "My brother didn't lie to you." Just now, Lana had seen it with her own eyes. After her brother ignited this thing, with a bang, something would rush out from it. It would rush into the sky and even explode. Brother Chinke, the noise you heard just now came from here. As one of the parties involved, Lana crossed her arms and explained to the group of mortals in front of her with a look of superiority. When Li Tai heard this, his eyes lit up. He asked excitedly, "Little sister Lana, is what you said true? Did something really rush out of here and explode?" Lana nodded and said crisply, "Of course it's true. When this thing explodes in the sky, you can still see the flames." When Chung Chumo heard this, his saliva almost flowed out. He said covetously. F***CK? Doesn't that mean that if I have this thing, I can blow up whoever I want in the future? Smack. Oomph. Chung Chumo, you're too bad, aren't you? How can you use this thing to blow people up? The bearded man standing next to Chung Chumo slapped Chung Chumo without hesitation. He was also a teacher of the academy, so of course, he had the right to teach Chung Chumo a lesson. Ouch! Chung Chumo cried out in pain, seeing that the person who hit him was a great expert. How could he dare to be rash? He quickly explained, Mr. Zhang-san, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. Li Tai ignored the two of them. The little fatty carried the firework tube to Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, do you still have this thing? Can you give it to us to broaden our horizons? That's right. Yamacho, can you broaden our horizons too? Zhang Sun Chong also jeered. Li Zishuan said helplessly, Don't think too much. There's no more. The ones I made in the morning have been finished. Li Tai immediately became anxious. He quickly said, If you're done playing, why don't you do it again? Yamacho, are you short of manpower? We can all help. Yes, we can all help. The rest of the students immediately said in unison. At the end of the day, they were still a group of brats. How could they resist the temptation of fireworks? Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, all of you come. Mr. Amo, Mr. Zhang-san, do you want to come together? Me too. Me too. Yamacho. Hey, Xiaoxian, there's still me. Brother Xiaoxian, Honorin also wants to see you make fireworks. Wang Ji, as well as Li Zishuan's neighbors, Yin Xiaoning and Li Honorin, had all come. Okay. All of you come. Li Zishuan waved his hand, then turned around and walked towards the courtyard. After a short while, a group of people started to make fireworks in the front yard. Of course, it was under Li Zishuan's guidance. Li Zishuan was actually not worried that these people would learn how to make fireworks. This was because the two gunpowder formulas used in fireworks were in his hands. Yamacho, that's it? This thing can fly to the sky and explode? Li Tai made 2 individual fireworks and asked Li Zishuan in disbelief. Li Zishuan glanced and said with a nod, And, that's right. Chinke, if you don't believe me, why don't you try lighting it? Hee, that's great. Li Tai had the same idea. He laughed and quickly took his 2 creations and walked away. Following Li Zishuan's instructions, he fixed the fireworks and lit the fuse with his trembling hands. Then, he quickly retreated. Bang, bang. The 2 loud noises almost shattered everyone's ears. Li Tai's legs were trembling. He was scared and excited at the same time. F***CK. That's awesome. Chinke. Chung Chumo gave Li Tai a thumbs up. Then, he ran to Li Tai with his creations and asked, Chinke, help me take a look. Is this okay? Li Tai roughly looked and said, It should be okay. Hee. Okay. I'm going to set off the firecrackers too. Chung Chumo smiled proudly. He hugged the 2 fireworks and walked towards the place where Li Tai had buried the bomb. Get ready to cover your ears. I'm going to set it off. Chung Chumo laughed heartily as he turned his head and said to the crowd. The students stopped what they were doing and covered their ears. Only then did Chung Chumo turn around, but when he saw who it was, he turned pale with fright. Holy shit, how'd it light up? Run. It turned out that when he turned around to talk to the students, the fire in his hand accidentally touched the fuse at that moment. He couldn't care less about anything else. He scampered off, but as luck would have it, when he was running, he brought along the soil next to his feet. The smoking firework fell just like that, and the direction it fell was exactly where the bearded man was. Swoosh! It was too late to say. The moment the firework fell, a bullet shot towards the bearded man. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the bearded man. Chung Chumo, who hadn't run far, heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Bang! The bearded man's face was solemn. He shouted and gathered all the inner energy in his body to condense a force field in front of him. The bullet stopped 3 inches in front of him and couldn't go any further. Just when the bearded man heaved a sigh of relief, the bullet exploded with a bang, and the bearded man Chapter 1129. Bang! The gunpowder inside the pellet that was flying towards the bearded man suddenly exploded. Instantly, heat waves surged and sparks flew in all directions. Even though the bearded man had condensed all of his internal energy, it was still difficult for him to defend against this sudden explosion of firepower. Pooh! Ha! After the smoke and fire dispersed, the bearded man, who had been bombarded by gunpowder, finally revealed his true appearance. His old face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His originally neat hair was now mostly standing up, and there were many holes in his clothes. His originally dignified image of an academy teacher had instantly turned into an old beggar wandering the streets. No, his shammade appearance was even more miserable than a beggar's. At this moment, the bearded man opened his mouth. What was amazing was that there were actually a few wisps of green smoke coming out from his mouth. Seeing this scene, Lisa Schwan could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. Hee hee, Mr. Zhongsan's appearance is so ugly. Lan'er covered her small mouth and giggled. The others present were already having a hard time holding it in. Seeing the brother and sister laughing first, how could they hold it in any longer? Instantly, they roared with laughter. Many people laughed until tears came out of their eyes. However, there were two people who were exceptions. One was the bearded man. This old fellow was originally not a kind person. In this world, there was almost no one who dared to humiliate him. If he had not stayed in the academy for so long and restrained some of his wild nature, the scene would probably have turned red. The other person was Chung Chumo. After this fellow felt the bearded man's gaze that wanted to eat him, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. How could he still laugh? Cough, cough. That? I have something to do at home. I'll take my leave first. I'll take my leave first. In the midst of everyone's laughter, Chung Chumo coughed dryly and slipped away as he spoke. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best stratagem. He did not want to bear the anger of the bearded man. He felt that with his small body, he would not be able to bear it at all. Everyone was stunned. The bearded man roared and chased after him. Bastard brat, where do you think you're going? Even if your father comes today, I will beat you up so badly that even your mother won't be able to recognize you. Hearing this, Chung Chumo's heart was filled with shock. He hurriedly circulated 120% of his internal energy and ran as fast as he could. He felt that in all these years, he had never run as fast as he did today. However, he was only a trash who had just broken through to the Chi transformation realm not long ago. How could he be faster than the bearded guest, a peerless expert at the peak of the Grandmaster realm? After running roughly 20 to 30 zhong, the bearded guest flashed. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and the bearded guest had already flashed behind Chung Chumo. Following that was the scene of an eagle carrying a chick. The bearded guest's face darkened as he carried Chung Chumo back. Bang! How dare you point a firecracker at someone? I didn't mean it. Bang! Who told you to play with firecrackers? Roar! I won't do it again. Bang! I'll let you run. Are you trying to run again? Stop running. Stop running. Mr. Zhongsan, stop hitting him. Bang! Run. Keep running. Xiaoxian Yamacho, help. Someone's going to die. For a moment, smoke and dust filled the air, mixed with the bearded guests cursing and begging for mercy. Everyone covered their faces, unable to bear to see someone being beaten up miserably. After a long time, the dust settled. The bearded man clapped his hands and swaggered off. When he left, he also took away the other firework that Chung Chumo had not yet had the time to set off. Chung Chumo was lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face, panting heavily. How could he have the time to care about this? At this moment, he was only praying that the bearded guest would leave quickly. All right, stop pretending to be dead. Mr. Zhang San has already left. After a while, Chung Chumo did not hear any movement for a long time. Just as he was about to get up to investigate, he felt someone kick him beside him. Then, he heard Li Zishuan's voice. Huh? Gone? He's finally gone. Ouch. Xiaoxian, help me up. My waist is about to break. This idiot was still complaining that Li Zishuan did not save him earlier. He did not even call him Yamacho and directly called him Xiaoxian. Li Zixuan was not in the mood to bicker with this idiot. He went forward and pulled Ching Chumo, smiled, and joked, "Ching Chumo, you've got guts. You did something that we didn't dare to do today. How was it? Did you feel good blasting Mr. Zhang-san with firecrackers?" Ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter when they heard that. Ching Chumo spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva with a black face. The bearded guest had just attacked in anger. Although he did not have the intention to kill, his punches still hit him hard. "Bah! You guys are too King mean. None of you came to help me when I was being beaten up. Chonyo, it's not that we don't want to help you. We just don't want to help you get beaten up," Lika said humorously. Ha! Everyone laughed again. Chung Chumo realized that he could not stay here any longer. The smiles of the people here were full of malice. CK. I'm going back to the dormitory to change my clothes. What a bunch of heartless friends, Chung Chumo complained. When he passed by the place where they made the fireworks, he bent down and picked up the 2 fireworks made by Sun Zifen, then ran away. CK. Chung Chumo, you be starred. You stole my firecrackers. Put them down. Sun Zifen was shocked and angry. This idiot was obviously unwilling to let Chung Chumo steal the fireworks that he worked so hard to make. Hence, he quickly chased after him. However, it was hard to say if he could catch up. When he returned to the dormitory, Chung Chumo could only take a cold shower in the dormitory because the academy's bathhouse was not open yet. He washed the dust and blood off his face and changed into a new set of clothes. He looked no different from before he was beaten up. After everything was done, he took the 2 fireworks and left the dormitory, ready to go home. It was almost New Year's Eve. Even if he did not want to go home, he still had to go home. His mother had already sent people to Yunshan to urge him to go home several times. However, when he walked out of the dormitory area, he unfortunately met someone that he did not want to see. Mr. Zhang-san? What do you want? You've already beaten him up. It's time to put an end to this matter, right? Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. The Feng Chun 3 heroes shouldn't be so petty, right? Chung Chumo said with a strong front. In reality, he was panicking inside. He was afraid that the bearded man would beat him up again. "Hey, kid, why don't you go back with your injuries and ask your father to take revenge on me?" The bearded man did not have the intention to beat him up. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said in a rough voice. Chapter 1130. If you can't fight, what's the point of going home and calling for your parents? Mr. Zhang-san, although I can't beat you now, the river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. 30 years later, oh no, just 10 years. 10 years later, I will definitely be able to beat you. At that time, I will take revenge for today. Within the Yanhuang Academy, Chung Chumo held his head high and puffed out his chest as he looked at the bearded man with a haughty expression. During the Warring States period, Qin and Wei fought over Hanoi. Wuqi helped Wei to take over Hanoi. 30 years later, Baiqi helped Qin to take back Hanoi. Folk songs spread everywhere. The river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Wuqi and Baiqi rise. The heavens make a mystery. So, this saying was not invented by Dopa. Actually, this fellow knew his own situation. Even if his father Chung Yaojin was willing to come to Yinshan to take revenge for him, he would definitely not be a match for the bearded guest. Moreover, the bearded guest had Li Jing and Hong Fianu backing him up. If they really fought, the Chung family might not be able to survive. Moreover, after Chung Yaojin found out about his actions, he would only scold him with "serves you right." He would not come to Yinshan to vent his anger on the bearded guest. Okay? When it came to his father's nature, Chung Chumo was quite sure of it. Not bad. Good ambition. People who practice martial arts should not be afraid of losing and not admit defeat. I admire you very much. Next semester, you will follow me for special training. Maybe 10 years later, you will really have the strength to fight me. Kid, what's with your expression? The bearded guest looked at Chung Chumo with admiration. However, he immediately realized that the latter's expression was not right. That expression was as if he had eaten shit. No, nothing. I'm I'm flattered. Yes, I'm flattered. To be able to receive guidance from Mr. Zhang San is this junior's honor. Cheng Chumo quickly changed his expression and said flatteringly. The bearded guest nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and said, That's more like it. You may leave now." Cheng Chumo felt as if he had been pardoned. He cupped his fists and immediately slipped away. The fat beating from an hour ago did not affect this guy's speed at all. F***CK. Why am I so F***king unlucky today? For no reason at all. A great expert insisted on exchanging pointers with me, and for some inexplicable reason, I was taken in as half a disciple by that guy. I don't want to be forced to learn martial arts from that bearded man. It's over. Damn it, there's no way I can pass the next semester. Sigh. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted tough earlier. After descending the cloud mountain, Cheng Chumo rode on his horse and ran wildly while cursing to himself. Actually, this guy did not know how lucky he was. In this world, he was the first person who dared to use a firecracker to blast the bearded guest alive and kicking. If it was another person in another situation, that person's life would probably be gone. But now, he was only beaten up by the bearded guest without pain or itch. In addition, the bearded guest's martial arts cultivation was definitely one of the top 5 in the world today. It was even possible that it was one of the top 3 existences. Who knew how many martial artists in the Jianghu yearned to receive his guidance? But Cheng Chumo did not know how lucky he was. If this news were to spread, he would probably drown in the spittle of others. Ayo, Chumo, you're finally back. Is the Cloud Mountain so good that you don't even want to return home? When Cheng Chumo returned home, his mother immediately went up to him. She was both happy and complaining. "Mother, your son has been revising at the academy recently." Cheng Chumo, this guy was good at lying. In order to prevent his mother from nagging, he did not even care about his integrity. Bullshit. Where did the wound on your face come from? How could Cheng Yaojin not know what kind of character his son had? He scolded him in a bad mood. Then, he swept a glance at Cheng Chumo's face and asked immediately. Cheng Chumo was stunned. He did not expect that his father would still see through him, even though he had cleaned it up so neatly. At this moment, his mind was spinning rapidly as he frantically thought of an excuse in his head. Then, he heard Cheng Yaojin say, "You little brat, stop making up lies to deceive your father. Quickly tell me, did you fight with someone, and you didn't win? You're really embarrassing your father." No one knew his son better than his father. Cheng Yaojin made a wild guess and guessed pretty close to the mark. Cheng Chumo's face suddenly became a little flustered. "No, I didn't fight, father. This is because I was accidentally hit by a ball when I was playing football with someone yesterday." "Bullshit. What kind of wound is on your face? How can I not see it? If you don't tell me the truth, do you believe that I won't beat you up?" Cheng Yaojin angrily said with a face of disbelief. Seeing this, Cheng Chumo immediately became terrified. He quickly said the truth. "Father, don't. I'll say it, okay? This wound is..." At this time, Cheng Chumo could not care about anything else. He could only briefly explain what happened in the afternoon to Cheng Yaojin. Firecracker? What kind of firecracker can injure Zhang Zhongjian? Cheng Yaojin was shocked when he heard it. He was not shocked that Cheng Chumo was beaten up, but that a small firecracker could actually injure a peerless expert like the bearded guest. When Cheng Chumo heard it, he felt even more hurt. Although he did not expect his father to help him vent his anger, but he should at least show some concern, right? "Father, this firecracker is not an ordinary firecracker. It is a new toy that little Xian made. It can fly into the sky and explode. Actually, Mr. Zhang San did not suffer any injuries. His face was only blackened by the explosion and his clothes were torn. That's still very powerful. Do you still have that firecracker? Let me see it." Cheng Yaojin was very interested in the thing that could injure the bearded guest. His eyes lit up as he looked at his son and asked, No more. It's finished." Cheng Chumo quickly shook his head and could not help but tighten his sleeves. Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and snorted. "And? Really no more?" His tone carried a hint of danger. Knowing that his father was an old hooligan, Chung Chumo clenched his teeth and quickly took out a firework from his sleeve. He handed it over and said, "Father, I only made 2 in the afternoon. One was placed in the academy. There's only 1 left." Rather than being searched by the old hooligan, he might as well take the initiative to hand over one. This way he could still keep one. "Hey, how do you play with this thing?" Chung Yaojin took the firework and laughed. Chung Chumo pretended to be depressed and replied, "Father, if you light the string below, this paper tube will shoot out a small ball that will explode." Understood. Men, quickly bring a match." A moment later, Chung Chumo's horrified roar came from the Chung residence's courtyard. F*CK. "Father, you can't hold this thing in your hand." Immediately after, there was a deafening explosion. Bang! Bah! Unfilial son. Stop right there. Chapter 1131. Chung Yaojin beat his son when he had nothing to do at home. Li Zixuan was thinking about how to improve the fireworks on Yinshan Mountain. After dusk, the sky gradually darkened. Under Lan Er's instigation, Li Zixuan set off another plate of fireworks. With the dark night sky as the background, the fireworks shot into the sky and emitted extremely bright flames. Lan was extremely excited. Her small hands were red from clapping. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, was somewhat dissatisfied. This was because although these fireworks were indeed very novel to the ancient people, to a modern person like him, the color was somewhat monotonous. Modern fireworks were not only colorful, but also varied in forms. When they bloomed in the night sky, they would always dazzle people. Li Zixuan's first-generation fireworks, to put it bluntly, were just a few enhanced versions of sky rocket cannons. Bang, bang, bang. Oh! A burst of fireworks and explosions came from the west side of the academy, as well as the cheers of the students. The students who came to make fireworks in the afternoon must have contributed the fireworks tonight. He just hoped that Mo Zhong and the others would step up their patrols at night and not be lazy. Otherwise, it would be bad if the fireworks caused a fire. "Husband, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied with the firecrackers?" Han Yushi asked tentatively when she saw that Li Zixuan's expression was not right. What she didn't expect was that this random guess was right. "Yes, I'm not satisfied," Li Zixuan replied dispiritedly. Han Yushi was dumbfounded and said, "Husband, this firecracker is already very powerful. Lan, and I have never seen firecrackers that can fly so high and so loudly. What else are you not satisfied with, husband?" Lan Er's eyes lit up. Children could be very greedy sometimes, especially when it came to fun. "Brother, is there something more fun to this firecracker?" Li Zixuan chuckled and rubbed Lan Er's little head. "Of course there's something more fun. Actually, my brother calls this thing fireworks. According to my original idea, after it explodes in the sky, it should look like a flower and not just a ball of yellow light like now." "Wow, this is fun. This is fun. Brother, can you make a real firework for Lan Er to play with?" Lan Er cried out excitedly when she heard that. Han Yushi's face was full of disbelief. She tugged at Li Zixuan's sleeve and murmured, "Husband, is there really such a magical thing in this world?" Li Zixuan said with a smile, "Of course. I'll make one tomorrow. It's just a matter of adding a few more ingredients. It's not difficult at all." Theoretically speaking, it was not difficult to obtain the kind of fireworks he had just mentioned. That firecracker was just filled with black powder. How could it hurt someone? How strange. Around midnight, in the teacher's dormitory of Yanhuang College, the bearded guest room was still lit. The bearded man sat upright on the stool with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He stared unblinkingly at the small pile of black powder placed on the desk in front of him in a daze. In the end, he muttered with a puzzled sigh. The scene in the afternoon certainly made him angry. However, after his anger dissipated and he calmed down, a layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his back. He was afraid. He had been apprenticed to a master since he was young and had practiced martial arts for decades. That was how he had achieved his current achievements. He was one of the top 5 martial arts masters in the world. In his life, if he wasn't pursuing freedom, then he was pursuing power. However, the thing he had pursued his whole life was almost broken because of a small toy. How could he not be shocked and afraid? If this continued, wouldn't it mean that in the future, even a martial arts master who had practiced martial art for decades would not be a match for a firecracker child? Wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? If that was the case, then what was the point of martial arts practitioners like them practicing martial arts regardless of the winter and summer? Others might not believe it, but that was the truth. A small firework, a small accident, actually made the infamous bearded guest fall into a daze and fall into a demonic trance. Let's ask Yamacho tomorrow. He's also a martial artist. He sat like this until midnight, but the bearded guest still did not walk out of his demonic trance. He finally gave up thinking about it. Feiji, go to the workshop and get me some more things. The next morning, Li Zixuan had breakfast and ordered Pang Feiji. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji responded, then smiled and said, Marquis still wants to make firecrackers. Obviously, when the fireworks were set off yesterday, this guy was also watching from the side. At that time, he was still surprised. He did not understand how the few materials he brought back yesterday could explode after being fiddled with by Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan glanced at him and said unhappily, You're smart. If you don't keep your mouth shut, see if I don't teach you a lesson later. It could be said that in today's world, other than Li Zixuan, Pang Feiji was the one who knew the method of making fireworks the best. If it was not out of trust, Li Zixuan would never have handed the fireworks gunpowder formula to Pang Feiji. Pang Feiji clasped his fist and said, Hee, Marquis, don't worry. My mouth is very tight. Even if you use a metal rod to pry it open, you won't be able to pry it open. Pang Feiji obviously understood that Li Zixuan was willing to give him this kind of task, so he was very excited. Go quickly. What are you talking about? Hee, I'll go now. Pang Feiji took the new formula and hurriedly left. Yo, good morning, Mr. Zhang-san. Just as he stepped out of the door, Pang Feiji almost bumped into the curly-bearded guest who was striding towards him. He hurriedly greeted him politely. There was no other reason. The curly-bearded guest's experience and seniority were there, so he had no choice but to respect him. Moreover, during the military training, the curly-bearded guest had taught him martial arts, which made him even more grateful. Is Yamacho in? The curly-bearded guest frowned and asked straightforwardly. Marquis is inside. Pang Feiji clasped his fist and answered. The curly-bearded guest nodded and did not say anything else. He lifted his leg and walked into the courtyard. Strange, Mr. Zhang-san's complexion doesn't look right. Could it be that he suffered internal injuries from yesterday's explosion? Oh my God, isn't the power of the firecrackers too strong? Pang Feiji walked for a while and could not help but mumble to himself. Let's not think about it anymore. I should hurry up and finish the task that Marquis gave me. I just don't know if the firecrackers made by Marquis' new formula will be even more powerful. Pang Feiji shook his head and mumbled to himself. He then walked down the mountain. Chapter 1132. Yamacho, this firecracker is so powerful when it explodes. Have you ever thought of using it against your enemies? Yinshan Villa. Li Zixuan had just sent off Pang Feiji when the bearded guest arrived. The moment the bearded guest sat down, he asked such a strange question. Li Zixuan's heart moved. He raised his head to look at the bearded guest and asked, Mr. Zhang-san, why would you have such an idea? Yesterday, Chung Chumo used that firecracker and almost injured me. Last night, I thought of a problem. If Yamacho's firecracker was even more powerful, wouldn't it be able to threaten some of the Jianghu experts? The bearded guest was silent for a moment before he said expressionlessly. Li Zixuan did not expect the bearded guest to think in this direction. Wasn't the firecracker he was talking about equivalent to modern firearms? It's like this. In fact, as far as I know, there is a weapon that works in a similar way to firecrackers. It has something similar to a hidden weapon hidden in it, and this hidden weapon can be propelled by material. Its speed is not inferior to that of an ordinary grandmaster. This weapon has very low requirements for the user. Ordinary people who have never practiced martial arts can easily use it. I call this weapon a firearm. Actually, the firearm he was talking about was a gun. China was the first to invent gunpowder. However, It was initially used to make firecrackers. Foreigners were inspired by gunpowder and made guns. Li Zishuan felt that when he led Tang Dynasty's industry to a certain level, guns and cannons would definitely be made. The bearded guest was even more shocked. He did not suspect that Li Zishuan was lying or exaggerating. Previously, when he saw the detailed sea map, it already proved that Li Zishuan had some kind of ability to know everything. Therefore, when he heard Li Zishuan describe a firearm, his first reaction was not suspicion, but shock. If the firearm Li Zishuan said really existed, then the matter would be more serious than what he was worried about last night. Firearm? Yamacho, in this firearm, does it also use the black powder from firecrackers? That's right, but I call that powder gunpowder. Different uses would lead to different formulas for gunpowder. Correspondingly, the power of gunpowder would also be different. The gunpowder in the firecrackers is the least powerful type of gunpowder. Li Zishuan said indifferently. He understood that because the bearded man was highly skilled in martial arts, it was inevitable that he would be somewhat arrogant. Now that he had instilled a bit of knowledge on firearms into this bearded man, perhaps it would give birth to a trace of reverence in his heart. The least powerful one. The bearded man's pupils constricted. At this moment, he felt that he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Right? A few months ago, the Serpent Spirit Mountain was destroyed overnight. Yamacho, did you use those so-called firearms? Having been in Chang'an for so long, the bearded man had already investigated everything about Li Zishuan, so it was not surprising that he knew about the Snake Spirit Mountain. The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. Was he shooting himself in the foot? Originally, he wanted to open the eyes of the bearded man and make him feel some reverence. He did not expect the bearded man to hit the nail on the head and guess the real reason for the destruction of the Serpent Spirit Mountain. The inside story was top secret at the moment. Only he and Li Er knew about it. More or less. Li Zishuan gloomily gave an ambiguous answer. The bearded man sucked in a breath of cold air. He was really frightened by the power of the firearms described by Li Zishuan. A powerful Jianghu sect was actually annihilated just like that. In the face of firearms, a person's bravery seemed so weak at this moment. Sigh, doesn't that mean that all the hard work we put into practicing martial arts in the winter and summer is all in vain? In the end, we can't even compare to an ordinary person with a firearm. The bearded man suddenly let out a long sigh, and his aura became much more depressed. Li Zishuan was stunned. Only then did he understand the true purpose of the bearded man's visit today. It turned out that this bearded man was almost hurt by the fireworks yesterday, causing his martial arts heart to suffer a blow. Huh, Mr. Zhang San's words are wrong. Li Zishuan pondered for a while, then smiled and said, Firstly, practicing martial arts is not for the sake of fighting with others. Mr. Zhang San's martial arts understanding shouldn't be so shallow for you to have such great strength today. Secondly, practicing martial arts can strengthen one's body and even prolong one's life. A person's life is short. What could be more important than living for another 2 years? Thirdly, although firearms are powerful, normal firearms will not be able to hurt a martial arts expert at your level. Furthermore, if both parties have firearms, a martial arts expert will definitely be much better at using firearms than an ordinary person. Furthermore, when faced with firearms, a martial arts expert will obviously have a higher chance of survival compared to an ordinary person. Fourthly, if Tang Dynasty can really create firearms in the future, it will only be in the hands of the imperial court. The commoners will definitely not have them. Martial arts practitioners who abide by the law will not have to worry about the threat of firearms. Therefore, in conclusion, martial arts practitioners will have an advantage whether or not firearms exist in this world. Mr. Zhang San, there is no need for you to doubt martial arts. The bearded man seemed to have understood something. After a moment of silence, he stood up and clasped his fists. Looks like I'm wrong. I'm a few decades old, but I can't see through things as clearly as Yamacho. I'm ashamed. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any further. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the door. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly. What the bearded guest did today actually made him feel quite refreshed. A peerless expert could actually see the threat from the firecrackers. This kind of unique eyesight, there was no one else like him. When it was close to noon, Pang Feiji returned with a few bags of materials. Li Zixuan inspected them, then went straight to the backyard to do his experiments. He wanted to create real fireworks of different colors and shapes. In order to achieve this goal, he had to add something to the fireworks. In fact, every modern firework was made up of a pod, and each pod could be called a star. These stars had a diameter of about 1 to 1, 5 inches, 3 to 4 centimeters. In a firework explosion, the atoms of each star would absorb energy, and when they lost the excess energy, they would produce light. Different chemical substances would release different amounts of energy, thus producing different colors of light. For example, when sodium nitrate was heated, the electrons in the sodium atoms would absorb energy and become excited. When the electrons transitioned from a high energy level to a low energy level, they would release about 200 kilojoules per mole of energy, which was the energy of yellow light. This was known as the flame reaction in chemistry. When different metals were burned, the light they emitted was different. For example, calcium's flame reaction was the red color of bricks. Copper's flame reaction was blue, and potassium's flame reaction was purple. There were also many other metal elements that had their own unique colors. Now that he knew the color of the flame, he could understand how the colorful fireworks were made. In fact, different metal elements were put into the fireworks according to different proportions. After the fireworks were ignited, they would produce different flame reactions in the sky and emit different colors of light. As for how to control the flame shape of the fireworks when they exploded in the sky, the person who made the fireworks had to arrange the positions of the metal elements according to a certain order. Chapter 1133. There were many raw materials for modern fireworks, and the raw materials for different colors of fireworks were different. Generally speaking, the raw materials were KNO3, potassium nitrate, KClO3, potassium chlorate, C, carbon powder, S, sulfur powder, senior, NO3, 2, strontium nitrate, and so on. Some of these raw materials were easy to get, and some were difficult to get at the moment. Li Zixuan could only try his best to get what he could now. For example, potassium salt. It was definitely unrealistic to ask someone to find a potassium salt mine, but it was possible to get potassium salt from some of the things around him. For example, there was some in the ashes of plants. Because the ashes of plants were the ashes after burning, it contained almost all the mineral elements contained in plants. The most abundant element was potassium, which generally contained 6 to 12% potassium, and more than 90% of it was in the form of carbonate. The next was phosphorus, which generally contained 5 to 3%. It also contained calcium, magnesium, silicon, sulfur, iron, manganese, copper, zinc, boron, molybdenum, and other trace elements. Just like that, Li Zixuan exhausted his brain power and used all the available raw materials around him, and finally made the first batch of fireworks with multiple colors. Brother, is it done? Can this thing really be as beautiful as a flower? Lanner saw Li Zixuan get up and quickly came over to ask. This girl had been circling around Li Zixuan since morning. One moment she asked this, the next moment she asked that, making Li Zixuan's head hurt from all the noise. In the end, Li Zixuan told the little girl that if she continued to be noisy, he wouldn't be able to make today's fireworks. Only then did Lan quiet down. At this moment, seeing that Li Zixuan was obviously going to call a day, how could she bear it after holding it in for so long? She immediately ran to Li Zixuan to find out what was going on. Hee, of course. Li Zixuan clapped his hands and said confidently. Lanner said excitedly, then brother, let's see. Li Zixuan said unhappily, Lan, it's still daytime now. Even if I let it go, you won't see anything. I'll let it go at night. Do we still have to wait until nighttime? Lanner's face, which was still very bright and beautiful just now, instantly turned gloomy. The little girl's face really changed at will. Lanner, don't worry. The sky will turn dark in about 2 hours. It won't take long. Han Yushi walked over and laughed softly. All right then, Sister Yushi, what are we eating tonight? At night, Li Zixuan smiled. This little girl was quite close to Han Yushi now. She was almost obedient to her. Others were like repelling each other, but the two of them were like attracting each other. Shaking his head, Li Zixuan decided to enter the house and head to the hot spring room in the courtyard to soak in the hot spring and rest. Speaking of which, when he dug out the hot spring in this courtyard, he had people surround the hot spring and build a house directly on the hot spring. It was specially used to soak in the hot spring during winter. Now that he was grounded at home, it was a good time to enjoy it. However, after building the hot spring room in the backyard, the space was a little tight. Li Zixuan planned to expand this courtyard after the new year. At the very least, he wanted to transform it into a large villa courtyard. This way, even if the whole family moved in, it wouldn't be crowded. Sigh, Lana, this little girl, is really a little light bulb. Li Zixuan thought unhappily as he soaked in the hot spring alone. Speaking of which, if this little girl wasn't here, wouldn't he and Han Yushi be soaking in a mandarin duck bath right now? Lana, who was outside, didn't feel the slightest bit of resentment from her brother. The little girl had been waiting for a long time and finally waited until the sky turned dark. Tonight's dinner was also started an hour earlier. Therefore, as soon as they finished eating, Lan pestered Li Zixuan to set off fireworks. Li Zixuan didn't refuse this time. He carried a large plate of 64 fireworks and walked towards the open area in front of the courtyard. Li Jingma, Madame Li, and the 3 members of the Yi family were all having dinner here. Naturally, they also came to watch the fireworks. Hee, we came back late last night and missed it. Tonight is just right. Let's see what the fireworks are like. Old Madame Yi said with a smile. Li Jingma said somewhat helplessly, Xian is a marquis. All he does is fiddle with these useless things at home. Won't others laugh at him if word gets out? Madame Li slapped Li Jingma's arm and said angrily, What's there to laugh at? Isn't Xian just trying to celebrate the new year for us elders in Yinshan? How is he being laughed at? Also, I heard that the king of Wei and the king of Han came over personally to make the fireworks yesterday. If they can do it, why can't Xian do it? Old Madame Yi laughed and tried to smooth things over. Yuzhu is right. It's the new year. Jima, don't be so serious. No matter what outsiders say, it can't compare to our family celebrating the new year together. Grandmother, quickly cover your ears. Big brother is going to light the fireworks. Lan, ignored the quarrel between the adults. She tugged at old Madame Ye's arm and said excitedly, Hey, okay. Grandmother will cover her ears right now. Old Madame Ye covered her ears and smiled kindly. Seeing this, the rest of the people also covered their ears. Fizz, fizz. On the other side, Li Zixuan had already lit the fuse of the fireworks with a lighter. Then, he quickly ran over and shouted, Everyone cover your ears. The fireworks are going off. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a soft boom, and a firework shot into the sky with red sparks. With a loud boom, a beautiful flower bloomed in the night sky. The colors of the fireworks were a riot of colors. There were red, yellow, blue, green, purple, and pink. It looked extremely beautiful. Wow, it's so beautiful. Dad, Mom, Grandmother, look, the fireworks are so beautiful. Lana's eyes widened as she chirped loudly. Old Madame Yi, Madame Li, and the others had already looked up and saw the fireworks in the sky. They all widened their eyes. Faced with this beautiful scene, they even forgot to breathe. It was so beautiful that it was tragic. It was so beautiful that it was hard to extricate oneself from it. Boom! Before the light of the first firework had even dissipated, the second firework had already soared into the sky. With another loud bang, an incomparably huge flower proudly bloomed. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, it was a complete collection of colors. It was a gorgeous purple and brilliant red, decorating the night sky beautifully and gracefully, illuminating the earth as if it was daytime. This is the fireworks? Li Jingma's mouth was open so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in it. His breathing also became rapid. He could no longer say those words about Li Zixuan not doing his job because the beauty of the fireworks was far beyond his scope of understanding. In his opinion, such a magnificent scene was no different from a miracle. Chapter 1134. Damn! Look! There's something happening at the Yamacho courtyard. Yinhuang College. At this time, the students had just finished eating in the cafeteria and were returning to their dormitories. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the east side of Yinshan courtyard. No one knew who shouted, but the students, regardless of what they were doing, immediately looked in that direction. Finally, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Under the pitch-black sky, brilliant fireworks bloomed in the air. The flames continued to spread, looking like giant glowing peonies. They directly lit up half of the sky in the east. Damn, these are not the firecrackers from yesterday. These are probably Yamacho's new firecrackers. Li Tai turned his head to look and was immediately flabbergasted. Wow, these firecrackers are so beautiful. They are completely different from the ones you set off yesterday. Chinke? Yes, these are 100 times more beautiful than the ones the Academy set off yesterday. How can firecrackers be so colorful? This is amazing. Li Ka looked to the east and was in a daze. After a while, he said eagerly, Chinke, let's go to Yamacho's place to see these new firecrackers. Li Tai also wanted to go, but he was still clear-headed. He said, Ko, are you confused? It's late at night, and the Academy's gate is already closed. Yinhuang College did not restrict students from entering and leaving during the winter holidays, but students were still not allowed to go out at night. This was for the safety of the students. There was a curfew in Chang'an City, let alone a small place like Yinshan. If they were to meet some bad guys or beasts outside, they would not even be able to find their bodies. Sun Zifan laughed and said, Why don't we climb over the wall? Just like last time? He had to admit that this guy was really the king of ideas. He could even come up with such a stupid idea. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said crossly, Are you stupid, kid? We climbed over the wall last time to look for meat. Why are we going out this time? Going to Yamacho's place to see the fireworks? Isn't that walking right into their trap? That's true. Sun Zifan scratched his head awkwardly and said gloomily, Stop talking nonsense and focus on watching. We can see it clearly from here. The fireworks are almost finished, Li Tai said impatiently as he stared at the eastern sky. Yes, I have to hurry up and read it. The rest of them nodded vigorously. Obviously, they had all seen the 9-bang firecracker from Li Zixuan yesterday and subconsciously thought that there would only be 9 fireworks tonight. This was also one of the reasons why Li Tai was unwilling to leave the academy to watch the fireworks. Because according to this calculation, before they could climb over the wall, the fireworks on the other side would be finished. Bang, bang, bang. Flowers blossomed one after another under the night sky. Many students ran to the corridor on the 3rd or 4th floor of the teaching building to look as far as they could. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why isn't it done yet? Oh, today's firecrackers are not only different in color from yesterday's, but there are also more of them. We can finally feast our eyes on them. Tonight's firecrackers are really beautiful. Did Yamacho put the stars in the sky into the firecrackers? It's so beautiful. It's true. When the firecrackers explode in the sky, they are as dazzling as the stars in the sky. It's simply amazing. Sun Zifan said regretfully, Sigh, if I had known that Yamacho was going to set off such beautiful firecrackers tonight, I would have just stayed at Yamacho's house during the day. Now, I can only watch from afar and not up close. It's so F***ing unbearable. Hey, Zifan, you should think about Cheng Chimo. That guy returned to Chang yesterday. He didn't get to watch it all tonight. Li Tai also felt a little regretful, but he knew how to comfort himself. When he thought of Cheng Chimo, he immediately felt happy. He was only a prince, not a crown prince. He had to serve the heir and Zhang's son every day in the palace. He had built his own residence outside the palace. Although Zhang's son had sent people to urge him to return to Chang, and as soon as possible, he refused with the excuse of reviewing his homework. It was precisely because of this that he could see such a grand occasion tonight. Eh, Chinke, you're right. Ha! Chung Chumo, that unlucky guy, returned to Chong, and so early. I'll have someone send him a letter tomorrow morning to tell him about tonight's situation. Son Ziffin's eyes lit up and immediately said cheekily, Wow, grandfather, second uncle, second mother, come out and watch the firecrackers. Brother Xiaoxian is setting off firecrackers again, and tonight's firecrackers are different from last night's. It's so beautiful. In Li Gang's residence, Xiao and Run heard the commotion and quickly ran out of the house. When he saw the colorful fireworks, he immediately shouted excitedly, Boom! 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 Li Gang, his son, and daughter-in-law walked out of the house skeptically. When they saw the beautiful fireworks in the sky, they couldn't take their eyes off it. This, such a miracle, Marquis Yong, and is indeed the son of an immortal. Such a mortal means we mortals can't compare to them. Li Gang's second son, Li Lian, couldn't help but be dazed when he saw this scene. When he thought of other legends about Li Zishuan, he sighed. Smack! What immortal or not? This old man can tell you with certainty that Yamacho is just an ordinary person. It's just that he knows more than others. This old man plans to let Ren study at Yinhuang College in the future. This old man has a faint intuition that this era is about to change. Li Gang slapped Li Lian's arm, and then sighed with a face full of emotion. Father, you can do whatever you want. I have no objections. Although Li Lian was puzzled as to why his father didn't want Li Gang to study Confucianism, he didn't have much say in such matters once Li Gang made a decision. He might as well agree. At the same time, the owners of Sun Ximiao's and Yin Xiaoning's residences walked out of their houses and looked at the sky above Li Zishuan's residence. There were also the citizens of Plum Village and the Han family manor at the foot of Cloud Mountain. When they heard the commotion, they all walked out of their houses. They looked at the colorful fireworks at the peak of Cloud Mountain with mesmerized expressions. The sounds of praises and cheers were endless. Tonight's fireworks were also a feast for everyone's eyes. A total of 64 explosions lit up the sky above Yin Mountain for a full 10 minutes. It was far more beautiful and lasted longer than last night's fireworks. The beauty of fireworks was so short, but so bold and so passionate. Even if it only had a second of life, it had to be done perfectly and in the most brilliant way possible. The first time it appeared in the Tang Dynasty, it left an indelible impression in the hearts of thousands of people. Chapter 1135. Your Majesty, according to the palace guards, there seems to be a blazing fire in the direction of Yinhuang College. At Ganlu Palace, Li Er had not gone to rest. He was still bitterly working overtime to read the memorials. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in from outside and bowed to Li Er. Why do you say there seems to be a blazing fire? Whether there's a fire or not, can't you confirm such a simple thing? Li Er's mind was sharp. He immediately caught the loophole in Zhao Song's words and asked with a frown. Zhao Song replied, Your Majesty, I also went up to the city gate to take a look. In the direction of Yinshan, there's not just a blazing fire. Other than that, there's red, orange, green, blue, purple, and all sorts of other colors. It looks like the rainbow divine light that was accompanied by the gods in ancient legends. Rainbow divine light? Li Er was shocked. He stood up and said, Follow me to the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. Hey, Your Majesty, put on this fox fur coat. Zhao Song took a coat from the rack by the wall and said quickly. Now that the palace was heated, Li Er was only wearing a single layer of clothing. It would be strange if he didn't catch a cold when he went out like this. Okay, Li Er nodded. After he was armed, the master and servant left Taiji Palace and headed north to the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. If Li Zishuan knew that the fireworks he set off were mistaken for the Rainbow Divine Light by Li Er and Zhao Song, he would probably laugh his head off. At the same time, this also showed that Li Zishuan's pursuit of the path of the gods was not completely dead. If he believed in Li Zishuan's atheism, why would he make such a big fuss at night to see the so-called Rainbow Divine Light? Greetings, Your Majesty. Lier brought Zhao Song to the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. When the general on the tower saw Lier, he quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Lier was unmoved. He looked straight in the direction of Yinshan, but all he saw was darkness. There was nothing. That was because the fireworks at Yinshan had already finished. Didn't they say there was a rainbow divine light? Why is there nothing? Lier frowned and said unhappily, Your Majesty, the seven-colored light in the direction of Cloud Mountain has just disappeared. Zhao Song looked at the soldiers guarding the city. The soldiers quickly stepped forward and answered. Oh, Lier's face was filled with disappointment. He looked in the direction of Cloud Mountain. After a moment of silence, he said, Send someone to Cloud Mountain tomorrow to find out what happened. Zhao Song bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Lier flicked his sleeves and turned around to descend the city gate tower. There were no neon lights in this era. Naturally, there was no light pollution at night. Generally, the sky was pitch black except for the night of the full moon. The fireworks show on Yinshan dyed the sky red, which was quite conspicuous in the dark night. Therefore, not only did Zhao Song and the generals of the imperial city see the rainbow divine light in the night sky, but many people in Chang and city also saw it. Early the next morning, the people in the city immediately started discussing. It was close to the new year, and most people were preparing for the new year. They were busy all year round, and this was the only time they could have some free time. It was normal for them to gossip with their neighbors in the morning. Hey, old Liu, did you see the rainbow divine light in the east last night? I also faintly heard the sound of thunder over there. Hey, old boy, you saw it too? I thought I was the only one who saw it. Hey, do you think it's the divine light brought by the gods who descended from the heavens? Yo, that's possible. But shouldn't that direction be Cloud Mountain? Could it be that a literary star descended on Cloud Mountain last night? Hey, what you said makes sense. Yanhuang College's students are so outstanding. Who knows, there might be one or two literary stars among them. TSK. Yanhuang College is indeed a godly school. If my little brat can get in, even if I, Lu Dali, die immediately, it will be worth it. With a lively atmosphere close to the new year, more and more people knew that the rainbow divine light had appeared in the sky in the east of Chang and city last night. There were all kinds of speculations. Some said that a divine immortal had descended to the mortal world. Some said that a divine light had descended from the sky, and some even said that a divine treasure had appeared. There were all kinds of different theories, but the most popular one was that a literary star had descended from Yanhuang College on Cloud Mountain. Yanhuang College had been completely pushed to the altar by word of mouth this time. This was something that Lisa Xuan had never expected. Your Majesty, after dinner last night, I heard from the servants in the mansion that there was a divine light in the east. I went to the tower to take a look and saw the rainbow divine light in the east. I guess that a divine immortal must have descended to the mortal world where the divine light descended. This is an auspicious sign. I congratulate Your Majesty. I congratulate the Tang Empire. Taiji Palace, Morning Court. After the ceremony, a middle-aged official in his 30s came forward and bowed to Lier and said in a loud voice. Hearing this, the officials were stunned. Many of them had indeed seen the divine light in the east last night, but seeing it was one thing. Wasn't he flattering the emperor? Oh no, he was flattering the emperor. Wei Zhang's face darkened, and he said angrily, Su Sharon, don't talk nonsense. How can a divine light be auspicious? After that, he cupped his hands to Lier and said loudly, Your Majesty, I impeach Su Jingzong of the Secretariat for flattering Your Majesty and speaking nonsense about a divine immortal. Your Majesty, please punish this person severely. Otherwise, it will hurt Your Majesty's wisdom. Su Jingzong. This person was actually Su Jingzong, the censor of the Secretariat, the person who held the position of Prime Minister during Li Ji's era. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I was just speculating. How can I flatter Your Majesty? May I ask if Wei Zhuqing saw the divine light in the east last night? Su Jingzong didn't get angry at all after being scolded by Wei Zhuqing. Instead, he defended himself and asked Wei Zheng back. Wei Zheng glared at him and said, So what if I saw it? Could it be that the heavenly light was an auspicious sign of the arrival of a true immortal? Su Sharon, before you investigate clearly, don't jump to conclusions. The Great Tang's current prosperity is not due to an auspicious sign from the heavens, but due to His Majesty and the hundreds of civil and military officials working hard to achieve it. During Jingwan's era, the governance was rather clean. As the saying goes, when the water is too clean, there will be no fish. Under Li Er's leadership, the court was filled with upright officials. Wei Zhang's words were so persuasive that they could enlighten even the apathetic. Immediately, he gained the favor of many upright officials. Kong Ingda stepped forward and said, I agree with Wei Zwicheng's words. Auspicious omens can't be trusted. The Great Tang is able to have peace today because of auspicious omens. Su Jingzong opened his mouth and was about to step forward to argue with Old Kong when he heard Li Er's slightly angry voice. Stand down. The Great Tang is surrounded by wolves. How can it be auspicious omens? If there's nothing, the court is dismissed. Chapter 1136. Inside the Taiji Palace. Hearing Li Er's angry rebuke, Su Jingzong was stunned. He didn't understand why Li Er rejected his idea so decisively. Was this still the same Emperor Li Er who loved to achieve great things? What he didn't know was that when Li Er woke up this morning, he received news from Yinshan. Last night, Li Zishuan was only setting off a new type of firecracker. Thinking of this, old Li's face burned. Someone else was setting off firecrackers in Yinshan, and he actually thought that there was a real immortal descending with colorful lights. If this matter were spread, wouldn't he, the emperor of the human world, be laughed at? Now, Su Jingzong's bootlicking had completely failed. The words auspicious sign from the heavens were extremely ear-piercing to Li Er's ears. He had already restrained himself by not throwing Su Jingzong into jail on the spot. Your Majesty is wise. Wei Zheng, Kong Ingda, and the others cupped their hands in front of Li Er in satisfaction and flattered him. If old Li had made any other choice, Wei Zishuan would probably have said, You are a tyrannical and fatuous emperor. Your Majesty, as you wish. At this time, it was undoubtedly irrational to continue with his admonishment. Su Jingzong sighed in his heart, cupped his hands in front of his chest, and obediently retreated. At that time, he was just a secretary under Li Mi. Later, Li Mi was defeated by Wang Shichong in the Great Battle Royale, and he himself became a stray dog. Wagong Village naturally collapsed, and he also became a stray dog. Fortunately, he was full of poetry and was quite talented. He was discovered by Li Er. Soon, he seized the opportunity and entered Li Er's literature hall, becoming one of the 18 scholars. However, what was depressing was that although he was also Li Er's aide, compared to people like Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling, his official fate was a little worse. Zhang Sun Wuji had been prime minister for several years, but he was only a fifth-rank imperial secretary. Among the 18 scholars of King Qin's manor, he was the most unknown existence. Of course, he was unwilling, but in terms of strategy, he was not as good as Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. In terms of foundation, he was not as good as Zhang Sun Wuji. In terms of admonishment, he was not as good as Wei Zheng. Therefore, after much thought, he could only take this unorthodox path in hopes that Li Er would remember that he, the 18th scholar of the Duke of Qin's manor, had yet to be entrusted with an important task. If Li Zishuan knew what Su Jingzong was thinking, he might have laughed and said, Old Su, don't make it so complicated. You are still young. Endure until all the other old officials in the imperial court have retired. That will be the day you rise to prominence. It's not a dream to become an official. Although the truth was not entirely like this, it was not far from it. In the end, Su Jingzong was able to become the prime minister. Of course, part of the reason was that he had no moral integrity, but more importantly, it was because he could endure. Qualifications were obtained through hard work. Cloud Mountain Villa. Even if the outside world was turned upside down, Li Zishuan could only sit at home and watch the flowers bloom and wilt in front of the courtyard. He smiled as he looked at the clouds in the sky. The fireworks last night had left a huge impact on Han Yushi, Li Jingma, and the others. When they found out that Li Zixuan planned to make more fireworks for the new year, Madame Li agreed with both hands, and Lan even agreed with both hands and feet. At this time, Li Jingma could not say anything against it. He even subconsciously felt that if there were fewer fireworks for the new year, it would be a lot less interesting. San Bao, Fu, and the other loyal servants of the Li family were all summoned to Cloud Mountain to help make the fireworks. After breakfast, Li Zixuan ordered Pang Feiji to prepare a large amount of raw materials for the fireworks. He called San Bao and Fu over and taught them the steps of making fireworks. Coincidentally, Faubert also rushed over early in the morning. Li Zixuan might as well teach them all together. Anyway, the loyalty of these three people was unquestionable. Li Zixuan was not worried at all that they would leak the secret. "Young master, why don't we make the fireworks in the workshop? After all, if these things are not stored properly and cause an explosion, it is still very dangerous." After receiving the training, Faubert suggested to Li Zixuan. Last night, others were watching the show, but he saw the dangerous side of the fireworks from a show. Li Zixuan thought about it and felt that Faubert's words made sense. He nodded and said, "Yes, then let's do it. But the method of making fireworks must be kept a secret. San Bao and Fu will go to the workshop soon. Faubert, if you have any confidential matters, just let them do it. The secret recipe that I have given to the three of you must not be leaked under any circumstances." The reason why Li Zixuan wanted the recipe to be kept a secret was not because he was worried that someone would get hold of the recipe and imitate the fireworks, thus affecting the profits of the workshop or using the gunpowder in the fireworks to harm others. In fact, he was not worried about this at all. Firstly, even if someone got hold of the recipe, it would be very difficult for them to mass-produce it without the advanced craftsmanship of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Secondly, the gunpowder in the fireworks was very weak and would not be able to cause mass destruction. What Li Zixuan was really worried about was that someone would use the recipe of the fireworks to deduce the recipe of the gunpowder. Although the probability of this happening was very low, it was better to be safe than sorry. If someone really got hold of the recipe of the gunpowder, it would be a disaster for Tang Dynasty. By then, who knew how many good men would die from the gunpowder? Thus, as a precaution, Li Zixuan gave a third of the recipe to Faubert, San Bao, and Fu each. This way, unless the three of them betrayed him at the same time, and the person who got hold of the complete recipe was a peerless genius in chemistry, the real recipe of the gunpowder would not be leaked. In fact, the probability of this happening was basically zero. "Young master, don't worry. This old man understands." Faubert could roughly guess the problem that Li Zixuan was worried about. He clasped his hands and replied, San Bao, Fu, you two better keep your mouths shut. This is the first time I, your young master, am entrusting you with such an important task. I hope that the two of you won't disappoint me." After saying that, Li Zixuan looked at San Bao and Fu and instructed them. The two of them had gone through thick and thin with him. When the flying snake tried to assassinate him outside the city, the two of them almost lost their lives as well. In terms of loyalty, there was no problem with them. "Young master, don't worry. San Bao, Fu, will definitely not disappoint you," the two of them said solemnly. Go." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with a smile. The three of them left. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Li Zixuan went out to take a look. It was Li Tai leading a group of students from the academy. "Yamacho, aren't you a little too cunning? The firecrackers you taught us the day before yesterday were of inferior quality. The ones you set off last night were of superior quality." As soon as Li Tai came up, he acted like a resentful little wife and spoke in an aggrieved manner. Chapter 1137. What do you mean by inferior firecrackers? What do you mean by superior firecrackers? These things are called fireworks. In the Yunshan residence, Li Zixuan looked at Li Tai, whose face was full of resentment, and said unhappily, Fireworks? Li Tai was stunned. The day before yesterday, when they came to Li Zixuan's place to make firecrackers, Li Zixuan did not tell them that those things were fireworks. However, when he thought of the scene last night, the little fatty narrowed his eyes and sighed. Yes, fireworks is a good name. It's worthy of its name. When that thing exploded in the sky last night, it did look like a flower. Yes, yes. This name sounds better than firecrackers. Sun Ziffin also nodded and said, Yamacho, do you have any more of those fireworks from last night? We want to make a few ourselves. We can even buy them. Yes, yes. That's right. Yamacho, do you have any more? We can even buy some with money. Li Tai agreed. Li Ku, Zhang Sun Chong, and the others looked over eagerly. Obviously, they had the same idea. They were the children of officials and did not lack money. However, the eyes of the rest of the students behind them dimmed. Not everyone in Yinhuang College came from wealthy families. However, Li Zishuan's next sentence made their eyes light up. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, I don't have any more of those fireworks at the moment. The workshop is stepping up production. However, you don't have to pay for them. I plan to hold a fireworks show at the college during the new year. All students can watch it for free. Take it as a thank you to the students for your hard work in Operation Warm Winter at the end of this year. Oh, thank you so much, Yamacho. Yamacho is so generous. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, many students who lived in other places and could not go home for the new year because of the long distance suddenly cheered loudly. At this moment, they really felt that this winter break was worth it. No one in the college could deny the beauty of last night's fireworks. Moreover, these fireworks were currently unique in the entire Tang Empire and could not be bought with money. From this, one could see how precious they were. However, Li Zishuan did not hesitate to take out a large number of fireworks for the college students to celebrate the new year. How could they not be moved? How could they not cheer? Yamacho, how many fireworks will we set off? Class 1's Ku Shiqing asked loudly. His hometown was in the Bashu region, and he couldn't go home for the new year either. This year was his first time celebrating the new year in another place. Although it was Chang and the capital of the Tang Empire, no matter how good it was outside, it couldn't compare to the warmth of home. Going home for the new year was something that the Chinese would never be able to let go of. However, Li Zishuan's actions made him feel some familiarity. Yamacho, how many fireworks will be set off during the fireworks display? The rest of the students reacted and asked in unison. Last night, Li Zishuan had set off 64 fireworks. Although it was far more than the previous 9, many people felt that it wasn't enough to satisfy their cravings. Li Zishuan smiled and announced an even more exciting news. Shiqing, I can't answer your question. I don't know how many fireworks I will set off because I plan to set off 2 hours. 2 hours? Everyone's breathing quickened and their eyes widened. Some people were frantically calculating how many fireworks they could set off in 2 hours. However, they were confused because it was impossible to calculate. Thank you, Yamacho. Thank you, Yamacho. No matter how many fireworks there would be a lot of fireworks. This time, the students could fully feast their eyes. Therefore, they cheered to their heart's content. Their voices were so loud that it gave Lan who was in the backyard, a big fright. Li Tai, Sun Ziffin, Zhang Sun Chong, and the other officials' children were depressed. They had to go back to Chang'an for the new year. In that case, wouldn't they only be able to watch the gorgeous sky in Chang'an? Most of the students were satisfied with the answer. However, Li Tai and the others did not leave. The little fatty came up and said with a smile that, Yamacho, I wonder if there will be more fireworks? Every year, during the new year in the palace, it's boring. If there aren't any fireworks to liven things up, it won't be perfect. Yes. Zhang Sun Chong, Sun Ziffin, and the others nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, It's hard to say. Even if there are some left, there probably won't be many. Qingke, if you want some, it's best to wait until next year. Next year? Li Tai opened his eyes wide and shook his head. We can't wait. Yamacho, can't you ask the workshop to send more people to make more? What a joke. After seeing the charm of fireworks, Li Tai felt that waiting for one more day was too much, let alone waiting for next year. Li Zishuan said angrily, You brat, it's easy for you to say that. Don't you know how many days are left until the new year? Do you know how long it takes for the workshop to prepare the fireworks for the academy? If you really want to see the fireworks, just come to the academy. On the night of the new year, the academy will start to set off the fireworks at midnight. You can come after dinner in Chang'an City. Coincidentally, the curfew in Chang'an City will be lifted that night. In order to maintain the security of the capital, the Tang dynasty followed the curfew system of the Han dynasty. Of course, the walls could protect the safety of the people, but at the same time, it restricted their freedom and affected their livelihood. According to the rules, on special days such as the Lantern Festival, the workshop could stay open all night. On these days, the people would be so excited that they would usually celebrate all night. That's the only way. Li Tai muttered gloomily. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, "Oh, right, Yamacho. Why don't you set the fireworks show in Chang'an City? At that time, the people in Chang'an City can feast their eyes." In fact, these were all excuses. He was just too lazy to run errands. After all, Chang'an City was more than 20 miles away from Yinshan City. Li Zishuan frowned and said, "There are many people in Chang'an City, and the houses are close together. If we set off the fireworks on a large scale, it will easily cause a big fire. When His Majesty blames us, who can bear the responsibility?" Although he said so, Li Zishuan thought in his heart, "Your master is now grounded in Yinshan City. If the fireworks show is changed to Chang'an City, I won't be able to watch it." The master and disciple looked amiable on the surface, but they actually started a battle of wits and courage in secret. In the end, Li Tai gave up and said, "All right then, when the time comes, we'll come to the academy to watch the fireworks show." "All right, Yamacho." Last night, the people in Chang'an City also saw the fireworks at Yinshan City. My father even sent someone over to ask what happened. Before leaving, Li Tai suddenly whispered to Li Zishuan. Chapter 1138. "Oh, what did His Majesty say?" In front of the Yinshan residence, Li Zishuan heard from Li Tai that Li Er had sent someone to Yinshan this morning to investigate. Li Tai rolled his eyes and replied, "My father didn't say anything. But many people in Chang'an City saw the colorful light last night and mistook it for the colorful heavenly light brought by the deities descending to the mortal world." 7 colored heavenly lights? Hearing this, Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never expected that the first fireworks show in the Tang dynasty would be related to immortals. Wasn't this too King ridiculous? In fact, what he did not know was that Li Tai also thought so at first, but in order to save some face for his father, he deliberately concealed this point. After Li Tai left, Li Gang, Li Anren, and Yin Xiaoning came one after another. Their purpose was more or less the same, which was to see the fireworks. In desperation, Li Zishuan told them about his plan to hold a fireworks show in the academy during the new year. These people were the homeowners of Yinshan and planned to spend the new year in Yinshan. After hearing this plan, of course, they did not have any objections and returned with satisfaction. As for the other native of Yinshan, Sun Simiao, the old Taoist priest brought him to the county at the foot of the mountain early in the morning. Moreover, even if he had time, he would not be so bored as to come and ask Li Zishuan for fireworks. Compared to this, the old Taoist priest was more concerned about the strange medical skills in Li Zishuan's mind. The Imperial Palace. After the court, Li Er returned to the Ganlu Hall. Just as he took off his dragon robe, he could not help but say to Zhao Song beside him, "I asked that kid to shut himself in Yinshan to reflect on himself, but he did it well. Today he has a hot pot feast. Tomorrow he will fiddle with some new firecrackers. His life is more comfortable than mine. Is he grounded, or is he on vacation?" It was no wonder that Li Zishuan complained. As a sinner, Li Zishuan did not reflect on himself sincerely all day long. Instead, he was treated like a master at home. On the other hand, although Li Zishuan was the emperor and was in charge of the life and death of the people in the world, he still had to work overtime every day to deal with state affairs. What's more, it's fine if you say you're living comfortably at home, but why did you have to make such a big commotion and make him mistakenly think that an immortal has descended to Earth? If it weren't for the fact that he had sent 100 riders to bring back the news early this morning, He might have really believed in Su Jingzong's nonsense in the imperial court and thought that the fireworks were rainbow-colored heavenly light, an auspicious omen, and felt complacent. Then the news on Cloud Mountain would be transmitted back to Chang'an. At that time, as the monarch of a country, where should he put his face? That was as awkward as it could get. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and has always had wonderful ideas. Otherwise, where would our Tang Empire have the curved plow? Where would we have the honeycomb coal and heaters? And where would we have the Yanhuang College? Zhao Song laughed dryly and spoke up for Li Zixuan without leaving a trace. If it weren't for the fact that this kid is truly talented, I would have removed him from his position long ago. Li Zixuan sat on the couch and said unhappily, Is your Majesty angry at the Marquis of Yong'an? At this moment, Empress Zhongsun walked in from outside the hall. She nodded at Zhao Song and indicated that the latter could leave. Then, she walked to Li Zixuan's side and put down the lotus seed soup in her hand. She smiled gently and said, Your Majesty has just finished the morning court and must be hungry. Your Majesty, please fill your stomach and warm your body first. Li Zixuan's eyebrows finally relaxed. He took the lotus seed soup and smiled as he ate. It's been hard on you. If my officials were as understanding as you, concubine Guanyin, I wouldn't be so tired usually. Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, Your Majesty must be joking. 1,000 people have 1,000 faces. All the civil and military officials in the court have their own talents. Some are more stubborn, some are more tactful, and some are more cynical. They all have their own personalities. How can you expect everyone to have the same personality? This isn't good for handling government affairs. Concubine Guanyin's words are reasonable. Li Zixuan's thoughts suddenly became clear. He put down the soup spoon and laughed. Your Majesty, I heard that the rainbow sky at Yinshan last night was the Marquis of Yong'an's new type of firecrackers. Is it true? Zhang Suin's eyes were smiling as she looked at Li Zixuan and said. Li Zixuan nodded and replied, Yes, there is such a thing. I also just received the news this morning. It is said that the kid made a batch of firecrackers the day before yesterday. They can shoot into the sky and explode, but only the flames can be seen. Who knew that he would improve it again yesterday? So when the firecrackers shot into the sky and exploded last night, it became a rainbow of colors. Empress Zhongsun blinked and said, If I guess correctly, the Marquis of Yong, and making such a new toy at this time, should be to prepare for the new year, right? Li Zixuan thought for a bit and felt that Emperor Zhongsuin's guess was very likely true. He said unhappily, This kid is already a married person, but he's still like a child, fiddling with these little toys all day. He doesn't have any manners of Marquis at all. Zhongsun shook her head and said, Your Majesty, I feel that the Marquis of Yong'an's actions aren't just for his personal enjoyment. It is said that a large portion of Yanhuang College's students this year didn't have the chance to go home for the new year because of the Warm Tang Foundation's Operation Warm Winter. I think that the Marquis of Yong probably wants these students to have a regretless new year at the academy. As the president of the Warm Tang Foundation, although she was only in name and didn't usually manage things, since the Yanhuang College's students stayed at the academy because of the Operation Warm Winter and didn't have time to go home. As the president, she more or less felt that she owed them. And Li Zixuan's actions of caring for the students made her have a good impression of Li Zixuan in her heart. Naturally, she also had to say a few words for Li Zixuan. Yes, if that's really the case, then this kid did the right thing. Li Zixuan nodded. He was half doubtful and half sure as he said, He has indeed taught this batch of Yanhuang College's students well. In the future, they will all be pillars of the country. We have discovered that this kid isn't good at being an official, but he is very competent as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Empress Zhongsun covered her mouth and laughed. Your Majesty is still the wise one. Back then, you stood your ground against the opinions of the masses and allowed the Marquis of Yong and to establish Yanhuang College. Only by using people to their fullest can they display their greatest abilities. For a genius like the Marquis of Yong, and Only Yunshan can accommodate his talent. Hey, Maid Guanyin, don't praise him anymore. As long as that kid doesn't cause trouble for us every few days, we will be satisfied. Li Zixuan complained with deep resentment. Chapter 1139. The days passed, and soon it was the 28th of the 12th lunar month. What was strange was that Chang did not even have a single snowfall at this time of the year. It was said that a timely snow promised a bumper harvest, but there was not even a single snow seed this year. How could there be a good harvest next year? The children were immersed in the joy of the upcoming new year, but some of the experienced farmers were frowning more and more. Li Zixuan, who was living in seclusion in the Cloud Mountain, suddenly had a trace of worry in his heart. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "If there is no snow for a year, the locust eggs in the ground will probably survive in large numbers. The next year's locust plague will definitely be fierce." Fortunately, the Tang Empire was prepared. The first voyage of the Tang Empire's fleet brought back a large amount of food. After that, Li Xiaogong went to Lingnan to take up the position of the Left Commissioner of the Department of Shipping. He was in charge of the trade between the Nanyang countries and the Tang Empire. Gradually, he brought back a lot of food from other countries. Now, the Tang Empire's warehouses were all full, and the warehouse near Chang was still expanding. It could be said that the Tang Empire's warehouse had never been so full before. "Young master, according to your instructions, we have distributed the 280 bicycles produced by the workshop to the members of the Chamber of Commerce. They should be selling them today." Faubert came over early in the morning to tell Li Zixuan this news. The workshop was now well-staffed. In just a few days, they could produce more than 200 bicycles. On average, they could produce dozens of bicycles a day. Li Zixuan was quite satisfied with this speed. He nodded and said, I got it. Prepare a reward for the craftsmen and masters in the workshop. Let everyone go back for the new year. We will start work on the 7th of the first lunar month." Faubert smiled and replied, "Okay, young master. Everyone was waiting for you to say that." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Don't be stingy with the reward. Give as much as you can. Everyone has worked hard this past year. All right, after the holidays, Faubert, you have to arrange a few people to guard the workshop. Fire prevention and theft prevention. The guard will get 5 times the salary during the new year. Ask around and see if anyone is willing." The new year was one thing, but the workshop couldn't be left unguarded. If it caught fire or attracted thieves, the loss would be too great. Faubert nodded and said, "Don't worry, young master. This old man will find a few craftsmen who live nearby and ask. We won't let the workshop's business go out of business." Yes, Chang and city was particularly lively today because the citizens had received news from the Datong Daily that 280 bicycles had arrived in Chang and were about to be sold. The workshop only produced 40 bicycles during the first sale. Li Zixuan took out 5 bicycles as a gift and gave the rest to Chao Wendong, Feng Zhihua, Lin Wenyuan, and other members of the Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the members of the Chamber of Commerce would also privately detain 1 or 2 bicycles as gifts. In total, there were less than 30 bicycles entering the market for the first time. Those who managed to get their hands on the bicycles back then could not be said to be unlucky, because in just over a month, the price of the folk bicycles had been secretly inflated to 700 to 800 strings. It couldn't be helped. Some rich people just didn't lack money. They just wanted to enjoy themselves. For those middle-class families who were not very rich, it was a little frustrating. They could still afford a bicycle that cost 400 strings of coins, but 700 to 800 strings of coins? They couldn't bear to part with it. But now, the bicycles were being sold again, and they were directly supplied with 280 bicycles. This time, there were 280 bicycles, and no one was secretly detaining them. Compared to the previous sale, it was 10 times more. Although 280 bicycles were still not enough for the huge population of Chang and city, the chances of getting one of the bicycles were undoubtedly higher. Therefore, countless citizens and wealthy businessmen rushed to the Chao family's Jianbao Pavilion, the Lin family's Qinyazhai, the Zhang family's Yixian, and other places. This was because the second batch of bicycles was also not being sold by the Strange Taste Pavilion. They were all given to the members of the Chamber of Commerce. Hey, the Strange Taste Pavilion is finally being generous today. According to the Datong Daily, there are 280 bicycles for sale today. Haha, according to my position, it will definitely be my turn today. Hee hee. Fortunately, this old man lives nearby. I have to thank Brother Tao for informing me in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it in time. Ha! There's no sincerity in an empty thank you. After buying the bicycles, brother you won't be able to escape this meal. Of course, in a while, I will invite Brother Tao to Zoatian restaurant for a big meal. With a bicycle, it will be much more convenient to go to places to pay New Year's greetings. Yes, this foolish brother thinks so, too. In front of the Lin family's Qingyazhai, there was a long line. The people at the front were naturally elated, while the people at the back were dejected. Just like what the two old men at the front had said, it was almost the new year. If they could buy a bicycle, how cool would it be to ride a bicycle around to greet the new year? Everyone would feel embarrassed. Hee hee, madam, how is it? Your husband's previous judgment was correct, right? For this second batch of bicycles, our family has a total of 34 bicycles. On the second floor of Qingyazhai, Lin Wenyuan looked at the dense line of customers downstairs and smiled as he spoke to Madame Lin beside him. Madame Lin couldn't help but say, "There are only 30 bicycles in total. If we sell them, we can only earn about 3,000 strings of cash. Look at how happy Master is." Lin Wenyuan shook his head and said, "Madam, you don't understand, right? This old man heard that this batch of bicycles only took 5 days for the Strange Interest Pavilion to produce. Previously, because the workshop was busy producing honeycomb coal and coal furnaces, they didn't have time to make bicycles. Madam, think about it. If the workshop could concentrate on producing bicycles, how many bicycles would they be able to produce in a month? More than 3,000. With such a huge profit, you don't know how much other people would covet it. Besides, Marquee Workshop doesn't only have bicycles. In the future, there will definitely be other products. Also, with so many people coming to our Qingyazhai to buy bicycles, it will also drive the sales of other things in our shop. If we really want to calculate, we definitely earned more than 3,000 strings of cash today. Hee hee. From what Master said, won't we be able to earn back the money we invested in the workshop next year? Madame Lin's eyes lit up as she asked with a smile. Lin Wenyuan chuckled and said, "It won't just be earning back the money. There will definitely be a lot of extra money. Let's not talk about other things. Just the 45,000 strings of cash that we bought from the Chamber of Commerce. If we sell it for 60,000 strings of cash, there will definitely be people who will buy it." Madame Lin subconsciously thought that her husband was bragging. She rolled her eyes and said, "I don't care about the rest. The important thing is that we finally have some extra money for the new year." Lin Wenyuan's old face darkened. He quickly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Previously, he had taken out more than 40,000 strings of cash to invest in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, causing the Lin family shop to be in a tight spot. Without liquid capital, doing business would naturally be a big hindrance. They had to scrape together funds left and right to barely survive until now. During this period, the Lin family could be considered to have lived frugally for a long time. Now that Li Zixuan had finally released a large number of bicycles, the Lin family could finally use this opportunity to earn back some money. Chapter 1140. Young Master, all the fireworks produced by the workshop have been moved to the Academy's warehouse. Brother Mo Zhong will arrange for someone to guard them. I guarantee that there won't be any accidents. When it was close to noon, San Bao rushed back from the workshop and reported to Li Zixuan. The workshop had received orders from Li Zixuan early in the morning to start a holiday. The batch of fireworks produced by the workshop naturally had to be handed over before the workers left. Li Zixuan did not instruct these matters. It was all decided by San Bao, Faubert, and Fu. Well done." Li Zixuan nodded, then looked at San Bao and asked with a smile, "How is it? Have you and Fu gotten used to the workshop recently?" San Bao was flattered and bowed. "Young Master, what are you talking about? It's my and Fu's good fortune to be able to work for you. What's it to not get used to?" Li Zixuan said angrily, "You rascal. You're such a smooth talker. You can laugh and joke around normally, but when you're working, you have to pay more attention. San Bao quickly said seriously. Young master, you're right. San Bao will remember it. Go. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, Yanwang College. Hong Yi, did you return to Chang'an again? In front of Guanghua Building, Chun Tianhua saw Hua Hongyi walking towards him. Seeing his travel-worn appearance, he knew that this fellow had just returned from outside. Hence he smiled. Although the three of them lived in Chang, and they were already used to life in the academy. Seeing that most of the students did not go home during the winter break, they stayed in the academy. Coincidentally, the academy's canteen was free of charge during the winter break. The benefits were amazing. As for the Chinese New Year, they planned to go back for a reunion dinner and come back to the academy to watch the fireworks at night. Tianhua, you don't know how lively Chang'an's West City is today. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that tens of thousands of people came out to watch. Hua Hongyi walked over with a beaming face and laughed heartily. Speaking of which, during the winter vacation, the students who didn't go home didn't just stay at home in the academy. Most of them often went to Chang'an City when they had nothing to do, especially those students from other places. It was not easy for them to come to Chang'an City to study, but the academy was located outside of Chang'an City. Moreover, they usually had a lot of homework and had no time for other things. Now that it was the winter vacation, how could they live up to themselves if they didn't go to Chang'an City for a walk? Moreover, Yin Mountain was only about 20 miles away from Chang'an City. Along the way, they might meet some villagers from the Han Village, Plum Village, or other villages who were driving their ox carts and planning to go to the market. With a few polite words, the villagers would usually happily give them a ride. This would save them a lot of effort. This morning, Hua Hongyi rode on Old Hu's ox cart to Chang'an. Is it because of the bike? Chen Tianhua rolled his eyes and said indifferently. Obviously, he had already read today's Datong Daily. Hua Hongyi gave a thumbs up and praised. Hee, it's the bike. Tianhua is indeed Tianhua. You don't even have to go out, and you already know what's going on. Amazing. TSK. Today's scene is really crowded. Even if Yamacho released 280 bicycles, they would definitely be sold out by this morning. Chen Tianhua interrupted him impatiently. All right, stop talking nonsense. I say, Hong, didn't you say that you've already planned out your first novel? Why don't you take advantage of the winter break to start writing? You have to know that next year's homework will definitely be more intense. Hua Hongyi was stunned when he heard this. He then said, Tianhua, you don't know. Actually, regarding this novel, I've already started writing it a long time ago. It's almost done. Chen Tianhua was suddenly energized. He said with great interest, Oh, you finished writing it so quickly? Can you let me take a look first? Hua Hongyi scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I meant that the outline is almost done. Puffed. Chen Tianhua almost vomited blood. If the person in front of him wasn't his best friend, he would have punched him. Tianhua, this novel of mine is a little special. I'm sure you've never seen or heard of it before, so it'll be very difficult to comprehend it. You can't force the progress. Hua Hongyi quickly explained. Chen Tianhua looked at him suspiciously and said helplessly, All right, since that's the case, do whatever you want. Just let me and Feichen know when you're ready to release the book. Of course. Hua Hongyi nodded. Suddenly, he saw many students crowding around the Guanghua building. He pointed in that direction and asked curiously, Tianhua, why are they crowding around there? Chen Tianhua looked in the direction Hua Hongyi was pointing at. Then he looked away and answered, In the morning, the Yamacho sent people to move the fireworks for the new year here. They used a lot of ox carts, countless of them. Now, the fireworks have been placed in the warehouse on the first floor. Those people are crowding around the warehouse, probably wanting to see the fireworks in advance. What? The fireworks are here? Damn, I want to see it too. Hua Hongyi opened his eyes wide and ran over excitedly. The fireworks were his biggest anticipation for this year's new year. Master, the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop has been established. In just a few days, they can make almost 300 bicycles. The process requires iron, sulfur, and other raw materials. They are completely self-sufficient. This is terrifying. Chongren Square, Zhongsun Wuji's house. The layman just enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. While the people outside were crazy about the 280 bicycles, the experts saw the terrifying production capacity and efficiency of the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. From the looks of it, their way of smelting iron is undoubtedly more efficient. It's hard to imagine that Li Zixuan has such achievements in smelting iron. I have really underestimated him. Zhongsun Wuji sighed with his hands behind his back. Master, with the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop, our smelting speed will definitely not be as fast as theirs. If the Marquis of Yong wants to snatch business from us, we won't be able to do so. The middle-aged man standing below Zhongsun Wuji, who looked like a manager, complained carefully. Zhongsun Wuji squinted his eyes. If the manager could think of this problem, how could he not? However, don't bother about this. No matter what, during the cholera outbreak, Li Zixuan saved Chong'er's life. If we were to fall out with him because of the business of the workshop, wouldn't we be a joke? Moreover, from the looks of it, the iron produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop is for their own use. Li Zixuan doesn't have the intention to sell the iron to others. We don't need to complicate things. After a moment, Zhongsun Wuji shook his head and gave the final word. Chapter 1141. The largest iron-making workshop in Chong, and was owned by Zhongsun Wuji's family. After all, it was still the era of salt and iron officials. Even if there were iron-making workshops among the commoners, the scale wouldn't be large. Zhongsun Wuji used his status as a relative of the emperor to not only own an iron mine, but he could also forge iron openly. Not only that, the imperial court would purchase large amounts of iron from the Zhongsun family every year. The Zhongsun family could be said to be filthy rich through the iron-making business. Of course, this was a special favor that Emperor Li II Emperor gave to the Zhongsun family. There is probably no other family in the entire Tang dynasty who could do this. However, all of this was already a thing of the past. Now that the Curious Pavilion had become the largest private iron-making workshop in Tang dynasty, the Zhongsun family was the first to bear the brunt. Their business would definitely be affected. If the other party wasn't Li Zixuan, Zhongsun Wuji might have taken action to suppress them. If this happened 30 years later, no matter who the other party was, Zhongsun Wuji would mercilessly suppress them. This was because by then, he would already be in complete control of the imperial court. Why would he have such fear? However, there weren't so many ifs in this world. The reality was that the current Li Zixuan couldn't be suppressed even if he wanted to. Li Zixuan, who was far away in Yinshan, didn't know of Zhongsun Wuji's thoughts. Actually, he was worried that his iron-making workshop would make Zhongsun Wuji unhappy. However, after thinking about it, with his current status and connections, it wouldn't be easy for Zhongsun Wuji to bully him. Furthermore, he had saved Zhongsun Chang's life. Even if Zhongsun Wuji wasn't grateful, he couldn't possibly bite the hand that fed him, right? If that was really the case, the old fox's reputation would definitely be tarnished. However, even though he wasn't worried about Zhongsun Wuji's revenge, Li Zixuan still left some leeway. For example, the iron produced by the Curious Pavilion was never sold to the public. This was because the daily consumption of iron in the workshop was huge. On the other hand, Li Zixuan was taking care of Empress Zhongsun's face and didn't want to make things too difficult for Zhongsun Wuji. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, other than his family and elders, Empress Zhongsun was someone who took care of him. Li Zixuan naturally respected this woman from the bottom of his heart. On the other side, the 280 bicycles were all sold out in just half a day. Those who managed to snatch the car were still the lucky ones, as they could easily earn hundreds of strings of cash by casually selling it. In the end, there were too many monks and too little gruel. The number of bicyclists in Chong was still very large. Unlike the last batch, which only had dozens of bicycles, there were now 280 bicycles in Chong. People could often be seen riding bicycles on the streets, which was impossible a month ago. Nowadays, the children in Chang and city had one more fun, which was to wait on the streets for rich people to come by on bicycles. Once they saw one, these naughty children would crazily chase after the bicycle on their scooters. Speaking of which, these people were really reckless. On such a cold day, they were actually willing to ride bicycles or skateboards in the cold wind. If they were in modern times, they would definitely be idiots. Cloud Mountain Villa. The New Year was the day after tomorrow. Although there were few people in Cloud Mountain, the New Year's atmosphere was very strong. Every household had already prepared all the New Year's goods, such as chicken, duck, fish, tea, wine, soy sauce, North and South stir-fried goods, sugar bait, fruits, and so on. In addition to these, every household had to prepare some gifts for visiting relatives and friends during the New Year. Families with children also had to buy new clothes and hats for their children to wear during the New Year. However, for a big family like the Lee family, they did not lack these. Lan this girl, wore new clothes every day. No one would object. What surprised Li Zexuan was that there was actually bacon in the New Year's goods. He thought that this thing did not exist in the Tang dynasty. In fact, this was his own ignorance. Bacon had a very long history in China. At least in the era of Confucius, the ancestors knew how to make bacon. Confucius had a special fondness for bacon. He once said, "As long as you give me 10 strips of bacon, I will teach you." Confucius had 3,000 disciples and 72 followers. If they all gave him 10 strips of bacon as filial piety, this old man would not be able to finish it even if he opened his stomach. Later, it became the custom of students giving their teachers bacon. However, in the ancient language, it was called shu xiao, which meant a bundle of dried meat. TSK. This bacon stir-fried with garlic core is a delicious dish. Wife, your husband will teach you a new dish in the afternoon. Li Zexuan looked at the bacon hanging in the house and said with joy, there were still garlic sprouts in the winter because garlic was a crop with relatively strong cold resistance. It could withstand a short period of -10 degrees Celsius. If the temperature below -10 degrees Celsius was low for a long time, or if the temperature was extremely low, garlic sprouts would easily freeze and die. However, the temperature in Chang and city was not that low this year, so it was not difficult to find some garlic core. This was the first time Han Yushi heard of this dish. She thought for a while and nodded. Okay, hubby, you can tell me later and I'll do it. Hey, that's right, my wife. I asked you to buy more pork. Did you not buy it? His original plan was to buy a batch of pork before the New Year and give some to each household in his village as an auspicious sign for the New Year. However, he realized that there was not enough pork in the New Year's goods at home. Han Yushi looked at Li Zexuan angrily and said, "Husband, you asked for more than 10,000 pounds of pork. Do you expect to pile it all up at home? Don't worry, Uncle Wang has already taken care of it. He bought more than 100 pigs and temporarily raised them in the field in front of Uncle Hu's house. Uncle Wang plans to distribute the pork to each village tomorrow. Then, the village chief of each village will personally distribute the pork to the villagers." Oh. Li Zexuan touched his nose embarrassedly. Then he suddenly thought of the pig slaughtering banquet in the village in his previous life. He said, "Wife, we will distribute the pork tomorrow, but you have to let Faubert keep 8 pigs. I plan to hold a pig slaughtering banquet in each village during the New Year the day after tomorrow." Pig slaughtering banquet? Husband, what is a pig slaughtering banquet? Han Yushi asked curiously. Li Zexuan thought for a while and replied, This pig slaughtering banquet is to put different parts of a pig, both inside and outside, into a big pot, half boiling and half steaming. Then, the meat in the big pot can be divided into many dishes, such as garlic minced meat, garlic minced heart meat, firewood meat, hand-chopped liver, pickled vegetables stewed with white meat and blood sausage, and so on. Wife, let me tell you, don't think that the pig slaughtering banquet is tasteless just because there are so many things cooking together. In fact, if it is done well, it will be delicious. Chapter 1142, Cloud Mountain Residence. Hearing Li Zexuan talk about the pig slaughtering feast so seriously, Han Yushi was also a little tempted, but, husband, although the pig slaughtering feast is good, don't forget that you are still grounded by His Majesty. Grounding. The desire for the pig slaughtering feast that had just appeared on Li Zixuan's face instantly disappeared without a trace. Once a person was pleased with himself, it was easy for him to forget himself. He was a typical example of this. All right then, let Uncle Wang distribute all the pork to the villagers. Li Zixuan waved his hand dispiritedly. At first, he thought that being grounded for 2 months was no big deal. After all, he liked to stay at home. However, now that it was close to the new year, he realized that he couldn't even leave Cloud Mountain. How frustrating. Sigh. Now I have no choice but to be an otaku, even if I don't want to. Li Zixuan sighed in his heart. He had heard what his father-in-law had said to him earlier. He knew that he had caused too much trouble this time. Taking advantage of being grounded, he had to lay low for a period of time and let everyone gradually forget about the Chui family. That was the wisest move. During this period, Li Zixuan was determined not to cause any trouble and let others have a hold on him. Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan was as dejected as a child who didn't get a toy. She felt an inexplicable sense of pity in her heart. She couldn't help but giggle and say, "Husband, why are you so dejected? If we can't have the pig slaughtering feast this year, we can have it next year. Anyway, there will be a new year every year." Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly and forced a smile. Wife, you don't have to comfort me. It's just a pig slaughtering feast. Your husband is not a greedy person. Han Yushi smiled when she heard that. She thought disapprovingly, "Husband, if you're not a greedy person, then who in the world would have the nerve to call themselves greedy people?" The 30th of December, New Year's Eve. Finally, it was New Year's Eve. Yin Lide and Yin Libin had already moved to Yunshan 2 days ago to live with Yin Xiaoning. Because the imperial court would give the officials a Lunar New Year's Eve holiday, every year there were a total of 7 days. It was the 3 days before Lunar New Year's Eve, the first day of the Lunar New Year, the second day of the Lunar New Year, and the third day of the Lunar New Year. Therefore, Old Yan's family happened to be here for a holiday. Although Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong both had houses in Yanshan, of course, it was given to them by Li Zixuan. They still had many connections in Chong, and so they had no time to come over during the day. It was rare for Sun Simiao to give himself a day off today. He suspended the free clinic activity at the foot of the mountain. The Hu family had been helping him tidy up his house and buy New Year goods these few days. It could be said that they had worked hard. Therefore, although the old Taoist priest had been running down the mountain recently, he was quite well prepared for the new year. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan, the host, invited the big group of people to his house for a meal. It was considered a welcome for them to celebrate the new year in Yunshan. To be honest, those who could be long-term residents of Cloud Mountain were not simple people. Every one of them was quite knowledgeable, and most of them knew each other. Therefore, during the banquet, there were toasts and conversations, and it was very lively. The meal lasted until around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Zixuan lay at home for a while, then brought Sanbao out and walked towards the academy. He was indeed grounded at home now, but Yinhuang College was also his home. The current situation was that as long as he didn't leave Yunshan, no one would find trouble with him. After entering the academy, Li Zixuan went straight to the canteen. He found the canteen manager, Wang Dehu, and said, "Dao, have you prepared the flour and ingredients that I asked you to prepare?" Eru, you're here too?" Li Zixuan saw Wang Eru, who was busy not far away. When Wang Eru heard him, he quickly ran over and said, "Yes, young master. Today, the Drunken Immortal restaurant is on holiday, so I came here to help my brother. At the same time, the whole family will celebrate the new year at the academy." In the modern era, during the new year, the business was the best in the restaurant industry. Usually, the employees of the restaurants and hotels would not be on holiday at this time, because many people were too lazy to prepare a reunion dinner, so they would celebrate the new year at the restaurant. But it was different in the ancient era. In this era, the concept of home was still very strong in people's hearts. During the new year, basically no one would eat a reunion dinner outside. Therefore, Li Zixuan simply let everyone in the Drunken Immortal restaurant go on holiday. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded, then asked, Eru, you brought your father and mother over too? Wang Eru quickly waved his hand and said, How can I? This is the academy. How can my father and mother come in casually? I'll let my father and mother wait at a farmer's house at the foot of the mountain. After my brother and I are done with our work, we will go down the mountain to find them and have a reunion dinner together. Pa! Lisa Xuan slapped the back of Wang Eru's head and said, It's so cold now. How can you leave your parents at the foot of the mountain? Although Yanwang College does not allow outsiders to come in casually, you and Dahu are not outsiders. Hurry up and bring your father and mother over here. Your whole family can celebrate the new year with so many students at the academy today. Speaking of which, if possible, who wouldn't want to have a family reunion? However, the academy was a sacred place for scholars. How could outsiders enter just because they wanted to? Therefore, Wang Eru did not dare to bring his parents directly to the academy. At this time, after listening to Lisa Xuan, Wang Eru and Wang Dahu were touched. They bowed and said, Thank you, young master, for thinking highly of us. After that, Wang Eru ran out of the cafeteria happily. Wang Dahu finally had the time to answer Lisa Xuan's question. Young master, the flour and ingredients that you asked for are all prepared here. The quantity is definitely enough. Lisa Xuan laughed and said, Ha, that's great. Bring everything to the table. Today, I will let the students have a dumpling-making competition. It was the new year. How could it be called a new year if they did not make dumplings? Wang Dahu was stunned and said doubtfully, Dumplings? Yamacho, what are dumplings? At first, I thought you were going to make wontons. Wontons? Ahem. Actually, the two are similar. It's just that the names are different. In the future, it will be dumplings, no wontons. We must eat dumplings for the new year. Lisa Xuan quickly explained. In fact, there was no such thing as dumplings in the Tang Dynasty, but there were dumplings in the Tang Dynasty. Today's wontons are shaped like a crescent moon. They are eaten everywhere. This was the first sentence that talked about dumplings in ancient Chinese literature. It was written by the Northern Qi writer and educator Yanji Tue. Although Yanji Tue said wontons, he said crescent moon-shaped wontons. Then, wouldn't crescent moon-shaped wontons be dumplings? In the middle of the Tang Dynasty, there was a new name for dumplings, jiaowan. In the Song Dynasty, in order to distinguish it from wontons, people began to shape it into a crescent moon shape. It was actually a triangular shape with two pointed corners and was called jiaozi. Zhou of the Song Dynasty even wrote in his Old Stories of Wulin that there were records of multicolored buns, multicolored dumplings. Since jiaozi and dumplings both appeared, the name dumplings appeared naturally. Therefore, dumplings was officially named in the Song Dynasty. Wang Dao nodded his head in confusion. Lisa Xuan said to San Bao, go tell Mo Zhong and the rest to inform all the students in the school to come to the cafeteria to participate in the dumpling-making competition. Yes, young master. Chapter 1143. Dumplings? Where dumplings? In the Guanghua building of the Yanwang Academy, Qing was reviewing his homework. He used to be the top student in the School of Mathematics. Ever since the new students of the School of Mathematics joined the Yanwang Academy, he had never been the top student again. As a person who had once been in the clouds, if he accidentally fell halfway, he would definitely want to climb back up again. Qing was the same person. In the past 6 months, there was not a moment when he did not want to climb to the top again. Since he could not go home during the winter break, he had been revising his homework in the hope that he could deepen his understanding of engineering. When he heard the news from his classmate, he could not help but wonder. Zhang Ziren scratched his head and looked confused. He said, I don't know what dumplings are either. Anyway, Yamacho asked us to go, so we'll go. Today was New Year's Eve. Most of the students in Class 1 had returned to Chang and for the new year. There were less than 15 students left. The 2 of them were from out of town, so they could only stay in the school to study by themselves. Yamacho is here? Let's go and see. Qing's eyes lit up as he stood up. Ever since the fall of the Chui family, Li Zixuan rarely came to Yanhuang College except for the hot pot banquet. It was said that he had been staying at home and rarely went down Yanshan. This made Qing a little worried. Although Li Zishuan did not say it, his intuition told him that the Chui family had brought a lot of trouble to Li Zishuan. If this was a year ago, Qing wouldn't have cared if Li Zishuan was dead or alive. However, in the past year, Li Zishuan's vast knowledge and powerful charisma had won over most of the students in the school. He was one of them. Li Zishuan was now the one and only spiritual idol in his heart. Of course, he would be worried if something happened to his idol. The two of them walked together and arrived in front of the cafeteria. At this time, many students had gathered in front of the cafeteria. The crowd was noisy, and everyone was talking about the dumpling competition. Jiayin, what are dumplings? How would I know? But since these dumplings need to be wrapped by hand, and Yamacho told us to come to the cafeteria, these dumplings must be eaten. Therefore, I'm guessing that these dumplings are probably food similar to steam buns or hundun. F***CK. Jiayin, your analysis makes sense. So we're all in for a treat tonight? Huh. Was there even need to ask? Since it's Yamacho's new food, it definitely won't taste bad. That makes sense. Hey, Yamacho said it was a dumpling-making competition. Does that mean there will be a competition later? Yeah, since it's a competition, there must be a winner and a loser. I wonder what surprises Yamacho will bring us this time. Qing and Sung Ziren looked at each other. They found a group of students from Class 1 and walked over. Is everyone here? In the cafeteria, Mo Zhong pushed open the door and entered. Before he could speak, Li Zishuan raised his head and asked. Mo Zhong cupped his fist and answered, Yamacho, everyone is here. Since it's New Year's Eve, there are only 300 students left in the academy. The rest have gone home for the new year. Li Zishuan nodded and said, okay, I'll go out and talk to them about something. By the way, Mo Zhong, the guards of the academy must be vigilant tonight. This place is decorated with lanterns and decorations, and there will be fireworks at midnight. It's easy to catch fire, so you have to strengthen the patrols. It's been hard on all of you these 2 days. You can't reunite with your families during the new year, and you still have to guard your posts. From tomorrow onwards, all of you will go home and rest for a few days. I'll let Pang Feiji take care of the academy's safety for the time being. Mo Zhong didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so considerate of the guards. He couldn't help but feel touched. Yamacho, brothers, it's not hard at all. We've been in the academy for so long, and this place has long become our home. There's no need to reunite. These words were not out of politeness. People's hearts were made of flesh. Ever since they came to Cloud Mountain, they could clearly feel how Li Zishuan treated them. He really treated the academy as his own home. Li Zishuan smiled and said, okay, I'm very happy that all of you feel a sense of belonging in the academy. However, you still have to take a break. All of you go back and rest for a few days before coming back. You can't reunite with your families tonight, but you have to make it up to them tomorrow. And Mo Zhong thought for a while, and finally bowed deeply to Li Zishuan and said, thank you, Yamacho, for your understanding. Brothers, go back and rest for a few days before coming back. Okay. Li Zishuan nodded and walked out of the door. He couldn't help but feel a wave of happiness in his heart. Mo Zhong and the others were originally from the Mo clan, and the academy's imperceptible influence on them during this half a year had finally caused them to develop a sense of belonging. He reckoned that it wouldn't be long before this group of members from the Mo clan would completely belong to the academy, although they might still think of themselves as belonging to the Mo school. In their behavior, the line between Mo school and engineering would become more and more blurred. Yamacho is out. Quiet down, all of you. Yamacho is out. As soon as Li Zishuan came out, the students in front of the cafeteria became restless. Then they automatically quieted down. This was Li Zishuan's prestige in the hearts of the students. No one could replace him. At the same time, this also showed that the first batch of students from Yanhuang College truly loved engineering, the academy, and, no, it was worship and respect for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan stood on the steps in front of the cafeteria, facing the fanatical, worshipful, and respectful gazes of the students, and said, today is New Year's Eve, and tomorrow is New Year's Day. On behalf of all the teachers of Yanhuang College, I wish you all a happy new year. I wish you all the best in your studies and progress in the new year. By the way, I'll also give you a poem. Hard work ends today. The youth can still be praised. In modern times, after New Year's Eve, the first day of the first lunar month was called the Spring Festival. However, in the Tang Dynasty, there was no such thing as the Spring Festival because there was only the lunar calendar. The first day of a new year was called New Year's Day, Yuan Day, Yuan Zheng, or Sui Day. As for the poem, Li Zixuan said, it was an encouraging poem sent to his younger brother, Su Zhe, during the new year by Su Shi, an 8th-rank official in Shaanxi. The general idea was, young people should seize this day well. Only then will they have the spirit to guide the country. Thank you, Yamacho. I also wish Yamacho a happy new year. The students were secretly praising Li Zixuan's literary talent and poetry as they cupped their hands towards Li Zixuan and said in unison. Li Zixuan was in a good mood and laughed, ha ha. Okay, I'll accept your blessings. Let's stop with the pleasantries. Next, I'll tell you the rules of today's dumpling making competition. Chapter 1144. Yamacho, what are dumplings? In front of the Academy's cafeteria, someone finally asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and explained, dumplings are similar to wonton, stuffing the dough with fillings. But I think dumplings sound better. Tonight, Z Hour is the beginning of 2 years, the time to welcome the new and bid farewell to the old. It has a special meaning. Dumplings are named after the meaning of coming of age. Z means Z Hour, which is homophonic to dumplings. It represents festive reunion and good luck, indicating good luck in the new year. In the future, no matter what position you hold or where you are, as your former Yamacho, I hope that you can eat dumplings during the new year and remember today's dumpling, making competition. Good. Anyway, Li Zixuan said that the name of dumplings sounded good, so it sounded good. All the students cheered loudly. Li Zixuan continued. Today's dumpling making competition will be held in classes. The time limit is 2 hours. The dumpling wrappers and dumpling fillings have already been prepared by the chefs in the cafeteria. After 2 hours, the class with the most dumplings will win. Note that those dumplings that are randomly made to make up the numbers will not be counted in the total, and the corresponding amount will be deducted from the qualified dumplings. As for the reward for the winning class, in addition to winning money, everyone will have a chance to personally light fireworks tonight. In addition, all the students can eat dumplings for free tonight. It will definitely be enough. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. If there are no questions, then go in and start making dumplings now. Winning money is almost equivalent to the modern red envelope. It was first popular in the Western Han Dynasty, but this kind of money is not the currency circulating in the market. It is specially cast into the shape of a coin to ward off evil spirits. The front of it is usually cast with words and various auspicious words, such as long live the ages, peace in the world, get rid of evil spirits, etc. The back of it is cast with various patterns, such as dragons and phoenixes, turtles and snakes, fish, sword fighting, stars, etc. This is equivalent to the auspicious gifts that relatives and friends give to each other. It can't be used to buy things. Yamacho, what kind of dumplings are qualified? Sung Ziren asked. Li Zixuan asked Wang Iru, who was behind him, for a portion of dumpling skin and a spoonful of dumpling filling. He casually made a dumpling shaped like a gold ingot. He often made dumplings like this in his previous life, but as far as he knew, the dumplings made by northerners were crescent-shaped. The dumplings made by southerners and other places were more unique in appearance. There were pigeon-shaped, willow leaf-shaped, skirt-shaped, cicada-shaped, and gold ingot-shaped dumplings. In Li Zixuan's previous life, this kind of gold ingot was popular in his hometown. Well, this is just an example for you, but it's not limited to what you can wrap up like this. As long as it's not obvious, it's fine. Also, before making the dumplings, all of you have to wash your hands clean. You can't go to the outhouse or pick your nose. Do you hear me? Ha! As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, the students burst into laughter. But laughter aside, they still accepted Li Zixuan's request. After all, these dumplings would be in their stomachs at night. Sure, Qing, The situation is not good for our class. Chinke, Zifin, Chung Chumo, and the others have all gone home. There are only 13 people left in our class, and I think the average number of people in the other classes is around 20. How can we compare? Song Ziren said with a frown. After entering the cafeteria, the students divided up their seats. The others also looked at Ku Shiqing. When Li Tai and the others were not around, Ku Shiqing had the most prestige in Class 1. Ku Shiqing frowned for a moment and said, "Who has made dumplings at home before?" "I have." "I haven't." 8 people raised their hands, and 4 shook their heads. Ku Shiqing breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I have too." Later, those who have made dumplings before, concentrate on making them. Those who haven't, help to distribute the dough. If we work together, we might have a chance. Okay, everyone roared in agreement, and then they quickly spread out according to their individual duties. Ku Shiqing quickly took the dumpling skin from his companion, and then put a spoonful of dumpling filling on the skin. Then everyone saw his hands kneading, and a crescent-shaped dumpling was formed in an instant. The speed was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. "Damn, Shiqing, your speed is amazing. You are a master," Song Ziren said, in surprise. "Yeah, I didn't see it." "Shiqing, you have such a trick up your sleeve. Amazing. Now we might have a chance to get first place." The students of Class 1 saw hope from Ku Shiqing's operation and were overjoyed. "Huh, this is nothing, but I can't do it alone. If we want to get first place, we must work together." Ku Shiqing smiled, but he sighed helplessly in his heart. It was said that children from poor families learn to take care of the family early. These classmates only saw his speed in making dumplings, but they did not know that his family used to sell dumplings. When he was young, he often helped his family make dumplings. This was all practice. Shiqing is right. Everyone hurry up. With his encouragement, the students of Class 1 were suddenly filled with motivation. An hour later, Class 1 had made 10 trays of dumplings, about 600 of them. Ku Shiqing was doing 3 by himself, and his speed was very fast. Class 2 also made 10 trays, and their speed was about the same. The other classes mostly hovered around 9 trays, and no class dared to say that they had an absolute advantage. "Damn, are you all really making dumplings here? I heard that there's a big prize for first place." I'm not too late." At this moment, a few students walked in from outside the cafeteria. It was Chung Chumo, Wang Ming, Li Tai, and the others. They all came over after the reunion dinner at home, but when they returned to Guanghua Building, they found that there was no one inside. They asked the academy guards and found out that there was a dumpling making competition in the cafeteria, and that there was a prize, so they hurried over. Because Li Tai lived in the palace and did not have his own residence, he needed to accompany concubine Yang in the palace, so he did not come with Li Tai. "Phew, Chumo, you're finally here. Come and help. If we win, we can personally set off the fireworks tonight," Zhang Ziren said with a sigh of relief. "There's such a good thing? But I don't know how to make dumplings. Chinke, do you know how to do it?" Chung Chumo was overjoyed at first, but when he saw Ku Shiqing's dumplings, he was immediately dumbfounded. Li Tai opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I don't know how to do it either, but I can learn." "Shiqing, I'll learn from you. No matter what, one more person means one more chance of winning." With that, the little fatty rolled up his sleeves and prepared to personally participate. If Li Zishuan saw that his son was going to do such a thing, his eyes would probably pop out, and then he would come and fight Li Zishuan to the death. "Damn, I'll also learn." When Sun Zifin, Wang Ming, and the others saw this, how could they have the nerve to stand outside and watch? They all joined the battle and began to make dumplings for the first time in their lives. With the addition of this new group of people, the first class, which was not at a disadvantage, quickly pulled away from the other classes. Chapter 1145. Class 1, 1576 valid ones. Class 2, 1,499 valid ones. Class 3, 1,402 valid ones. Class 4, the dumpling making competition officially ended when it was close to 5 p.m. Li Zishuan ordered someone to count the number of dumplings and began to announce the results. The students were very high during the process of making dumplings. At this time, they didn't particularly care about whether they could get first place or not. However, they still had a trace of hope in their hearts that they could win first place, because the first class could personally light the fireworks. Fireworks were priceless in the whole of Tang Dynasty. They had been eyeing it for a long time. If they could light it themselves, they would be able to brag to others in the future. Class 15, 1,327 effective ones. Class 16, 1,575 effective ones. Oh. As Li Zishuan finished reading, there was a gasp from Class 1, followed by Cheng Chumo's excited shout. Damn, if I remember correctly, we are first place. Haha, Chonyo, you remembered correctly this time. We are first place. Sun Zifan shouted heartily. Shiqing, good job. This time, our class is in danger because of you. Li Tai patted Kush Shiqing's shoulder and sighed sincerely. However, this little fatty's hands were full of flour. When he patted Kush Shiqing's shoulder, there was a claw mark. However, Kush Shiqing was in a state of excitement at the moment and didn't notice this small detail. He smiled modestly and said, "This is not just my credit. Class 16 is only one less than us. Qingke and the others, if you didn't come back in time, our class would have lost." Li Tai laughed and said, "No matter who the credit is, as long as we protect the glory of Class 1. No matter what, our Class 1 is the best in every aspect." Ha! The glory of Class 1. Kush Shiqing was startled, and then his heart burned with passion. Their class could be said to be Li Zishuan's direct class. Ever since they were incorporated into Yanhuang College, whether it was military training or ordinary exams, it could be said that they never fell behind. The atmosphere of the entire class was also full of enthusiasm. In the past, Kush Shiqing didn't understand why his classmates were so hardworking, nor did he know why he was so hardworking. Later on, he couldn't figure it out and could only attribute it to the overall environment. However, after listening to Li Tai's words, he understood that these direct students of Li Zishuan all had a trace of pride and persistence in their hearts. They would subconsciously protect the glory of this direct student class, fight for glory, and win every battle. Qingke, you're right. We're all here to protect the glory of Class 1. Kush Shiqing looked deeply at Li Tai and solemnly said. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. Dao, quickly get someone to put away these dumplings. Make half of them tonight and the other half tomorrow morning. Li Zishuan pointed to the mountain of dumplings on the cafeteria table and ordered. In this weather, there was no need to worry about the dumplings going bad overnight. It was very convenient to store them. Yes, Yamacho, Wang Dahu responded and asked the cafeteria staff to carry the dumplings. Li Zishuan looked at the students again and said with a smile, "All right, go wash your hands. The class that didn't get first place doesn't have to be dejected. There will be free dumplings tonight. And I just changed my mind at the last minute. Everyone will have money to bet later." Oh, Yamacho is mighty. Yamacho is mighty. Many students were still a little hesitant, but after hearing the second half of Li Zishuan's sentence, everyone suddenly cheered. Even if they lost the first place, they still had dumplings and money to bet. They didn't lose out this time. This was Li Zishuan's little trick. He actually wanted to give each student a red packet from the beginning. But obviously, the experience of regaining something after losing it made the students happier. The students of Class 1 weren't disappointed because of this. As the champion, they had another special privilege later, lighting fireworks. After 15 minutes, the students sat neatly in the cafeteria according to their class. San Bao carried a sack from outside and walked to Li Zishuan and said, "Young master, the money is inside. Okay, you carry it and follow me to give it out one by one." Li Zishuan said, "Yes, young master." San Bao wiped the sweat off her forehead and carried the sack again. She followed Li Zishuan and gave out money to each student one by one. Each set of money was placed in a small pouch sewn with red cloth. It looked very exquisite and festive. This was the red packet that Li Zixuan wanted to recreate as modern as possible. The students received the red packets and quickly thanked him. Then they solemnly put the red packets in their pockets. After 30 minutes, Li Zixuan gave out a red packet to each of the 300 students in the cafeteria. In the end, there was still some left. He simply let San Bao give one to each of the cafeteria workers. At this time, the sky outside was gradually turning dark. Wang Dehu just happened to report that the dumplings were cooked. Li Zixuan took the opportunity to announce that dinner was ready. The students stood up and lined up to get their food. Li Zixuan walked out of the cafeteria. He planned to go home and bring his family over for the reunion dinner. The more people there were, the more lively it was. "Have you brought little you and Ma Zhou over?" After walking out of the cafeteria, Li Zixuan looked at San Bao and asked. Li Zixuan had planned for the whole family to celebrate the reunion dinner at the academy. Not only that, he also sent people to Chong and to bring Li Yu and Ma Zhou over. The two of them had no relatives in Chong and City. Their house was even rented. He thought that it would be too lonely to celebrate the reunion dinner alone, so he brought them over to celebrate the reunion dinner together. "Young master, they are here. Miss Li Yu and Mr. Ma are at the side yard now." Sam Bao replied, "Good. Then go and invite Mr. Mo, Ink Girl, Dao's son, Mr. Wenji, Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhang San, Yin Xiaoning, and the rest of the academy. Since we're going to have a reunion dinner together, how can we leave them out? It'll be more lively if they are all here." The second floor of the cafeteria was specially prepared for the teachers of the academy and Li Zixuan's family. It was not a special arrangement, but the first floor was really full. San Bao could feel the joy in Li Zixuan's words. She smiled and replied, "Yes, young master." After saying that, he ran off like a wisp of smoke to make arrangements. Li Zixuan walked toward the side yard. Inadvertently, he saw the moon hanging in the sky. He felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. New Year's Eve. This was the first time he was celebrating New Year's Eve in this space-time. Chapter 1146. Come, come, come. Don't stand on ceremony. Let's eat. Yinwang College, second floor of the cafeteria. A few tables were temporarily put together to form a large table. Li Zixuan, Yin Xiaoning, Li Gang, and Mo Huai, Liu, Ma Zhou, Wang Ji, and the others were all sitting together. The atmosphere was very lively. Oh, there was also Han Lijing and Iron Egg. Li Zixuan had invited them too. Han Yushi had told him a long time ago that she would invite her father over to celebrate the New Year together. Now that the Li family had chosen to celebrate the New Year in Yinshan, Han Lijing did not have to travel that long distance. After the dishes were served, Li Zixuan stood up and greeted them. "Good, good, good. Everyone, let's eat. Don't reject the Yamacho's good intentions." Among this group of people, Sun Simiao was the oldest, 87 years old, followed by Li Gang, 81 years old. However, Sun Simiao did not like this kind of social interaction, so Li Gang became the opening person. The old man's son, daughter-in-law, and grandson were sitting next to him. Today, it could be said that several families were gathered together at this table. Everyone gave Li Gang face and picked up their chopsticks one after another. Even the bearded guest was no exception. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, Mr. Mo, Mr. Zhang San, Brother Ma, all of you have worked hard for the students of the college for more than half a year. As the Yamacho of the college, Ziyuan has not fulfilled his responsibilities as the Yamacho. The college was able to run smoothly for a semester because of all of your help. Today, Ziyuan proposes a toast to all of you. Ziyuan was the name Li Zixuan given to him by Lier. This was the first time he used it in public. At this time, Li Zixuan stood up and solemnly raised his cup to Li Gang and the other teachers of the academy. They quickly stood up. Li Gang stroked his beard and smiled. "Yamacho, you're too modest. Not to mention other things. Almost all the teaching materials of the college were written by you. Just this point alone, I'm afraid that none of us can beat you." Ma Zhou also smiled. "Yamacho, you built the soul of Yinwang College. Without you, the college is just an empty shell." The bearded man snorted and said coolly, "No matter what, my contribution will be the least. You don't have to fight anymore." Everyone laughed. Li Zixuan said, Mr. Zhongsan's martial arts are outstanding. It's precisely because you're overseeing the academy that those rascals don't dare to be impudent in Mount Yun. How can you say that my contribution is the least?" He wasn't deliberately flattering him. There were too many secrets in the college that outsiders wanted to know. For example, the telescope. Li Zishuan didn't believe that the other forces didn't know about it. However, they didn't dare to rashly come to Yinhuang College to steal it. This was because 3 of the world's top masters lived in Yinshan. Moreover, Li Er's elite troops might be lying in ambush in the dark. That was what Li Zishuan thought. However, the bearded man couldn't help but blush. What outstanding martial arts! To him, it was simply too ear-piercing. At that time, he also thought that his martial arts were outstanding. He wanted to go up Yinshan to teach this junior, Li Zishuan, the principles of being a man, who knew that, in the end, he was beaten to the point that his own mother couldn't recognize him. If Hong Fianu and Li Jing hadn't arrived, he might not have been able to leave Yinshan. Huh, don't talk. Good wine is the way, only drink. This old man will drink first as a toast. The old drunkard, Wang Ji, looked at the bearded man with a smile that didn't look like a smile. No one knew if he wanted to help the bearded man, or if he was greedy for the good wine in the cup. Huh, what Mr. Wang said makes a lot of sense. Let's not argue anymore. Drink. Tonight, we won't rest until we're drunk. Li Zishuan laughed loudly. He raised his head and drank the good wine in the cup in one gulp. Everyone else followed closely behind him, and they finished drinking the wine in their cups before taking their seats. Li Zishuan poured himself another cup of wine and looked at Sun Simiao. He raised his cup and said, "Priest Sun, in March, you saved my life. At the end of the year, you returned to Chong and then helped me quell the chaos in the city. I gained fame and fortune, but you retreated behind the scenes. In the coming year, you are willing to take charge of the medical school and the Tang Dynasty United Hospital and help me realize my dream of treating all the sick people in the world. As the saying goes, great kindness can't be thanked with words. Priest Sun, if you have any orders, even if I have to push mountains and flatten seas, I will definitely do it for you. Today I toast to you." This old Taoist was the living bodhisattva of the Tang Dynasty, a true immortal. Li Zishuan had to respect him. Sun Simiao laughed and stood up. "Haha, Xiaoxian, you are too serious. Some things are not only your dream, but also my lifelong pursuit. So, I'm not helping you. However, I will still drink this cup of wine." After saying that, the old Taoist raised his head and drank it in one gulp. After Li Zishuan finished drinking, he poured another cup and looked at Yin Lide, Yin Libin, and Yin Shouting. He said, "The construction of Yinhuang College can't be done without the help of the Yin family. Uncle Yin, Shouting, I will drink first as a toast." "Huh, Xiaoxian, you don't have to be so polite." Yin Lide laughed and said. Then, he gave Li Zishuan face and drank a cup. After the toast, Li Zishuan sat down and invited everyone to eat. Tonight's banquet was very sumptuous. The brothers Wang Dehu and Wang Eru used all their skills and made all the new dishes that they had learned or invented in the past year. There were more than 30 main dishes and more than 10 side dishes that filled the entire table. Just smelling it was enough to make one salivate. Eating it was even more intoxicating. The group of people ate and drank as they talked and laughed. The atmosphere was very lively. "See, sir, little fishy also toasts to you. Thank you for saving me back then. If it weren't for your kindness, I'm afraid I would still be homeless on the streets." After eating for a while, little fishy finally mustered up her courage and stood up to raise her wine cup and said to Li Zishuan. She might have been a fearless person in the past, but today there were bigwigs of the royal court like Yin Lide and Yin Libin, as well as esteemed seniors like Li Gang and Sun Simiao. Furthermore, she wasn't very familiar with any of them, so how could she dare to be presumptuous? Therefore, since the start of the meal, she rarely spoke. If she did, she would only speak to Han Yushi, who was sitting beside her. "Ahem, little fishy, you don't have to be so polite. Actually, I'm ashamed. You asked me to find out where your parents are, but I was too busy and didn't put in all my effort to find them. Next year, I'll send someone to help you find them." Lisa Schwan said to Little Fishy with an awkward expression. Little Fishy quickly waved her hand and said, "Sir, you don't have to blame yourself. In this vast sea of people, it's very difficult to find two people. Actually, Little Fishy is living quite well now, with Sir taking me in and Uncle Ma taking care of me. Little Fishy has been very happy this year. This toast is to both you and Uncle Ma." "Haha, good. Then, sir, I'll drink this cup of wine first as a toast." Lisa Schwan laughed. Ma Zhou, on the other hand, was a little depressed. He thought to himself, "Little girl, why do you call Lisa Schwan sir, but keep calling me uncle? Am I that old?" Chapter 1147. Halfway through the reunion dinner, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Cheng Yaojin, and Yo Jinda arrived together. Lisa Schwan hurriedly ordered people to add 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks and warmly invited these big shots to sit. "Hee hee, Xiao Xian, we've already eaten before we came. Don't trouble yourself." Qin Xiong smiled and waved his hand. Their families belonged to the new aristocratic groups after the establishment of Tang Dynasty. During the new year, they had many social engagements in Chang'an. That was why they could only come now. "It's all right, Uncle Qin, even though you've already eaten, it's fine if you eat a few more dishes." Lisa Schwan laughed. "Huh, Xiao Xian is right. Even though we've eaten in Chang, and we still have to drink a few bowls of wine here." Cheng Yaojin laughed shamelessly and sat down beside the bearded man. Then the old man said, "Hey, I heard that you've taken a fancy to my Chonyo." "That's right. You have good taste. It's not that I'm bragging, but my Chonyo's martial arts talent is second only to Xiao Xian. It's mainly because I'm usually busy with military affairs and don't have time to train that kid. Since you want to be his master, I'll reluctantly agree. Next year, you have to fulfill your responsibility as a master and teach him martial arts. I, Old Cheng, will drink with you tonight." "Ha!" Everyone covered their faces when they heard this. There was no other reason. This old man was 2F** king. Oh, 2F** king shameless. What did he mean by his martial arts talent was second only to Lisa Schwan? Even people like Yen Lide, who didn't know martial arts, knew that Cheng Chumo's martial arts talent was far from Lisa Schwan's. But this old demon spoke against his conscience and praised Cheng Chumo to the heavens. If Cheng Chumo was here, he would probably blush if he heard this. Dad, do you have another son named Chonyo?" Speaking of the devil, Cheng Chumo also quietly came up the stairs. Perhaps he happened to hear the last few words of Cheng Chumo. He suddenly froze in place, looked suspiciously at Cheng Chumo, and asked, "Scram!" Cheng Yaojin's old face turned green and white. In the end, he roared at Cheng Chumo. "Oh, father, don't be angry." Cheng Chumo quivered and immediately fled. He had only gone upstairs to ask Lisa Schwan if he could give them a batch of fireworks to play with. Now that things had turned out this way, who had he offended? Ahem, unfilial son. What an unfilial son. Old Zhang, you've seen it for yourself. Cho Ox has no confidence in himself. He doesn't know his own potential. You have to guide him well when you return. Cheng Yaojin first coughed dryly, then continued to speak to the bearded man without blushing or skipping a beat. "Huh, all right. Lu Guogong, don't try to persuade me anymore. Since I promised to train Cho Ox for half a year, I'll definitely do it when the time comes." The bearded man laughed heartily. He originally didn't have any good or bad feelings towards Cheng Yaojin. However, when he heard that Old Cheng was going to drink with him, his interest was immediately piqued. As for the rest, he didn't care. Half a year? Old Zhang, why can't you train him for another 2 years? Cheng Yaojin was slightly dissatisfied. The bearded man replied, "I have an agreement with the Yamacho. I'll only stay in the academy for a year. Next year, I'll be going out to sea. Cho Ox naturally can't follow me." His days in the academy were nothing more than teaching students, drinking fine wine under the setting sun, and bragging. It was indeed very comfortable, and it was comfortable to the point his fighting spirit was almost completely exhausted. However, the sea was where he should be. He liked the feeling of being able to roam the 4 seas. He wouldn't give up. Going out to sea? Oh, all right then. Come. Let's not talk about this first. Drink, drink. Chung Yaojin was stunned. Only then did he remember the bearded man's other identity, the pirate leader. He could only say helplessly. Suddenly, with this old bastard shouting and joking around, the atmosphere at the table became even more lively. Toasts were exchanged, cups were exchanged, laughter was exchanged, and drinking games were played. The scene was so lively that it was a little out of control. In the end, Li Zixuan had no choice but to let his mother leave with Han Yushi, Lan and the other women from the other families. Following that, this group of men bragged and talked nonsense here, becoming even more unscrupulous. Chang'an City. There were millions of people living here. It was even more lively on New Year's Eve. Under normal circumstances, families would sit together peacefully and not sleep for the whole night. This was the custom of staying up for the new year that had been passed down from the modern era. The people of the Tang dynasty especially liked liveliness. When families gathered together, if there were old people in the family, there might be a house full of people staying up for the new year together. With children and grandchildren, wouldn't it be joyous? On the streets, although it was already dark, the streets were not dark at all. Basically, every house had 2 big lanterns hanging outside their doors. Every square also had lanterns placed at the entrance. Looking down from the sky, Chang'an City was like a city that never slept. Tens of thousands of lights were embellished in the city, as beautiful and moving as the stars in the sky. There was no curfew tonight. Many naughty children were chasing and playing in various squares. There were also some who set off firecrackers. However, these firecrackers were not made of gunpowder. They were purely made of bamboo sticks. Once this thing was thrown into the fire, it would make a muffled bang sound after a while. If passers-by happened to pass by, they would often be scared out of their wits. In addition to the naughty children, many love-struck men and women, couples and couples would also come out for a stroll. After all, in a year, the number of times that there was no curfew in Chang'an City could be counted with one hand. If they didn't come out to have some fun, they would feel sorry for themselves. Xiaoqin, see if Baoshan has prepared the carriage. South of Chang'an City, in Lu Square, Lin family's backyard. Lin Hao had just finished his dinner and went straight back to his courtyard. This fellow rubbed his stomach as he asked the maid beside him. Young master, Baoshan said not to touch the things at home. I've already prepared them. However, I'm asking too much. Young master, are you really going to leave the city alone? The maidservant named Xiaoqin first responded, then asked timidly. Lin Hao raised his head and said matter-of-factly, of course. If I bring my parents along, they will definitely nag in my ears again. Hurry up, hurry up. Let's sneak out from the back door. Young master, let me tell you, the fireworks at Yanhuang College are really beautiful. When the time comes, I guarantee that you won't be willing to come back after seeing it. This fat otaku actually wanted to go out to Yanhuang College to see the fireworks. The sun really rose from the west. Since he was born, only God knew if he had taken the initiative to leave Chang'an City more than 5 times. Today, he actually took the initiative to leave the city. How rare. As for where he got the news that Yanhuang College was going to set off fireworks at midnight, it was self-evident. Chapter 1148. Where do you think you're going? At the back door of the Lin mansion, Lin Hao brought Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua along with the 4 servant girls and was about to sneak away. Outside the door was the prepared carriage, but who knew that a cold snort came from behind him? He was shocked and turned around. If it wasn't his father, who else could it be? Father, why are you here? Lin Hao was a little dumbfounded. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and stuttered. Why am I here? I want to ask you why you're here. It's the new year. Why are you here alone instead of talking to your mother? Lin Wenyuan glared at him angrily. Father, I'm going to the latrine. Yes, I'm going to the latrine. Lin Hao was anxious, seeing that he was about to be exposed. He could only come up with an excuse. The 4 maids covered their faces and lowered their heads. They thought that their young master was really stupid. How could there be a latrine where they were now? This person was too honest. He didn't even know how to make up a lie. As expected, Lin Wenyuan furrowed his brows and roared. Bullshit. You unfilial son. How dare you lie to me? Umph. You just want to leave the city? Kai Fu, prepare the horse. Madam and I are also leaving the city. To Yanwang College. Ah, master, are we leaving the city now? The old steward behind Lin Wenyuan said in disbelief. Yes, go, prepare. Father, why are you and mother going to Yanwang College so late at night? Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he pretended to be confused. Lin Wenyuan looked at his son indifferently. Although he was proud, he didn't show it on his face. I'm going to do whatever you're going to do. You brat, why didn't you call your parents when you had something good? You're really ungrateful. At this point, Lin Hao finally understood that his father already knew that he was going to Yunshan to watch the fireworks. Father, how did you know? Lin Hao opened his mouth and said in surprise. Huh, you don't need to know that. Lin Wenyuan stroked his beard and proudly swaggered off. As for Madame Lin, she had already packed her things and was preparing to board the carriage and set off. Umph, little brat, you dare to play petty tricks with your father? You're still too young. Lin Wenyuan thought proudly in his heart. At the same time, the group of Yanhuang College students who had returned to Chang and for the new year began to take their families to Yanshan. They wanted to go there to watch the fireworks up close. These students, together with their families, made up quite a crowd. Once there were too many people, it was inevitable that the news would leak out. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. We're going to Yanwang College to watch firecrackers. Firecrackers? What's so good about firecrackers? Oh, those things should be called fireworks. Yes, they were fireworks. A few days ago, the rainbow-colored skylight from the Cloud Mountain was the light from the fireworks. What? The skylight was made by the fireworks? That's right. Wang Lauer, you said that there would be fireworks at Yanshan tonight? Where did you get the news? Hey, I heard it from the servants of Assistant Minister Wang next door. Their young master is a student of Yanwang College. How could the news be fake? Now, their whole family is already on their way to Yanshan. Whoa, there's such a thing? Wang Lauer, wait up. I'll go get my wife and children. We'll go to Yanshan tonight to watch the fireworks. Even if we can't enter the college, at least we can take a look from afar. It's not a wasted trip. Ha! Zheng Lauer, hurry up. I'm afraid that there will be too many people and we won't be able to get a good seat. We're not the only ones who know about this. Okay, I'll be right there. Similar conversations appeared in many shops in Chang and City. This was not an important business opportunity. Many people would gather their friends and go to Yanshan together after hearing the news. One person spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. As a result, more and more people went to the East City gate of Chang and City. It even far exceeded the flow of people during the day. Such a huge commotion naturally woke up many people who were interested. Those who were interested asked around in private, and soon joined the group leaving the city. The group grew bigger and bigger. It started with a few hundred people, then a few thousand people, then tens of thousands. Later on, the number of people was about to exceed 100,000. Therefore, for the first time in the history of Chang and City, such a strange scene appeared. On New Year's Eve, countless people did not stay in the bustling city to celebrate the new year. Instead, they flocked out of the city and headed towards the Baron Yanshan, the Imperial Palace. Tonight, the palace was brightly lit and decorated with lanterns and colored banners. There was a festive atmosphere everywhere. Li Tai had set up a family banquet in the back garden earlier. The concubines, princes, and princesses in the harem all attended the banquet. However, Li Tai only ate a few mouthfuls before he found an excuse to leave. The banquet lasted for more than an hour before it ended. At this moment, Old Li was with Empress Zhangsun in the corridor on the second floor of Taiji Palace. They were admiring the thousands of lights in Chang and City tonight. At this moment, a chamberlain came downstairs and whispered something to Li Tai. Then he left quietly. In the end, Li Tai smiled and said, Yanshan tonight will probably be more lively than Chang and City. Guanyin, do you want to go take a look later? Tens of thousands of people in Chang and City rushed out of the city to Yanshan. How could Li Tai, who was in the palace, not receive the news? The chamberlain just now came for this reason. Empress Zhangsuan's eyes turned, and she said softly with a smile, I don't know where those people got the news. In this way, won't the foot of Yanshan be densely packed with people tonight? I found out a few days ago that the Marquis of Yong and would set off a large batch of fireworks at Yenhuang College tonight. I originally planned to go take a look tonight. Now it seems that even if we go, we probably won't be able to squeeze into Yinshan. Huh, since Guanyin wants to see, what's so difficult about that? I don't believe that Li Zixuan dares to let my empress freeze at the foot of the mountain. Men, prepare a carriage and summon the crown prince, the king of Han, and the other princes to accompany me. Lier laughed heartily and ordered. Actually, Empress Zhang's son wanted to see the fireworks, but Li Tai himself might not have no intention of seeing it with his own eyes. Yes, the chamberlain beside Li Tai was about to leave with the order when he heard Empress Zhang's son say, "Wait, Your Majesty, Cheng Xian and the others have all gone with Your Majesty. Wouldn't it be boring to leave Changle alone? Why don't you bring her along? She was a mother after all. She could always think of her daughter first." Li Tai clapped his hands and said, The Empress is right. Let Changle accompany you, but remember to prepare warm clothes. Don't catch a cold on the way." When Li Tai heard this, he was shocked and hurriedly added. Chapter 1149. Under the Night Sky. 4 imperial carriages sped out from the main gates of the imperial city. A small group of elite imperial guards dressed in black armor closely guarded the front, back, left, and right of the leading carriage. Clearly, the person sitting in the first carriage had the most honorable status. Upon closer inspection, the silhouette of the carriage was 80% similar to the "Don't Touch Me" from the Curious Pavilion. It was highly likely that the carriage had been modified from "Don't Touch Me." Imperial Father, I've heard that many students from Yenhuang College did not return home this year, instead spending the new year at the academy. With so many people gathered together, Yinshan should be very lively right now. Within the first carriage sat Li Er, Emperor Zhang's son, and Princess Changle. Although Li Er's harem was not particularly large, if he had brought all of his concubines, even several dozen carriages would not be able to fit them all. Thus, he simply did not bring anyone, only bringing Zhang's son, the Empress. From this, it could be seen that Emperor Zhang's son had an irreplaceable position in Li Er's heart. Of course Yinshan is lively. We previously heard that Li Zixuan had the students organize a dumpling-making competition this afternoon. Ever since Qin Ke was born, she had never done anything like cooking. Unexpectedly, she was bewitched by that brat Li Zixuan to personally make dumplings. How preposterous! Li Er reclined on the sofa in the carriage, squinting his eyes as he spoke in a satisfied yet unhappy tone. Next to him was a stove, causing the interior of the carriage to be as warm as spring. Dumplings? Imperial Father, we're dumplings. Changle's eyes brightened as she softly asked. Li Er thought for a moment before replying. These dumplings are wontons. However, it is a new name that Li Zixuan gave them. It is said that tonight is the Z hour, the time for the new and the old. It has a special meaning. These dumplings just so happen to have the meaning of making friends at a younger age. I didn't expect that brat to have such meticulous thoughts. Yenhuang College clearly had old Li's eyes and ears. Otherwise, how could Li Er have such detailed information? Dumplings? Making friends at a younger age? This name is quite appropriate. Changle muttered to herself. Then, she couldn't help but chuckle. Father, with Brother Qingchue's skills, Changle really wants to see what kind of dumplings he makes. Speaking of this, Empress Zhang's son couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. This empress also really wants to see Qing Ke's dumplings. Hey, I reckon you guys are looking down on them, because those dumplings might have already entered the students' stomachs. F*CK, why are there so many people in front? And there doesn't seem to be any movement. It seems like we can't go up Cloud Mountain. Sigh, I should have come earlier. At the foot of Cloud Mountain, there was already a sea of people. At a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Previously, when Li Zixuan received the news, he hurriedly ordered to block the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. If so many people swarmed up, it was likely to cause trouble. Moreover, there were rows of flowing flames on the cement road outside Plum Village. It was obvious that more people were coming this way. Under such circumstances, he dared not open the mountain path. It was not that he was stingy, But once there were too many people, it was easy to cause trouble. Last time, when he used public opinion to mobilize the people to destroy the Chui family, some hooligans took advantage of the situation to steal and molest the Chui family's maids. This was a very good example. Li Zixuan had always taken this as a warning in his heart. Moreover, when the fireworks were set off later, the people would be able to see very clearly even if they stood at the foot of the mountain. There was no need for hundreds of thousands of people to swarm up Cloud Mountain. Hey, Commander Mo, it's me. It's me. Can I go up too? At the entrance of the mountain path to Cloud Mountain, Mo Zhong and the Academy's guards were maintaining order. Cloud Mountain was close to 200 meters above sea level. It was not considered high, but it was definitely not low either. At present, if one wanted to go up Cloud Mountain to Yanhuang College, this was the only way. They had set up a checkpoint here. It could be said that one man could hold the pass against 10,000 people. At this moment, a young man suddenly squeezed out of the crowd. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged couple. Although they were dressed ordinarily, their aura could not be concealed. Chu Yinfu? Mo Zhong had stayed in Yanhuang College for so long that he was familiar with most of the students. He fixed his eyes on the young man. Who else could it be but Chu Yinfu? This child went home 2 days ago to prepare for the new year. He did not expect to return to Cloud Mountain today. As for the couple behind him, their identities were even more obvious. Mo Zhong pays his respects to Assistant Minister Chu. Mo Zhong clasped his fist and bowed to Chu Suiliang. This old man is just here to watch the fun. Commander Mo, you don't have to be so courteous. Chu Suiliang did not put on any airs. He stroked his beard and said with a smile. Yinfu, Yamacho said that if the students of the academy want to go back to the academy at night, they are allowed to do so, and they can bring their families along. You and Assistant Minister Chu go up quickly. Mo Zhong nodded and said to Chu Yinfu with a smile. Chu Yinfu thanked him happily and hurriedly brought his parents up the mountain. The crowd of onlookers was naturally envious. Those who had children at home were muttering in their hearts. Next year, they must let their children get into Yanhuang College. Not only would they have a bright future, but they would also receive special treatment everywhere. Although the commoners were envious, they did not feel indignant and used this as an excuse to cause trouble. After all, the students were going back to their own academy. Young master, what should we do? They only allowed Yanhuang College students to go up the mountain. We can't go up. Xiao Shi, the maidservant of the Lin family, ran over to the carriage at the back and said, there were 2 carriages parked in an open space by the roadside. Since we can't go up, then let's watch from the foot of the mountain. Before Lin Hao could say anything, Lin Wenyuan, who was in the carriage in front, said, Father, don't. Let me go up and talk to the guards of the academy. Lin Hao was not willing to just watch the fireworks at the foot of the mountain. He jumped off the carriage and volunteered. After saying that, he lifted his feet and walked towards the mountain path. Young brother, Yinshan is not receiving guests today. Please forgive me and stop. Mo Zhong immediately recognized that Lin Hao was not a student of the academy. He blocked the way and spoke in an elegant but not polite manner. Lin Hao came prepared. How could he retreat because of this small setback? He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Hee, big brother, although I'm not a student of Yanhuang College, my master is Han Li. He's a student of Yanhuang College. So, I'm also a student of Yanhuang College. Big brother, please let me in. Han Li, Mo Zhong muttered doubtfully. Then, he quickly tried to recall if there was a student named Han Li in the academy. After a while, he shook his head and said with some displeasure, Young brother, don't make fun of me. There's no student named Han Li in the academy. There was a hint of anger in his words. Obviously, he thought that the young man in front of him was making fun of him. That's impossible. I've asked around. My master's master is a disciple of the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Big brother, you must have heard of him. Think about it again. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Then, he remembered Iron Egg's other special identity and quickly said, Young brother, please leave quickly. Little brother, please leave quickly and don't cause trouble here. The disciple of the headmaster? Are you talking about Bruiser? When Mo Zhong saw Lin Hao trying to defend himself, He subconsciously wanted to scold him to leave. But when he heard Lin Hao say that Han Li was a Yamacho's disciple, he changed his words. Yes, yes, yes. My master's nickname is Iron Egg, Lin Hao said excitedly. Mo Zhong patted his forehead. Only then did he remember that Iron Egg's real name was Han Li. It was only because the people around him usually called him Iron Egg that he didn't remember it at first. That won't do. Yamacho only said that the family members of the students can go up the mountain. They didn't say that the students' disciples can go up the mountain as well. Mo Zhong's expression turned serious as he refused righteously. In fact, the main reason was that he wasn't sure what the relationship between Lin Hao and Iron Egg was. If he let him go rashly, then if someone came later and said that he was a student's disciple, would he let him go? He couldn't allow this to happen. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A group of unruly people, get out of the way. At this moment, the crowd seemed to be separated by a powerful force. A luxuriously dressed young man, who was protected by a group of soldiers in black armor, walked towards Mo Zhong. Hey, non-students of Yanhuang College can't enter? How arrogant. This king is going in today. Let's see who dares to stop me. The luxuriously dressed young man looked at the wooden sign next to Mo Zhong and said arrogantly with a sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored Mo Zhong and the others and walked towards them. When Mo Zhong heard this young man call himself king, his eyes narrowed. However, he had been in the bitter cold for a long time and had only been in Chang'an for half a year. He wasn't familiar with some of the nobles in the current dynasty, let alone the young man in front of him. It's His Highness, the King of Lu. The King of Lu? The Academy's guards are in trouble. Back off. Don't fight later. The King of Lu, Li Yuanchang. This young man was Li Er's half-brother, the King of Lu, Li Yuanchang. Mo Zhong didn't recognize this person, but the people around him did. Someone shouted, and the crowd became restless. The people quickly backed off. Obviously, they were quite afraid of this King of Lu. At this time, Li Yuanchang was still using the title of the 3rd year of Wuda. According to history, in the 10th year of Jingguan, he would be changed to the King of Han by Li Er. Now, the King of Han title is still used by Li Ku. Your Highness, you can't go up. The Yamacho has, how dare you? What Yamacho? Yamacho? Li Zishuan is just an official. Even if he was here, he wouldn't dare to talk to this king like this. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, if you lose an arm or a leg, this king won't be responsible. Li Yuanchang said rudely to Mo Zhong with his nose in the air. Mo Zhong's expression changed, but he still braced himself and said, The headmaster has ordered that Your Highness, Prince of Lu, you cannot go up the mountain. However, I can pass the message on your behalf. Your Highness, please wait here for a moment. Get lost. You want this king to wait for Li Zishuan's permission? In your dreams. Huh, you still dare to hide? You're just a F*** king dog raised by Li Zishuan. You still dare to hide? Guards, take him down. This king wants to see how you're going to hide later. Li Yuanchang shouted angrily and raised his foot to kick Mo Zhong. However, Mo Zhong instinctively dodged. This made him even angrier. He pointed at Mo Zhong and shouted angrily. Actually, he wanted to slap Mo Zhong, but he couldn't reach him. He was only 1 year older than Li Tai. Naturally, he couldn't be compared to adults like Mo Zhong. Yes, sir. The guard beside Li Yuanchang answered loudly. Then there was the sound of metal clanging. These guards unsheathed their Mo swords at the same time and slashed at Mo Zhong. Obviously, they could tell that Mo Zhong was a martial artist and wanted to injure him before capturing him. Protect the commander. Mo Zhong and the other guards of the academy were facing a great enemy. They weren't afraid of these guards, but behind them was Li Zishuan. They couldn't help but be afraid. If they attacked too hard, they would create a great enemy for Li Zishuan. If they were captured without a fight, what awaited them would be endless humiliation from Li Yuanchang. As the guards of Yanhuang College, they were also the face of the academy. If they were humiliated by Li Yuanchang in front of so many people, wouldn't the dignity of Yanhuang College be trampled on by Li Yuanchang? Under all kinds of scruples, Mo Zhong and the others didn't dare to use their full strength. They only dodged the attacks of Li Zishuan's guards while praying in their hearts that Li Zishuan would come quickly. Damn. No, it's Chinese New Year. We're just here to watch the fireworks. Let's talk nicely. Why fight? Lin Hao was shocked. He didn't know any martial arts, so he hurriedly ran away. At this time, he couldn't help but look in Li Yuanchang's direction and complain. On the other side, as time passed, the battle became more and more intense. The guards brought by Li Yuanchang weren't idiots. Mo Zhong and the others who were afraid and didn't dare to use their full strength had a hard time dodging. There were already several light cuts on their bodies. Oof. Who dares to be so presumptuous in Yinshan? All of you stop. Under the ardent expectations of Mo Zhong and the others, Li Zishuan finally arrived. The people at the foot of the mountain only heard a muffled snort. Then, a series of blurry figures appeared on the mountain path. In the next moment, Li Zishuan stood between Mo Zhong and Li Yuanchang. The guards brought by Li Yuanchang had been sent flying in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before Li Yuanchang could react, all of his guards had already landed heavily on the ground. He was instantly horrified. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said, How? How presumptuous! You dare to hurt the people brought by this prince. What's your name? Quickly, tell me your name. This prince won't let you go. Idiot. Li Zishuan was both angry and disdainful. This kid was obviously scared to death, but he was still talking nonsense and threatening him. He was really looking for trouble. Oomph. Who gave you the courage to cause trouble in Yinshan? Get back to the palace. Li Zishuan was about to speak when Li Er's voice came from behind the crowd. Then, Li Er angrily walked out with Empress Zhang's son, Chang'e, and the others. Chapter 1150. Royal Brother. Greetings to Royal Brother. At the foot of Cloud Mountain, Li Yuanchang, who was still in shock, immediately regained his senses and ran to Li Er's side, bowing. In his opinion, even if Li Zishuan's martial arts were superb, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him in front of Li Er, right? After all, he and Li Zishuan were monarchs, and Li Zishuan was only a subject of the royal family. Li Er didn't give his younger brother any face, and coldly said, Yinhuang College is an important place for learning. You brought people here to fight and kill. Do you have any respect for me? Do you have any respect for the law? Li Yuanchang quivered and hurriedly explained, Royal Brother, this has nothing to do with me. I heard that there are fireworks on Cloud Mountain tonight. I just wanted to go up and take a look. But this group of dog slaves, this group of guards didn't let me go up. This is outrageous. It's said that this world is imperial land. Since Cloud Mountain is within the Tang Empire's borders, what right does the Duke of Yong and have to not let me? Shut up. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Er sternly interrupted. You're asking why? Then let me tell you why. Just because Cloud Mountain was given to the Duke of Yong and to build the college. If he doesn't let you in, you can't enter. Li Yuanchang shrunk his head in fear and wanted to leave, but he was unwilling, so he raised his head and said, Royal Brother, it was Royal Father who told me that he couldn't come because he was in the palace, and wanted me to come and see what the fireworks looked like. I had no choice but to come. Royal Father? Li Er's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous gaze shot out from the slits of his eyes. The air around him suddenly became colder. Li Yuanchang was shocked, and only then did he remember that although this person in front of him was his brother in name, last year, this person in front of him killed his own brother, imprisoned his father, and usurped the throne. And he was only Li Er's half-brother. If he angered Li Er, then no one could guarantee that Li Er wouldn't kill him. Gulp! Thinking of this, Li Yuanchang's Adam's apple couldn't help but move, and then he trembled. Royal Brother, I didn't mean anything else. Go back. You are not allowed to come to Cloud Mountain in the future. Li Er's cold and emotionless voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. Although his voice was not loud, it was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hammered Li Yuanchang's chest. I will take my leave now. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Li Yuanchang's back. He cupped his hands towards Li Er, then led his group of defeated soldiers and hurriedly fled. Li Zishuan, I, Li Yuanchang, will remember what happened today. Just you wait. Crestfallen, he squeezed out of the crowd. Li Yuanchang's face was burning. Ever since he was born, he had never suffered such grievances. Today, he was humiliated in front of so many people, so he couldn't help but hate Li Zishuan. Sigh, what a pity. Such a pity. If I had come a step later, this trash King Lu would have fought with Li Zishuan. Even if Li Zishuan's reputation was not destroyed, it would have caused a lot of trouble for Li Zishuan. Feng Jidai, who was standing not far behind Li Er, saw this scene and felt that it was a pity. Yes, it was the new year, so the other officials were on holiday. However, as Li Er's secretary, if Li Er had an important event at the last minute, he still had to accompany him. On the other hand, although he had asked his father to give up on the plan of establishing himself as king, he still hoped that there would be some internal chaos in Tang, and that would give Lingnan an opportunity to take advantage of it. Especially Li Zishuan, this rising aristocrat of Tang, Feng Jidai had always been rather wary of him. His intuition told him that Li Zishuan was definitely the biggest variable between Tang and Lingnan. Your subject left Cloud Mountain without permission during the period of confinement. Your Majesty, please punish me. After Li Yuanchang left, Li Er's expression changed. No one knew what he was thinking, but one thing was certain. It definitely had a lot to do with Li Yuanchang's last sentence. Imperial Father sent him. At this moment, Li Zishuan stepped forward and cupped his hands, speaking. Li Er came to his senses and turned his gaze to Li Zishuan. Somewhat absent-minded, he waved his hand and said, "No matter. Today is New Year's Eve. We will not bicker with you about this. Let's all go up the mountain." Finished speaking, he took the lead and walked up the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. Empress Zhang's son, Princess Changle, Li Chengxian, Li Ku, and the other princes promptly followed. Brother Xiaoxian, don't worry. If Imperial Uncle complains about you to Imperial Grandfather, Changle will speak up for you. As Changle passed by Li Zishuan, she spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Being attentive and considerate, she instantly thought of the methods that Li Yuanchang would use to take revenge and the trouble that he would bring to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan glanced at the young lady gratefully. The matters of the imperial family were the most complicated, especially when it involved Li Yuan. Although he currently held a high position and authority, if he was careless in this matter, it was very possible that he would lose everything. With Changle, a member of the palace, helping mediate, it would indeed save him a lot of trouble. Mo Zhong, you've worked hard just now. Quickly bring the injured brothers to have their wounds bandaged. Li Zishuan did not immediately chase after Li Er. Instead, he instructed Mo Zhong. It's fine. Yamacho, they're all minor injuries. Mo Zhong said with a smile. Minor injuries still need to be bandaged. Quickly go. Let the uninjured brothers hold the fort here for now. Li Zishuan insisted. All right then, Mo Yun, take the uninjured brothers and hold the fort here. I'll follow them up the mountain to have their wounds bandaged. No problem. Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he turned around and followed the group of injured academy guards as he prepared to ascend Cloud Mountain. At this moment, Grandmaster, can you take me with you? A youth in the shape of a ball suddenly rolled out from the crowd. Then, the youth was heard shouting. Li Zishuan was stunned. Grandmaster? Was he calling him? Since when did he become a Grandmaster? Just as Li Zishuan was wondering if the person behind him was calling him, a rather quiet little fatty dressed in luxurious clothes scurried in front of him. Which family child are you? Are you calling me Grandmaster? Li Zishuan felt inexplicably amused. He was only 15 years old, and he was already a Grandmaster? Yes, you're my Grandmaster. Grandmaster, my name is Lin Hao. My master is Iron Egg. You're my master's master, so naturally, you're my Grandmaster. Who else could this little fatty be, if not Lin Hao? Seeing Li Zishuan's question, he quickly introduced himself. Lin Hao, your boss Lin's son? Li Zishuan suddenly remembered that Han Yushi had mentioned to him that Iron Egg was working part-time as a teacher in the Lin family. Hence, he asked with a smile. Yes. Grandmaster, You should know my father. He's a member of the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. Lin Hao had never felt like this before. He felt that his father's membership in the Chamber of Commerce was so useful. Chapter 1151. Ahem. Marquis. Marquis. My son speaks without restraint. Please don't lower yourself to his level. At the foot of the Cloud Mountain, the conflict had dissipated. However, what followed was a scene of him acknowledging his grandmaster. The surrounding onlookers could not help but secretly sigh that they did not come in vain today. When Lin Wenyuan saw his son talking to Li Zixuan from afar, he hurriedly ran over and bowed to Li Zixuan to apologize. Lin Hao's words just now seemed to be stealthily changing the concept. This was because he only invited Iron Egg to be Lin Hao's teacher. There is a huge difference between a teacher and a master. The former was only responsible for imparting knowledge and dispelling doubts, or for passing down the orthodoxy. Haha, it's fine. I've heard of your son from Iron Egg before. He's a very interesting person. Since all of you are here tonight, then follow this marquee up there. Li Zixuan said nonchalantly. Haha, thank you, Grandmaster. Lin Hao said happily. Lin Wenyuan was also ecstatic. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Marquis. One had to know that tonight, not only were there fireworks on a cloud mountain, but the Emperor was also there. To be so close to the Emperor of the Tang Empire was an opportunity that many people could only dream of. Mo Yun, if there are members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce who come later, let them up the mountain too. Li Zixuan instructed Mo Yun before he left. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Yun cupped his hands and said, On the Cloud Mountain, Lier first went to the canteen to check out the dumplings left over from the dumpling-making competition. Then, he went to the side courtyard of the Cloud Mountain to visit Li Gang and Sun Simiao, the two national treasures of the Tang Empire. As for Chang'e, Empress Zhang's son, Li Chengxian, and the other princes, they were at the field to participate in the Spring Festival Gala organized by the Academy students. Actually, rather than a gala, it was more like a story gathering. The main thing was that the students formed a large circle. In the middle of the circle, there was a fire. On the fire, there was a barbecue grill roasting a pheasant. If anyone had an interesting story, they could enter the circle to tell everyone. If they could make most of the people laugh, they could take a roasted pheasant from a grill. The referee on the field was Li Tai. The little fatty was sitting on the grass with one hand supporting his chin. He was listening to Wang Ming tell a story in the middle of the field. There was a scholar who was almost 70 years old. His wife suddenly gave birth to a son. Because he was old, he gave birth to the son and named him Age. Not long after, she gave birth to another son. He looked like a scholar, so she named him Ji Shui. The scholar laughed and said, To be able to have a son at such an old age, what a joke. Thus, he gave him the name Joke. When the three sons grew up, they had nothing to do. The scholar had them go into the mountains to gather firewood. When they returned, the husband asked his wife, Of the three, who gathered the most firewood? The wife replied, At such an old age, I have no knowledge at all. However, I have a lot of jokes. Puffed. Ha ha. Too funny. I'm dying of laughter. Wang Ming was also a joker. When this fellow was telling a joke, he was even dancing with joy. That cadence of his, coupled with his wacky movements, immediately caused everyone on the field to laugh out loud when they heard the joke. Puffed. Kakik. Imperial Mother, this joke is too funny. And this son Ziffin, his acting is too talented. At this moment, Princess Chang'e was laughing so hard that she could not breathe. While everyone else was sitting on the ground, she and Emperor Zhang's son were sitting on thick praying mats. Beside them were two heaters. This was not a special treatment. Rather, because of their physiques, they could not stand the cold. Huh, it really is quite funny. Empress Zhang's son smiled, happily speaking. Only after arriving here did she finally feel the joy of the new year. Compared to the imperial palace, this place was truly too lively. Ha ha ha. Wang Ming, you brat, you really are something. Everyone does his joke count. Can we have him take away that pheasant? Li Tai laughed for quite a while. Only after everyone had quieted down did he speak in a loud voice. It doesn't count. Have him tell another one. Chung Chimo roared. This guy was trying to stir up trouble on purpose. Right? It doesn't count. Tell another one. Tell another one. With someone leading the way, there were others who followed. One after another, the students shouted loudly. The scene was quite lively. Standing by the bonfire, Wang Ming did not expect that his joke would be so popular. Scratching his head, he thought for a while before saying, "That's fine. I'll tell another one." Speaking of which, there was once a monk. It turns out that Yinhuang College is really so beautiful. It turns out that the students here are really as interesting as Mr. Han said. Because of Li Zixuan's special permission, Lin Hao also entered Yinhuang College. However, he was too embarrassed to directly join the crowd of students, so he stood outside the circle. Seeing this lively scene, he could not help but feel envious. At this moment, he actually had the urge to immediately join in, and that urge was so strong. Clang, clang, clang. The joy lasted for a long time. As time passed, the clock finally rang. Then, everyone, regardless of what they were doing at the moment, stood up at the same time and looked up at the night sky, because the fireworks were finally about to start. Students of Class 1, take note. After lighting the fuse, immediately run back. If anyone does not follow the rules, all the students of Class 1 will be disqualified, Li Zixuan loudly instructed. At this moment, rows and rows of fireworks had been placed on the field. The number of fireworks was so large that all the students were amazed. "Yes, Yamacho!" The students of Class 1 roared in response. In fact, they had long been hungry and thirsty. Li Tai took the lead and carefully approached a plate of fireworks with a match. After a while, sparks flew in all directions, and the little fatty ran back. Whoosh! Bam! Accompanied by the sharp sound of gunpowder firing, a bullet flew straight into the night sky and flew to a very high place. Then it exploded instantly. A flower with a super large diameter proudly bloomed in the night sky. The colorful flames immediately lit up the dark night sky. Wow, Mother, it's so beautiful. It's very beautiful. At this moment, the calm Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but be fiercely shocked when she saw this strange scene. Her eyes were very, very round. At this time, she couldn't care less about maintaining the dignity of a mother of country. Whoosh! Bam! Wow! Look, another 3 plates of fireworks have been lit. It's so bright. At the same time, another 3 sets of fireworks were lit up in the field. For a moment, 4 fireworks bloomed in the night sky in a very short period of time. It was as if they were competing with each other in terms of beauty. It was so dazzling that people did not know where to look. Oh, what beautiful fireworks! It's so colorful, so beautiful. So this is the colorful sky light that night. At the same time, the people in Chang and city who came to watch at the foot of Cloud Mountain and the villagers who came from outside Chang and city also saw the flourishing fireworks on Cloud Mountain at this moment. The huge crowd couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamations. They didn't wait in vain for a night. The atmosphere of Cloud Mountain's New Year's Eve was finally pushed to the climax. Chapter 1152. So these are fireworks? Lier stood beside Li Zixuan with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked up at the dazzling fireworks in the sky, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Although he was an emperor, this was the first time he had seen such a dreamy and magnificent spectacle. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Seeing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little smug. How many people in the world could shock Lier, a famous emperor? But while he was feeling smug, his eyes were still vigilantly watching the students who were running to light the fireworks. After all, if this thing exploded, the consequences would be very serious, so he had to be prepared to save people at all times. Marquis Yong-in, how can this firework fly so quickly into the sky? Suddenly, Li Er asked such a naive question. It seemed that the sky had a very strong attraction to the ancient people. Your Majesty, Qingke should know the answer to this question. Let her explain it to you. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "Oh, Qingke, you know the reason?" Li Tai, who was standing to the left of Lier, stood up excitedly and replied, "Father, as far as I know, The reason why this firework can fly so quickly into the sky is related to the gunpowder in it. Once the gunpowder explodes, it will produce a very strong thrust, which will make the upper part of the firework overcome its own gravity and fly into the sky quickly. As for the upper part of the bullet, its fuse will be ignited when it flies out of the pipe. The length of the fuse is calculated by Yamacho, so it can be guaranteed that it will fly to the highest point and explode every time. This is the scene we are seeing now. The previously arrogant Li Tai had now transformed into a big shot in the physics world. He explained the analysis of the force of the firework to Li Er. Hearing this, Li Er, Emperor Zhang's son, Li Changxian, Chang'e, and the others were all stunned. Thrust, gravity? Faced with these new terms, Li Er was caught off guard. Although he had glanced at the Academy's physics textbooks, he had only glanced at them and didn't study them in detail. Of course, what caught him even more off guard was that his son had only stayed in Yanhuang College for half a year. How could he know so many things that didn't exist in the Tang Empire before? Seeing the shock on his father's face, Li Tai's sense of accomplishment instantly exploded. This was like a child who knew something amazing and would show off in front of their parents, asking for praise. Right now, Li Tai belonged to this type of person who wanted to show off. Cough. Father, when you talk about gravity, it's actually, all right, I have a rough idea what it means. Li Er's, he's Li's. Chang'e, who was at the side, suddenly had an idea. Brother Xiaoxian, since gunpowder can propel projectiles into the sky, can it send people to the moon? Li Er's eyes instantly lit up, and he turned his gaze to Li Zishuan. That night at Yanhuang College, he had used an astronomical telescope to observe space. It was still unforgettable. Chang'e's suggestion made him feel a little excited. Although Li Zishuan had said that night that it would take at least 100 years of technological accumulation to send humans to space, what if there was a shortcut? Li Zishuan almost vomited blood when he heard this. Chang'e's suggestion was a little similar to a rocket. He didn't expect her to have such a bold idea, even though she didn't have much knowledge of engineering. Chang'e, although gunpowder is extremely powerful and can propel objects into the sky, it will explode instantly once it's ignited. It can only provide an instantaneous explosive force. We can't control its combustion speed, so it can't provide a continuous thrust to send heavy objects or human bodies out of the ground beneath our feet. Furthermore, with Tang Empire's current conditions, even if we send people out of Earth, we can't guarantee their survival in space. After all, there's air on Earth, but nowhere else. Li Zishuan tried his best to explain in a language that Chang'e could understand. Oh, Chang'e thought for a moment, then nodded, not fully understanding. Li Er waved his hand and said, "Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. If you have the ability to send people to the moon, just do it. As for whether they can survive on the moon, you don't have to worry about it." Old Li always had an obsession in his heart, and that was to go to the heavens. Even if he didn't do it himself, the people under his rule could do it. This was something that even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Qin Huang and Han Wu, couldn't do. So what if he had to make a small sacrifice for this? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Li Er over this matter. Aerospace was such a sacred thing. Even if Tang Empire had the means to carry out manned space missions in the future, as long as he was around, he wouldn't allow anyone to mess around. Li Er knew what Li Zishuan was thinking. He shook his head and remembered that today was New Year's Eve, so he didn't blame him. He just thought to himself, this kid is too kind. Boom, boom, boom. The sky of Yin Mountain was especially charming tonight. After the students of Class 1 finished setting off the fireworks, Li Zishuan asked the remaining guards of the academy to go into action together. Previously, there were 4 sets of fireworks, but later, there were more than 10 sets of fireworks aimed at the sky. Colorful sparks flew up and landed, blooming proudly in the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Everything was there. Colorful purples and reds decorated the night sky beautifully and gracefully. illuminating the earth as if it was daytime. This was really a night filled with fireworks to welcome the new year. The people on Yun Mountain and at the foot of Yun Mountain hadn't stopped exclaiming since midnight. Most people didn't even blink their eyes. They were completely conquered by the beauty of the fireworks. However, tonight's fireworks lasted longer than expected. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 45 minutes. The clock chimed at 1 o'clock, but the fireworks on Yun Mountain didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. This made everyone exclaim in satisfaction. But at the same time, they were lamenting because their necks hurt from looking up. In the end, many people simply got some hay, laid it on the ground, and lay down on their backs. The rich kids or rich old masters got people to get cushions or blankets and laid them on the roof of the horse carriage. This way, they could enjoy the fireworks in the sky and save time and effort. As for Lisa Schwan, after watching the fireworks for 15 minutes, he took his wife and old Li's family to the top floor of the left tower of Guanghua Tower. Oh, to be precise, it was Li Er who took him there, because the 10th floor of the left tower was Li Er's office. Only Li Er had the key. However, old Li had never been here before. Today was his first time here. After entering the dean's office, they sat on the sofa. Through the large floor-to-ceiling window, they could see the fireworks above the sports field while lying down. It was extremely comfortable. At midnight, all the fireworks were released. Li Er stretched. He was very satisfied with this New Year's Eve. It could even be said that this was the most satisfying New Year's Eve in his life. Old Li was satisfied. Of course, he had to reward his subjects. He stood up and said to Lisa Schwan, "Tomorrow, oh no, it's today. Today is the Imperial Court meeting. I temporarily lift the ban on you. Remember to attend on time. If you're late or absent, humph." After that, he left with Chang'e, Zhang Sun, Li Changxian, and the others, leaving behind a dumbfounded Lisa Schwan. Damn God, what did I do wrong? Why are you punishing me like this? After a long time, Lisa Schwan pointed at the sky and cursed. He wanted to stay up for the New Year tonight. Tomorrow morning, he still wanted to sleep in and attend the Imperial Court meeting? Participate my ass. Yes, Old Li thought it was a reward, but Little Li thought it was a punishment. Chapter 11:53. After Li Er left, Lisa Schwan instructed Mo Zhong to wrap things up properly before bringing his wife and sister back home. As for his father, mother, maternal grandfather, and maternal grandmother, they had already gone back to stay up for the new year. Tonight, Yinshan had set off fireworks for 2 hours. The night air was too cold, and they couldn't stand it for so long. After all, although the fireworks were beautiful, their health was more important. When they returned home, the whole family was gathered in the main hall, eating snacks and chatting. Since it was the New Year's Eve, the whole family had to gather together. Therefore, they all went to Lisa Schwan's courtyard number 1. Lisa Schwan was also happy to be lively. He moved a chair and sat next to them. He calmed down and listened to the family talk. I didn't expect this. The New Year's Eve on Yinshan is even more lively than Nanyang. I've lived for so long, and this is the most lively New Year's Eve I've ever had. Old Lady Yi said with a smile. The fireworks tonight added to the fun, and the scene of thousands of people celebrating New Year's Eve made Old Lady Yi feel that it was the New Year's Eve. Until now, the gorgeous fireworks scene still lingered in Old Lady Ye's mind. Mrs. Li said with a smile, "Mother, since you like the New Year's Eve here, then don't go back next year. It's not like there's no place to stay here. You and Father don't have much to do in the family now. Stay here and let me fulfill my filial piety. Otherwise, Yuju will not be at ease for the rest of her life." Hearing her sincere words, Old Lady Yi looked at Yi Guozhong hesitantly. It was not a problem to let her stay here, but this matter depended on Yi Guozhong's opinion. Yi Guozhong frowned and said, "Let me think about this. We'll talk about it after the new year." After saying that, he glanced at Lisa Schwan. It was unknown whether he did it intentionally or not. Lisa Schwan was puzzled by his look. He thought to himself, if you want to stay, then stay. How can I say no? What do you mean by looking at me? In fact, after getting along with Yi Guozhong for such a long time, he didn't have any ill feelings towards Yi Guozhong. Not only that, but he also sometimes admired Yi Guozhong's vision of the big picture. At this moment, San Bao, Ah Fu, Xiao He, Xiao Shi, and the other servants walked over together. It seemed like they had discussed this beforehand. The four of them walked closer and knelt down in front of Li Zixuan. Then they said, San Bao, Ah Fu, and Xiao He, Xiao Shi, wish young master and young mistress good health. We wish young master and young mistress good health, and a young master soon. Although the Tang dynasty did not practice kneeling, it also depended on the time. According to custom, on New Year's Eve, when the time came, the younger generation would have to salute and give their blessings to their elders. The servants would have to kowtow to their masters and say auspicious words to each other. It was probably similar to how modern people wish for good health and safety. Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Wasn't this the modern New Year's greeting? However, he didn't expect these people to be so courteous. Haha, good. Young master, I'll give you red packets later. No, I'll give you bets to win money. Once this fellow got excited, he wouldn't be serious. He even pulled out red packets. Thank you, young master. The few of them thanked him joyfully. Then they began to wish Li Jingma, Madam Li, Yi Guozhong, and Old Lady Yi a happy new year. Later, under Han Yushi's reminder, Li Zixuan brought his wife along and solemnly bowed to the four elders in his family. Although he was not used to this kind of greeting as a modern person, when he thought of how Old Man Li and Madam Li usually doted on him, the knot in his heart faded a lot. Husband, you still have to attend the court assembly tomorrow. You don't have to stay up for the new year. You should rest early. After everything was done, Han Yushi reminded Li Zixuan, Xiao Xian is attending the court assembly tomorrow. Yi Guozhong heard and asked curiously. Han Yushi nodded and repeated the words that Li Er had said before he left. In the end, she looked at Li Zixuan, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. Yi Guozhong nodded and said, yes. Since you're going to attend the court assembly, Xiao Xian, you should rest early. You don't have to stay up for the new year. Li Zixuan didn't care and said, it's okay. Grandfather, I can still hold on. Besides, it's just a court assembly. At most, I'll find a corner where no one will notice and secretly sleep for a while. Yi Guozhong glared and said angrily, nonsense. Tomorrow is the Yuanri court assembly. How important is it? How can you sleep? Stop messing around. Go and rest. He wouldn't compromise with Li Zixuan on such a major issue, so his tone couldn't help but reveal a slightly stern and indisputable tone. Li Jingma also advised at this time, Shinner, your grandfather is right. The Yuanri court assembly is no small matter. You'd better go and rest early. Seeing that the two old men had said so, Li Zixuan could only say unhappily, all right then, mother, grandmother, and wife, I'll go and rest first. In the Tang dynasty, although the court officials had a 7-day New Year's Eve holiday on the Yuanri day, they had to attend the morning court assembly. That was to enter the palace to pay a New Year's visit to the emperor. The court assembly that day was called the Yuanri Court Assembly. It was considered one of the grandest court assemblies of the year. It could be called the collective New Year's greeting ceremony of the Tang dynasty's ruling group. First of all the civil and military officials in the capital had to clock in on time. They were not allowed to be late. Local officials from all over the country had to come from afar. The surrounding countries had to send people collectively to support them. It was like an international gathering. In order not to be late, the officials had to wake up early in the morning and bring their servants with torches into the palace. The early morning Chong and city was like a fire dragon at dawn. It was a magnificent scene. Li Zixuan was woken up by his wife and helped to put on his official uniform. After eating some porridge, he rode into Chong in city and saw such a magnificent scene. Damn, so many people. I don't usually see so many people attending the morning court assembly. Seeing the fire dragon everywhere on the street, Li Zixuan was a little dumbfounded. Seeing that his marquis was like a country bumpkin, Pang Feiji was a little embarrassed. He quickly explained in a low voice, Marquis, there aren't usually so many officials attending the morning court assembly, but today is the Yuanri court assembly. All the officials in the capital, including those below the 5th rank, and the officials of other states and counties outside Chang and city, and even the envoys of the surrounding small countries will attend this court assembly. Of course, there will be more people than before. Li Zishuan sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, Grandfather really didn't lie to me. This Yuanri court assembly is really awesome. But with so many people, wouldn't it be easier for me to fish in troubled waters? By then, wouldn't I be able to sleep whenever I want? Hee hee, let's go quickly. Don't be late. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan chuckled, then spurred his horse and rushed out. Chapter 1154. After entering the Imperial Palace and arriving at the plaza in front of the Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan was greeted by a sea of people. With a cursory glance, he estimated that there were at least 1,000 people. Li Zishuan was elated at the sight of this. This was because the Taiji Palace would definitely not be able to accommodate so many people. When the time came, there would be a group of officials standing outside. He could also take advantage of the chaos and fall asleep behind them. Logically speaking, he was not at all interested in this nuisance of a court assembly. Although he had never experienced it before, he knew that it would be nothing more than the heir leading the officials to recall how awesome their achievements were last year, reflect on their shortcomings, look forward to what breakthroughs they should make in the new year, and so on. In any case, Li Zishuan did not like to listen to such superficial things. Yo, Marquis Yongin? What a coincidence! Just as Li Zishuan's eyes were darting around, a familiar voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw an old acquaintance. Provincial Governor Wang. You've also come to Chang'an? Who else could this person be but Wang Yu? Back then, Wang Renbiao's half-brother, Wang Renyi, had urged the bandits to kidnap Han Yushi and failed. Wang Yu had personally come to Chang and to apologize to Li Zishuan. Now, more than half a year had passed, and Wang Yu's appearance seemed to have aged a little, with white hair at his temples. Haha, this old man has already arrived in Chang and a few days ago. Marquis Owen, I hope you've been well. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, his face amiable. However, his heart was not calm at all at this moment. After more than half a year, Li Zishuan had gone from being a lowly county boy to a marquis of the Great Tang. No one dared to underestimate him in court. But that was not the main point. The main point was that the Chui clan had collapsed under Li Zishuan's secret maneuvering. That was a 1,000-year-old clan that even Wang Yu had to be careful when dealing with. But it had collapsed just like that. Wang Yu couldn't help but secretly rejoice at his decision back then. If he had completely fallen out with Li Zishuan because of Wang Renyi, then before the Chui clan fell, wouldn't their Wang clan have fallen first? After hearing the news from Chang, and Wang Yu could not help but break out in a cold sweat every time he thought of this. Logically speaking, during the annual Yuanri Imperial Court meeting, there was no rigid rule that required the provincial governors of each province to personally come to the capital. They only needed to send their adjutants. However, Wang Yu had chosen to come personally for 2 reasons. On one hand, he wanted to use his wife, Princess Tong, to further strengthen his relationship with the imperial family. On the other hand, he wanted to use Wang Renbiao to deepen the friendship between the 2 families with Li Zishuan. Wang Yu had no reason to make an enemy out of a young man with such strength at such an age. Since you can't be enemies with some people, then you can be friends with them. Unlike the other arrogant aristocratic families, Wang Yu understood the Wang clan's current situation very well. As such, he was always able to make the right choice. I wonder if Governor Wang is still doing well in Sui province. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Moreover, Li Zishuan's enmity with the Wang family had long been resolved, so there was no need for him to deliberately keep a straight face. Everything is good. Everything was good. I heard that tens of thousands of flowers bloomed in the sky above Cloud Mountain last night. This old man was busy with mundane matters and had no chance to see it. It's truly a pity. Next year. Oh no, it's this year's new year. If there is such a wondrous scene on Cloud Mountain, this old man will definitely make time to personally take a look. Wang Yu stroked his beard and said with a smile. Li Zishuan smiled. The doors of Cloud Mountain are always open for Governor Wang. As Li Zixuan lived outside the city, he was relatively late. The two of them didn't chat much before the imperial court meeting was about to begin. At this moment, on the steps of Taiji Palace, an attendant holding a horsetail whisk stood there and shouted in a sharp voice, "The Yuanri Imperial Court meeting begins." Civil and military officials, envoys from various countries, enter the court for an audience. The previously noisy Taiji Palace immediately quieted down. The officials of all levels immediately lined up according to their ranks. Under the leadership of the civil official, Sun Wuji, they carried the imperial edict and walked up the steps toward Taiji Palace. Halfway through, Li Zixuan wanted to take advantage of the situation and sneak to the back of the line, but he was stopped by Wang Yu, Marquis Yong, and all the officials in this Yuanri Imperial Court meeting must be positioned according to their ranks and merits. They cannot stand randomly. Crown Prince Zhang Shi was a third-rank official, while the founding marquis was a third-rank official. As a result, Li Zixuan directly jumped to the sixth row of civil officials. Those standing in front of him were all the old officials who founded the country. This made Li Zixuan rather depressed. He originally wanted to catch up on sleep, but with his current position, how could he sleep? He didn't even have a place to lean on. After greeting each other, the officials began to pay their New Year greetings to Li Er. This New Year greeting wasn't just a simple kowtow or a sentence. It had to be read out by the Prime Minister. The entire greeting was long and awkward, so it had to be read out properly. Then, the various vassal towns and affiliated countries all had their own greeting, and the Prime Minister had to read them out one by one. Especially the greeting from the affiliated countries. It wasn't something that was difficult to understand. Many countries didn't even know how to express themselves in Chinese, so how could their greeting be smooth? It was even more difficult to read. But no matter how hard it was, it had to be read out. This was the face of the heavenly empire. Li Zixuan listened in the line and felt a toothache. He couldn't help but sympathize with Zhang Sun Wuji. He didn't know how many times this old man had to read the greeting to be able to smoothly read out these awkward greetings. Actually, in the later dynasties, it wasn't as troublesome for the officials to pay their New Year greetings to the emperor. In the Song dynasty, after New Year's Eve, they only needed to write a greeting card and hand it to the emperor. They didn't even need to enter the palace to attend any court meetings. After reciting for close to an hour, Li Zixuan, who was listening at the back, was about to fall asleep. Zhang Sun Wuji finally finished reciting all the greetings. This old fellow's face and neck were still red in the middle of winter, as though he had just finished running 10 kilometers, panting heavily. Next, Fang Xinling stepped forward to give a report on the work of the government. He first praised the enormous achievements the Great Tang had made in the past year, such as how many rebellions have been quelled and how many bandits have been wiped out. He also mentioned how in the spring and summer of last year, there had been a small drought in the Guangdong region, which had caused the food supply of the people to decrease. Fortunately, the wise Emperor Li Er had promptly issued a decree to reduce taxes, allowing the people to continue living. Finally, Fang Xinling praised the Warm Tang Foundation led by Empress Zhangsun. Due to the warm winter operation initiated by the foundation, there wasn't a single person who starved or froze to death in Chang and in the nearby counties. Such a situation had never happened even during the era of Qin Huang and Hanwu. In short, the first year of Jingguan was a successful year, and also a year where the Tang Empire worked hard. This year, the treasury of the Tang Empire was filled, the people were rich, and there were more people who could read and write in the world. Chapter 1155. Old Fang's government work report made Li Er quite satisfied. This could be seen from the obvious smile at the corner of his mouth. Behind them, Du Ruhui stepped forward and continued to flatter Fang Xinling. He said that the saint cared about the people and should be worshipped by the people. Beautiful and dignified words came out of his mouth, which made people feel nauseous. However, no one said anything to accuse Du Ruhui of flattering the emperor. This was because it was the new year. Who wouldn't choose to say something nice when speaking to each other? Unless these two had a grudge. However, there was one exception, and that was Wei Zheng. As Du Ruhui's words became more and more exaggerated, and the flattery became more and more excessive. His old face had long turned black. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He raised his foot and was about to go up and accuse Du Ruhui, but he was stopped by Xiao Yu. Left Minister Wei, His Majesty has been cautious and conscientious for an entire year. Just let him do as he pleases for once. It's not a problem for the overall situation. Xiao Yu said softly. Wei Zheng hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't go up. After Du Ruhui finished his report, it was the turn of the chief officials of the 6 departments to go up and report. Li Zishuan let out a long yawn. The reports of the chief officials of the 6 departments were like notes of a lullaby that made him sleepy. His heart was already numb. Inadvertently, he glanced at a friend standing beside him. The latter had his head lowered and was shaking his head along with Zhang Sun Wuji's report. During this time, he didn't forget to nod his head in praise. It was as if Zhang Sun Wuji's boring report was a peerless piece of literature that left him with endless aftertaste. Li Zishuan was just about to admire this friend's erudition, but who knew that the latter would let out a soft snoring sound. When he heard it, he almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, "I almost fell for your nonsense." Sleeping while standing with his head down, this friend's sleeping skills were really high. Hey, then I'll also take a nap. With this old man as an example, Li Zishuan also lowered his head and dozed off. After a while, he fell asleep, standing up. When the court session had just begun, the sky had not yet brightened. However, as time passed, the sun outside Taiji Palace shattered the dark blue canopy of the sky. Like a burning wheel of wind and fire, it suddenly rushed out of the horizon and revealed its face in the thin mist of Eastern Mountain, shooting out beams of intense golden light. Behind them, the morning sun rose higher and higher from the entrance of the main hall. The light passed through the thin mist and gradually covered the entire Taiji Palace. The warm sunlight made the already warm Taiji Palace even warmer, causing some people to sleep even more soundly. Li Zishuan didn't know if the martial arts strength of the Grandmaster realm would allow him to stand and not fall down. In any case, Li Zishuan had slept for nearly an hour and was still standing firmly in the same place, not moving at all. Even if he knew of this magnificent feat, he would probably be amazed by himself. All the envoys of the vassal states and affiliated countries come in one by one. At this moment, Zhao Song, who was standing at the head of the table, spoke in a loud voice, waking Li Zishuan up from his sleep. Oh, it's not over yet. Li Zishuan opened his eyes and saw that the friend next to him was still sleeping while the court session was still going on. He couldn't help but grumble under his breath. At the same time, he was deeply impressed by the sleeping skills of the friend next to him. On behalf of my father and the 800,000 people of Lingnan, Feng Jidai wishes your majesty a new day of prosperity and longevity. Lingnan's chief, Feng Ong, had also sent an envoy to Chang and to participate in the court session. Perhaps out of fear of death, Feng Ong did not come to Chang and personally. Naturally, the leader of the envoy was Feng Jidai, who was still in Chang, and as a hostage. Haha, good. Minister Feng has governed Lingnan and made the people live and work in peace and contentment. It can be said that you have worked hard and made great contributions. I am very pleased. I am very pleased. Li Erda laughed. It was unknown whether he was really pleased or not. The envoy of Zhenla, who pays his respects to your majesty, the emperor of Tang. Our monarch wishes your majesty good health and the prosperity of the Tang Empire. The next envoy was quite interesting. He was also an old acquaintance of Li Zishuan, the envoy of Zhenla. The reason why he was interesting was that he had spoken completely in Chinese. Although there were some mistakes in his pronunciation, he spoke very fluently. This surprised Li Zishuan, who had just woken up from his dream. One must know that a few months ago, although this Puya too could speak a little Chinese, he spoke with difficulty. In just a few short months, this guy had actually practiced Chinese to such an extent. How could those foreigners in the future who couldn't learn Chinese endure this? Good. Thank your monarch on behalf of me. Tell him that I welcome him to Chang and as a guest. Lierda had obviously noticed Piata's huge improvement in Chinese, and he smiled happily. When Li Zixuan heard Lierda's words, he could not help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself that although Piatu was familiar with Chinese, he was not familiar enough to truly understand the profoundness of Chinese. Otherwise, he would definitely misunderstand that Lierda wanted to capture their monarch and bring him to Chang, and as a guest. "Thank you, your majesty." Puya too said a word of thanks and retreated. In fact, he had not only come to give his New Year's greetings, but also to send gifts. This time, his monarch had asked him to bring a lot of local specialties. There was no need to mention the ivory and tiger skin. The rest were mostly things like jade. These gifts had already been handed over to the eunuchs of the imperial palace before the court, so he naturally could not move them to Taiji Palace. There were still many officials who could not squeeze in and could only stand outside to enjoy the cold wind while listening to the conversation between the monarch and his subjects. Next, the envoys from the small Nanyang countries who had come to the Tang Empire earlier were all here. They all came forward to pay their New Year's greetings to Lierda. Other than that, there were also envoys from Tubo, Gaochang, and other neighboring countries of the Tang Empire. Finally, another envoy came forward. Li Zixuan could not help but narrow his eyes, because the other party's attire was that of a Japanese. The eldest brother of the Japanese nation, Yamabi, pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Celestial Empire. He also pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire on behalf of our monarch. Japan. All the officials in the court looked at the person who spoke. A few months ago, the Tang Empire's official fleet had been ambushed in Japan's waters. More than a dozen crew members and dozens of soldiers had died because of it. Later, Li Shaogong personally led the army to land on the Japanese island and went straight to the Japanese capital to avenge those dead soldiers. Later, in order to bring supplies back to the Tang Empire as soon as possible, Li Shaogong ordered the Japanese to capture Nakamura Kawayu, the leader of the ambush on the Tang Empire's fleet. Otherwise, he would ask the imperial court to send troops to Japan again. Now, at the critical juncture of the Lantern Festival, the Japanese had sent the mountain-back Big Brother King to the Tang Empire. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 1156. Is the Emperor of well? Inside the Taiji Palace, as soon as the envoy came out, the previous festive atmosphere in the palace suddenly disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a kind of somber atmosphere. From the king to the ministers, they all looked at the Big Brother King with a faint, unfriendly gaze. Lier smiled faintly. His words could be said to have hidden a knife in his words. The Big Brother King's expression changed. He knew that if he didn't answer the next sentence well, it was likely that blood would be spilled on the spot. The term emperor was first proposed by his father, Crown Prince Shengde. Back then, Crown Prince Shengde sent sister Xie to the Sui dynasty and wrote in the letter to Emperor Yang of Sui, "The East Emperor respects the West Emperor." At that time, it was because of this sentence that completely angered Emperor Yang of Sui, causing the relationship between the two countries to break. The Big Brother King understood the pride in the hearts of the people of the Celestial Empire. Now that the Sui dynasty had destroyed the Tang dynasty, the Tangs would only be more arrogant and would even more scoff at the so-called emperor title. Even if his father created the title emperor, what could he do? The Tangs would not recognize it at all. In fact, China called the Emperor of Japan, the Emperor of Japan, the Emperor of Japan around the end of the Qing dynasty. Thinking of this, the Big Brother King felt a trace of powerlessness in his heart, but he had to face reality, so he took a step forward and bowed to Lier. His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang dynasty is awe-inspiring. Under your prestige, who dares to call himself the Emperor? Your Majesty's words make the Big Brother King and the people extremely fearful. Your Majesty, please take back what you said just now. Low-key, low-key, low-key. Before setting off from the mountain-back elder brother had already thought of the difficulties he would encounter in the Tang Empire. After all, there had been some disagreements between the two countries, but he believed that as long as he kept a low profile and endured in the Tang Empire, the proud Tangs would never lower themselves to their level. Last year, the Tang dynasty's fleet went south and was ambushed in Hua. Did you catch the pirate leader? Lier smiled contemptuously and then said in an unfriendly tone. The air in the hall stagnated a little. But this time, the big brother king was prepared. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, ever since the Tang Empire's army withdrew from Neon, the queen immediately ordered the entire country to capture Nakakawa Yu. Fortunately, God does not disappoint those who persevere. More than a month ago, the Neon army caught the bandit leader on an island in the south. In order to prevent any accidents on the way, Her Majesty the Empress specially ordered Big Brother Shan Bei to personally escort him to His Majesty the Emperor. Right now, Nakamura Kawayudo is outside the palace. Your Majesty can decide whether you want to kill him or not. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd in the imperial court was immediately enraged. Your Majesty, I implore you to dismember this hut with 5 horses to comfort the souls of the soldiers and people who died at sea. Li Xiaogong stepped forward and cupped his fists. As the left commissioner of the Department of Shipping, he should have been in Lingnan, but Li Er empathized with him and issued an imperial edict before the new year, allowing him to come back for the new year. However, on the 5th day of the new year, he would have to go south again. Of all the civil and military officials, he hated Nakamura Kawayudo the most. This old subject agrees. I beseech your Majesty to kill this house. Qin Xiong was the second to step out, following which many other officials also stepped out to support Li Xiaogong. It was not about their stance, but because the sovereignty of Great Tang was not to be violated. Anyone who offended Great Tang would be killed no matter how far away they were. Li Er was silent for a moment before saying, Men, take Nakamura Kawayudo, the Supreme Court's prison. 3 days later, he will be paraded through the streets and executed by 1,000 cuts at the entrance of the West Market. When watching ancient dramas, one would often hear that so and so committed a heinous crime, so they will be beheaded at the Meridian Gate. Actually, this was just a joke in operas, novels, or folk tales, and it did not exist in real history. If one were to carefully examine the names of the various dynasties, one would realize that before the Yuan dynasty, there was no such thing as the Meridian Gate. In the Tang dynasty, there were clear rules as to where the death row criminals were to be beheaded. In the law of the Tang dynasty, it was written that all crimes are to be executed in the city. Thus, Li Er chose the place of execution at the entrance of the West Market. Your Majesty is wise. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, all the civil and military officials began to flatter him. The eyes of the mountain-back's elder brother were like water. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. In fact, he was feeling very complicated at the moment. Nakamura Kawayudo had committed a heinous crime and even implicated one nation and was blamed by Great Tang. But no matter what, Nakamura Kawayudo was still a citizen of one nation. Today, he had personally sent the citizens of one nation to Great Tang to be slaughtered by the Great Tang's emperor. To him, this was not something to be proud of. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, felt great watching from the side. He thought to himself, it's so awesome when a country is strong. They can punish any country they want, and that country will send their people over. This is the treatment of a big country. Your Majesty, the mountain-back's elder brother has not only come to deliver the prisoners, but also brought a letter of friendship from one nation's king. 200,000 jin of brass and 1 million taels of silver. Ever since the 2nd year of Emperor Guangwu's reign, one nation has been in contact with the Central Plains. Everyone in one nation admires the culture of the Central Plains, so I hope that one nation will be willing to maintain a good relationship with Great Tang. Furthermore, one nation is willing to be a vassal state of Great Tang and pay tribute to Great Tang every year. This is one nation's letter of credence. Your Majesty, please take a look. The mountain-back's elder brother was very fluent in Chinese, and he was also very familiar with the history of the Central Plains. He quoted from the classics as if he had lived in the Central Plains for decades. But no one paid attention to this. 200,000 jin of brass and 1 million taels of silver. They were even willing to be a vassal state of Great Tang. Everyone in the imperial court was stunned by a nation's generosity, especially that 1,000,000 taels of silver. Based on the Great Tang's current annual silver production, it would take 100 years to accumulate so much silver. Ha! Good. Come, bring me the letter of credence. In this day and age, there was actually someone who took the initiative to waive their money and asked to be a vassal. How could Lier refuse? Moreover, it was in front of the envoys of so many countries. This undoubtedly made him even more proud. After receiving the letter of credence, Lier looked through it carefully. Seeing that the words were very polite, he nodded with satisfaction and then said loudly, "Queen Tugu is very sincere. I accept Wanation's goodwill to Great Tang. From today onwards, Wanation is officially a vassal state of Great Tang and will accept Great Tang's protection. Your subjects congratulate your majesty." This was a matter that was both practical and beneficial to Great Tang. Who in the imperial court would object to it? As soon as Lier finished speaking, the civil and military officials congratulated him without hesitation. Li Zishuan secretly felt that it was a pity because if Wanation became a vassal state of Great Tang, it would be difficult to take over them in the future. Although he thought so, he could not think of a suitable reason to object to this matter at the moment. He could only watch as Lier happily accepted vassals. Chapter 1157. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Inside the Taiji Palace, everyone was beaming with joy because the Tang Empire had gained another vassal state today. The Big Brother King was also smiling, but there was a hint of inexplicable meaning in the corner of his eyes. After the hall quieted down again, the Big Brother King continued to bow to Lier. "Your Majesty, I have admired the culture of the Tang Empire since I was a child. Now that Wanation is a vassal state of the Tang Empire, I would like to stay in Chong, and for half a year to learn the classics, articles, systems, and laws of the Tang Empire, so that I can use them to govern the people of Wanation in the future. I hope your Majesty will allow it." This change of address was really fast. A moment ago, he called himself by his name. Now that Wanation had become a vassal state of the Tang Empire, the Big Brother King immediately called himself a subject. It was said that when Li Shaogong led the army into the capital of Fanio and wiped out the Su family, there was no longer any dispute over the successor to the throne of Wanation. Therefore, the Big Brother King's words were not overstepping his authority. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and thought that the fox's tail had finally been revealed. It turned out that the Big Brother King had spent so much effort to learn the advanced culture and systems of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan did not care about the classics and articles at all, but he was afraid that the Big Brother King would secretly learn the advanced production technology of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan was about to object, but Lier was faster than him. "Ha ha, I allow it. I will also give you a house on Chongren Lane." How could Lier, who was in the midst of joy, think of so many twists and turns? Moreover, the Big Brother King was willing to stay in Chong, and for half a year. This was undoubtedly expressing his loyalty to the Tang Empire. How could he, Lier, disagree? Li Zishuan sighed helplessly. It was too late to say anything now. The Big Brother King happily stepped forward and thanked him. "Thank you, your Majesty." Accepting Wanation as a vassal state was a pleasant surprise. The court meeting continued in an orderly manner until it was close to noon. Many people were so hungry that their stomachs were growling. It was not a good sign to go hungry on the first day of the new year. Thus, as soon as Lier announced the end of the morning assembly, the civil and military officials immediately went back to their respective homes. "I've been grounded at home recently, so I can't visit my uncles one by one. I'll just stay here and wish you a happy new year. I wish you all good health and good luck." After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan cupped his fists and smiled at Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Li Jing, Li Shaogong, and the others. It wasn't that he didn't want to go door to door to pay his New Year's greetings, but he had to stay at home. "Ah, little Xian, we all understand your situation. You don't have to be so courteous," Qin Xiong said with a gentle smile. "Huh, you're slacking off, using the imperial edict as an excuse to not pay us a New Year's greeting. Then, we'll have to go to your house for a big meal later. When the time comes, if you have any good dishes, don't hide them. Oh, I don't want anything else, just hot pot. I understand now. Of all the hot pot in Tang Dynasty, your hot pot is the most delicious. Cheng Yaojin patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and said with a look of dissatisfaction. Li Zixuan said straightforwardly, "Uncles, if you're willing to be my guests, I'll welcome you with open arms. When the time comes, there will definitely be plenty of hot pot and wine." Li Xiaogong was dumbfounded when he heard that. He muttered, "Hot pot? What's that?" He had just returned to Chong, and a few days ago. How would he know about these new things? Speaking of which, he had only noticed the new coal stove and honeycomb briquette in Chong, in city on New Year's Eve. Yuqi Jingde licked his lips and said greedily, "Haha, Xiaogong, this hot pot is a kind of peerless delicacy. When you try it, you'll never forget it for the rest of your life." Niu Jinda, Li Jing, and the others nodded in agreement. Li Xiaogong's interest was piqued. "I'm leaving for Lingnan on the 5th day of the new year. Time is tight, so let's do it tomorrow. I'll go to your house tomorrow to try that hot pot. Little Xian, you won't refuse, right? Let's go, let's go." The group of old foodies, led by Cheng Yaojin, immediately started to coax him shamelessly. Li Zixuan had no reason to refuse. "Of course, I don't have any objections. Uncles, you just have to come to Yunshan tomorrow. Little Xian, I heard that you had a conflict with the king of Lu." After everyone agreed on the date of the gathering, they went back to their own homes. Cheng Yaojin purposely followed Li Zixuan behind and whispered to him when he saw that there was no one around. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and admitted, "I did have a conflict with him last night. I beat up all his servants." Then, Li Zixuan told Cheng Yaojin about the situation at that time in detail. "Bah, this bastard is really a good-for-nothing. How dare he cause trouble in Yinshan? If it weren't for the retired emperor's protection, this kid would have died many times in the palace." When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he spat a mouthful of saliva at the side of the road and cursed. After a while, his face turned solemn again. "Xiao Xian, King Lu is a very petty and vicious person. I heard that many eunuchs and palace maids in the palace died directly or indirectly in his hands. Last night, you beat up his servants in front of so many people. With his personality, he won't let it go easily. So, you must be careful in the future." Li Zixuan's heart sank. He then said gratefully, "Thank you for telling me this, Uncle Cheng. I will definitely be careful." Cheng Yaoji nodded. After a while, he patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and said, "But little Xian, you don't have to be too afraid of him, even if that kid uses the retired emperor to suppress you. So what? The retired emperor was nothing more than a decoration in the imperial palace. Who will listen to him? The emperor? Oof, what a joke. I believe that even if the retired emperor wants to kill you, the emperor won't sit by and do nothing. Huh, I don't believe that the retired emperor doesn't remember the incident at the Black Tortoise Gate at all. If he dares to make a move on you, we'll see if the emperor, old Cheng, and your other uncles will agree or not." Li Zixuan's expression changed. Old Cheng's words were really too bold. If others heard it and it reached Li Er's ears, old Cheng would definitely not have a good time. However, this also proved that old Cheng really treated Li Zixuan as a family member. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such heartfelt words. Hearing this, Li Zixuan's heart warmed. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Uncle Cheng. However, there are some things that you shouldn't say. It won't be good for you if it gets out." "Huh, I've lived for so many years. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, little Xian, you're not an outsider. Later, send some fireworks over. I plan to set off, too, for the Lantern Festival to celebrate." Cheng Yaojin never treated Li Zixuan as an outsider. He also never treated himself as an outsider. Therefore, he straightforwardly asked Li Zixuan for fireworks.